Live now. All right, let's make sure I have the volume down over here on YouTube, so we don't have any feedback. Let me see. It comes up here shortly. Here, it should come. Okay, here we go. All right. I think we're ready to rock here. All right. All right. All right. All right. All right. We are live. Or at least I think we're live. Let me double check. I still be acting crazy sometimes. Just be. I know, like the other night, I thought I was live, and it turned out I was waiting. And then it turned around, and the thing cut on by itself. I was like, man, it's a regular jump. I've been waiting thing 3-4 days. Look, finally worked. After I threatened it behind the game, like I said, give me a refund. Then all of a sudden, they just match and start working. So I was like, man, good thing I went down here looking crazy and compromising. When you're home there, you got your shirt out like you're at the beach somewhere, just walking around looking crazy. Like, bro, what you doing over there? I'm just chilling, just chilling. Oh yeah. So, you know what I'm saying? So I went ahead and did the some extra precautionary step. I formulated another account with StreamYard. One thing I figured out, like anything, you learn how to be resourceful and hustle, even these little platforms. So StreamYard only gives you a certain amount of streaming hours that you can do per month under the free value of the StreamYard. And so I hit it, I think that two live streams ago, whatever, I hit that quota. And I was like, man, that's messed up. So I can't do another one under that particular account, which is my African Emporium account, until April. Right. So I was like, well, let me see. I just use some of my other Gmail accounts, and I'll still funnel it through my YouTube channel, African Emporium. And lo and behold, it worked. And so again, literally, as soon as I start making the putting all the stuff in the description box and all that stuff for the live stream, Zoom just automatically just cut on, start working on the YouTube. I said, ain't this box? I'm like, ain't there some mess here? I said, okay. All right. See, this is how they want to do me. So nonetheless, we're here. All right. And we're in the building. We have more ways to kind of get to the end point what we're desiring to, in terms of being able to come live before you guys again, sharing this information. First and foremost, I am always humble and grateful that we have the ability to come on and discuss these things, and with obviously you guys, which are my intellectual peers, right? And so I always say Ubuntu because of that. I am because we are, and we are because I am, and all that too. It's all cyclical, right? Circle, right? So peace, power, and profit to that, as always. So hey, what's going on, bro Raul? Good to see you as well, man. Peace, power, and profit. Good afternoon as well. Right? Again, it's kind of just a little behind. I had slated to start at about 6:30, but again, just trying to do some other little, I guess we'd call digital house cleaning, as far as my for trade stuff and everything else, getting that stuff out the way before we come on here this evening. And so trying to make it a habit of trying to go live, as much as I can without it being just overbearing, right? But these are again like some very uncertain times in terms of what we're dealing with, and there's always a news reel or topic of discussion that's sometimes that's needed to be unpacked, right, or discussed, right, for whatever value how we look at it. So when you have people who are just used to just coming on live every single day anyway, just talking about stuff, well, I tell you what, we have a unlimited or a plethora of different content to in terms of things to speak about now, because everybody's trying to figure out what's the next best move, right? What's the next best thing to be focusing on, with as far as keeping the kids safe and entertained while people are home. Hope people ain't just up in arms with each other, because now they around each other more than often. It's weird how this stuff puts a lot of that stuff into perspective, right? When before you just kind of hustling, busting, going, everybody go their separate ways throughout the day. They all kind of converge back at the end of the day. You have that little moment where you have a little small family time, and then it's kind of right back for that, get ready for the next day. And so that regimen has been disrupted due to the virus, and people being on quarantines or just self-imposed shutdowns, this, that, the third. Now we started to figure out how strong and how strengthened the value of family is all about, right? Because now it's a scenario where you have to find ways to entertain the people that you really value in terms that you love the most, because they right up under you, right? And so that all those things are also very vital, right? And then also, if you're single, then you probably kind of used to it anyway. But again, now you're just sitting home more or less than being out in the public, and that's a different type of single there, though. Like now you just look around like, man, sure is empty here. Walls, you speaking and echoing in there, right? You're like, man, bruh. Even for the females out there, you like, man, it's a little empty in here, right? So again, for whatever value that you're dealing with, this so-called shutdown scenario, however you're dealing with that, I say kudos to you if you're finding the valuable time to do things that can really edify and build up your life, right? Because a lot of times we don't have the time to do that when you're kind of working so hard. You don't have that time to kind of, like they say, self-educate, to become autodidactic, or to become an autodidact, so to speak. So now's a good time to kind of brush up on a lot of those things that we've, somewhat been putting on the back burner. Definitely a great time to get your house cleaned up, right? Get down to get all them dust bunnies out of there and the little dust spiders just running all over your cabinets, right? Stop this, what they call this overview cleaning, just a little place that you kind of in and out of. So right now is, again, a great time to take advantage of. And we at the beginning of the spring. How about that? So a lot of us grew up under the idea of spring cleaning. I know when I was a kid, that was like, hey, that was a rites of passage. Come spring, I don't care what you're doing. Mom and dad, them was like, hey, we can do some spring cleaning. It's time to shut it down, and you can go outside. You might well forget about it. It ain't gonna get done in no one day, it's two. So you might well cut that day out and say, I'm gonna be seeing y'all outside today. I can smile from the window. That's it. Because you're gonna be doing a lot of different cleaning things, which also again builds unity and character and then just good hygiene practices, right? So a lot of stuff that we've taken with us into our adult lives, right? So again, we're never without a moment where we're building and learning how to take care of yourself, right? So power and profit to that, right? Power and profit to the to the family, to the parents, or the family members that gave you something as a child that you're benefiting off of today. So that's what it's all about, if you ask me. Right. All right. So just kind of seeing a couple families trickling in a little bit here. We have again, Brother Raul, who came through. We got Over Brandon in the house. Good to see you, Over, as always. Peace, power, and profit. I'm pretty sure you guys see on the screen. We already got a steam panel on in the house tonight. Again, we got Over Caesar in the house, Over Marquise in the house, and also Over Chris Logic in the house. As always, holding down the fort. Again, people coming on to share their perspective. As I always say, again, this platform is our platform, right? I don't do that dictator type of commentary. I like to, feed off each other's, intellectual faculties, right? Again, building off each other's, knowledge base, so to speak, right? Because that's how you learn better, right? When you have a place where you can share a lot of different ideas and again, take your way through these things. So I see my brother Zane Martigo just popped in the house. What's going on, family? What's going on, Over? Good to see you as always, family. Right, always humble to have you guys in the building, as I always say. Right, so again, we're just kind of building out our little moment, right? Building out our little moment to take what we can in terms of market awareness, and again, distribute it back to the community in the ways where we can kind of become a little bit more knowledgeable, again, a little more studious and diligent in terms of being able to assess what we're dealing with day over day, right? Again, this market is it's a mess right now. All I can say, it's a mess, and it's broken, but it's broken in a good way. And I should say that not so much the virus is gripping people's lives and causing a lot of problems, but it's broken in a way where it kind of thinned out all the, I would say, all the unebb and flow of a lot of people who were just pumping the market. A lot of this delusions of grandeur, analysts. You talk about some of these stocks that did not earn their value through that. Again, we talked about that on the last bill, where a lot of these companies literally of 2019 had no organic growth at all in terms of their fiscal value. And they just, kind of got swooned along based upon, again, a lot of buybacks and federal, the Federal Reserve office doing a lot of what they call the repo operation, reverse operation, obviously, especially in February time frame, that obviously artificially, indirectly inflated assets, right? Inflated these stocks up, right along with with those trying to do things to kind of keep the treasury market in play and the mortgage-backed lending loans in place, and then the rest of that liquidity obviously that the banks use to kind of pump it into certain ETFs, which again by proxy they're weighted inside of a pension fund or this, that, and the third, when it also affects that stock, like an Apple and many others. Y'all know them, like Boeing. Boeing was still up when it should have been cratering well underneath 300, and it was just still sitting up with over 350 bodies on his head. It's crazy. And again, speaking of Boeing, it's right back, trying to do the same thing it was doing before. Again, very negligent people who are so greedy to force Boeing to be a company that it has been proven that it really isn't, right? And they have no sound thesis on why, no more than the fact that they feel like, the stock came from $448. It's Boeing, and it shouldn't be this cheap. Well, good luck with just using that as the basic thesis, right? That means that this company, is proven or has proven under that aspect when they got caught that they're very, they have some very shoddy practices, right? And whether a person chooses, invest in the company for what they consider to be a growth stock value of it, as opposed to just being an ethical play, because it's definitely not an ethical play. They have proven that you will strictly be trading it for the price action, or you will be investing in it strictly for the price action, and that's that alone, so to speak, right? And so, as long as you have that kind of mindset, you won't get sucked into the Kool-Aid, so to speak, as they say, or drinking the Kool-Aid, and then having people out there, you be that person out there trying to defend the company, right? You seen people out there like that, guys, right? And they be defending these companies if they, they actually, actually signing checks and all this stuff. And I'm like, dude, you just an investor. Calm down. It ain't that serious. This company can care less about you, right? Don't drink the Kool-Aid. And I can't stress that enough. Do not drink the Kool-Aid. Keep your head and your wits and your dollars intact safely. These companies can care less, right? So again, I'm gonna always reiterate that because I understand the importance of it. And so I always tell people, I rent and I lease. I do not own no stock. I rent and I lease. I may own it on paper, through the QSIP and the prospectus. If I have it, more than a certain period of time, the shares outright. But you best believe that's a short-term marriage. I tell you that. That's one of them Vegas weddings. It have to be some time. We might be holding it down for about a good, maybe 3-4 weeks, a month. Right? You better say over, Chris. We hold it down for a little while. And then we out of there when it's time to be out of there, we out of there.
That's right.
Man, with the bag. So that's it. So yeah, brother Zane, you say, is it bad time for beginning investor? It's never a bad time to be a beginner investor. The greatest tool you have at your disposal, over Zane, is the ability to, start, right? Especially even more so now, because guess what you will be coming into, even though I'm not gonna recommend you just come right out the gate and just start investing and trading. No, you want, we got to get the knowledge, pumped into you first, right? You have to take that interest in your mindset that you want to learn this to the degree where it drives you deeper and deeper, into this craft, till it becomes like a thing, a natural default, like an involuntary, aspect of human reflex that, you wake up, say, hey, let me see what's going on in the financial sector today. Okay, then you go do your little check down. Let me go see what's going on. Maybe if you're a sports person, see what's happening in the sports world, right? Let me go see what's happening over here on the social side of the house, right? But when you put that kind of value into understanding financial literacy, because that's basically what it stems from, right? That's the benchmark, right? That's the benchmark protocol, is being able to be resourceful, right? Because if you have the resources you need, that frees up your time to do what? Other things that you like to do, right? Without that, especially in a world where you got to pay bills and do all these things like that, then how can you function if you're always constantly in a rush mode, right? To take care of this, to take care of that, and make sure this, this bill taking care of this. You rarely have enough time to sit still and do what? Think. I mean, imagine that. We all been there at some point. Probably some of us still going through in certain ways, but the greatest asset you have, again, as they always tell you all throughout life, is what? What's the greatest asset that we all possess? but hard to harness. It's time. That's the number one resource of all. It's time. Right? People take away your time, then you struggling. It's like a fixation, right? It's kind of like, unfortunately, for lack of a better term, what people dealing with this coronavirus, being a respiratory, illness to a degree where it's sucking out a lot of their oxygen, right? It's sucking out, inhibiting their value to be able to breathe freely, right? Which puts them in a very, critical, situation, against the clock, so to speak, even from that perspective. So again, we have to really take those things to heart more. And it's hard to do that again when you got a lot of stuff going on, a lot of distractions, right? I get it, right? But one thing I can say through experience is that when you learn how to channel, a level of discipline in your life where you say, you know what, yeah, okay, I've been there, done that. When you actually start owning that phrase, people say, I've been there, done that, did that. When you actually start owning it, guess what you start doing? You really start saying, you know what, man, look, I'm straight, right? You understand the power of the word "no" better, right? And no matter what, if it's not an interest that you're in, you have no issue all the way saying no to it, right? Because you realize the power of your freedom, right? Or your ability to be living life on your terms, as we all should be anyway, right? Which is, again, hard for some people to do, right? Because they have a hard time being able to express that value of maybe discontent or disdain or uncomfortable values that they're dealing with, right? But for us, again, they say ain't nothing powerful than what they call FU money, right? And you know exactly what those words, what that means, right? So when people make that statement too, where it says nothing like that, well, again, when you think about how can you acquire something like that without having to jump through some extra hula hoops or whatever the case, least path of resistance. Again, I keep speaking that for a reason. I'm always hammering that the least path of resistance. Well, definitely the market can help you get there a heck of a lot faster. A heck of a lot faster than a 20-year, somewhat death sentence on the job. Again, nothing against people that do it and done it, whatever, right? But we know that there's other ways that you can, round your life out in a way where you're not just subjected to, somebody else's ball and chain, right? Even if they paying you good, again, nothing wrong with that, because if it feeds you and your family, I'm gonna be the first to congratulate for being able to have a level of consistency. Because the one thing as an entrepreneur is that when we wake up every single day, we're always in the mind frame of how can I find the better opportunity for myself and my family. You're always constantly looking for opportunity, basically. Always. You're constantly searching out opportunity. The number one driving force behind anybody that has the mental drive to do life, to do things on their turn, they understand that, again, the ultimate goal is just always seek opportunity, because opportunity also opens up doors, windows, staircases, whatever, so you can come in and work your magic, right? As some people say, having the gift of gab, right? Which is important, learning how to talk to people, right? From the most wealthiest billionaire all the way down to the most layman individual man or woman. Having that depth of range, so to speak, right? That's very important, right? Or they say, oh, you got to be a chameleon, right? At all times, learn how to adapt. Hey, what's going on, brother Max? Good to see you, family. Peace, power, and profit to you. Oh, good to have you guys in the house again. I know got a few people trickling in a little bit. I know it's around that hour where people getting the family together. Even though for some of us that houses shut in away from the coronavirus, can't go to work, but it's still business as usual. If you got families of this, that, and the third, because this time when people getting dinners cooked or eating dinner and getting at least getting the kids kind of pretty much prepped till they get ready to go to bed to a degree in some cases. But I think going trying to go live a little bit at more efficient times to give us ability to kind of come on and be able to kind of build without feeling like we're just kind of pushing it on the late night meeting like we did last night. We pulled almost all nighter. We're here looking crazy, but we're getting it in. But nonetheless, again, I am always grateful that you guys are stopping through, hanging out with your brother. So I would, I can't never say that enough. So, but yeah, so again, just kind of building on some very basic stuff that we're talking about here is understanding, how to utilize your time properly, right? Because I think that's important, right? And that's the link, guys. If you guys do want to come on to the live stream, as always, y'all know I'm always gonna post that link. You're welcome to come on. Again, like always, share your day, sharing the stocks you might have been trading, any techniques that you might have learned, picked up, anything that you may be inquisitive about, market related, or just geopolitics as a whole, or current events. Let's discuss it, right? And so, as you can see, the title of this live stream tonight pretty much is stocks. Dow Soars, as Powell pledged to stimulus offset 3 million jobless claims. Obviously, that's the Powell pledge is basically him going to do, him looking to do anything he can within his power, or the taxpayers' money power, to keep the markets afloat. Right? Again, that's his first mandate, which that's not what his real mandate should be. His mandate should go to the American people first. But we understand enough at this point in the game, what they're going to do. Above all things, they always going to try to look to protect the markets first. And so, a day like today, or coming into today, where we knew that those job numbers were going to be horrific, right? Let me repeat that. Those job numbers were going to be horrific from all the preliminary data that was getting out of California and other places like that. Well, the administration and also even the Federal Reserve found a way to calm the markets in a way where, they kind of seen it, or tried to make it seem as if it was a one-off scenario. Like this was just a, an act of just, happenstance, so to speak. And typically, in moments like this, regardless of the fact that they are what they are, because like they tell everybody else, you need to always be planning for what? Planning for the worst and hoping for the best. Well, our government is not omitted from that too. You just can't magically just print money just to kind of, throw money at everything as a way of solving the problem. Because in life, that's not even the natural balance. Because some things obviously needs to go through its natural path to be able to kind of work things out on their own. It builds more resilient reality. And I'm not saying for everything, because you do want your government to step in and do what it needs to do to keep, at least you up and running and being protected. But all this extra stuff that they're doing, y'all know exactly what I'm saying when I say extra stuff. Well, y'all know what that's all about. Y'all know exactly what that's all about. That's strictly protecting corporate interests and corporate interests only, period. In the discussion, roll credits, whatever. So it's no secret. You know what I'm saying? It's no secret, in terms of what we're dealing with when those scenarios are obviously being presented. Or you hear the talking points and, they're trying to get you to agree when technically you're like, no, I'm straight, right? I'm straight on that, because you know better, right? You got common sense, right? You have intuition, right? You have wit, right? Those are some of the greatest, what they call natural innate intelligence aspects that the human, the human mind is able to possess. Because again, you won't just be taken to the cleaners when people just, blowing smoke, right? I know exactly what I mean when I say they're just talking. And so that's why it's important to realize, again, like I'm always saying, the strength of, financial literacy, the strength of just being, cognizant of a lot of different things that governs your life, right? So you're not playing the role of, I'm just going to accept what's happening, and then that's just that, right? No, that's not how this works, right? Like that commercial, that's not how this works, right? We don't want to be subjected to just having to accept, whatever, these government agencies, this, that, and this, that, and the third just thrown out at us, right? So again, we studied to be approved, and we also studied to be, collectively looking and searching out other people who think and move on our wavelength, and so we can always find ways to, work our village magic and helping each other, be able to kind of, increase as they need be. And in our world, again, it's through what? The global markets. All right, for my forex traders out there, all right, for my crypto traders out there, for my equity traders out there, options, regular equity stock, whatever, this is the world we live. This is the world that we sacrifice in terms of our knowledge and learning this to be in a position where we can do just that, right? To find value in places where, ordinarily you would have to go out there and pretty much, work hard for it to a degree, right? Get in your car, get dressed every morning, eat, go through all the regimen with that, get in your car, drive to that place, perform that duty, right? Hit the clock and return home. Right? Spending a lot of your time away from the place that you love most, right? Which is your home or just your loved ones, this, that, and third. Well, if people don't really understand that, there's more to life than just doing that, they'll seem as if they will look at it as if that's some kind of form of a badge of honor to a degree, right? Which is crazy, right? I would never think that way, right? Because I would always want to be in a place where I could be more comfortable and enjoy life again, if you can, on your terms, right? And so today, like any other day, it's a journey, right? And I'm not saying I have it all together, but I take solace in being in a position where, I want to utilize my time very thoroughly, right? Much as possible, right? I'm always going to be, focusing in on things that can help me, again, increase my bottom line, right? And so the tuition that you pay, in most cases, is just your time. Let that marinate for a moment. The tuition that you would pay to learn something like this is basically your time, submitting your time to be, in these sessions or watching somebody else do it, or finding ways to Google something online that maybe lead you closer to, the apple of the tree of the financial literacy tree, so to speak, right? To be able to pluck that fruit and pretty much make your money on your terms is basically what I'm saying. Right? That's what the entrepreneur endeavors, right? We want to make money on our terms, right? Or in conjunction with somebody else who's thinking on the same wavelength as you, at least, so it won't be so much of a complication, right? Because y'all know this, like when you're on a job, you're dealing with somebody that's trying to anti the ebb and flow of the workplace. They constantly always causing roadblocks and just making things harder than it need to be, right? You're like, dude, seriously? It's like, dude, we already got enough to deal with now, and here you go. Right? You ready to throw them in the trash can, close the bag up on them, right? So that's why I say, again, it don't hurt you not one iota or one bit to say, again, I got 30 minutes to devote, to try to figure out ways to learn this a little bit better. Right? Let me go pull up some of these PDLs that the brother was talking about. Let me go pull up some of the YouTube channels that the brother was talking about. Right? Let me just immerse some of my natural knowledge about, what I do know about business and, commerce and products and supply and demand, and see how it correlates to market awareness, stock market awareness, right? Global markets awareness, right? Commodities, products, all these different things, technology, science, the whole nine, right? Because there's a market for all of that out there. There's a market for it, meaning people are willing to pay for it. And if you do it good enough, they'll pay you exactly what you want and extra, right? Because you're producing that level of quality. And so the same can be said again, as an investor, it can be said in the same way. You finding those assets that produce you what? Better quality. You're not even searching for some of those stocks that just kind of give you like, y'all know what I'm saying? You get the ones like, it's okay. But when you find the ones that like, okay, now this is what I'm talking about. Them type of gains, that's when it's like game on. The same way we broke down yesterday about, finding, trying to look for that 3% and things like that. I'm always speaking about that, of course. You might have heard me say it plenty of times, but that's why I'm always going to keep talking about that too. Set your goals, very, very reachable, right? Again, it ain't hard to get 3% out of the market in a day. It really isn't, right? It really isn't, right? So in knowing how to do that, you just establishing a track record of being consistent, right? And the more consistent you are, hey, what's going on, brother? Why sorry about that? Got you on the line here. And establishing a record of being consistent, then you learn how to be more of a tactician and maximize your moment better. And so you might be a person who's buying only maybe 50 shares, 25 shares, 30 shares, 100 shares, and you stand within your comfort lane until you learn how to be a little bit more in control of that, that new Ferrari that you're driving. Because that's basically what happens when you become a day trader, right? All right. When you're doing long-term investing, you're pretty much in the minivan, right? You in the in the Caravan, the Plymouth Dodge, whatever, the nice little minivans out there. Some of the minivans today, man, really nice though, to be honest, right? Them just got all the little creature comforts in them, right? But I'm saying, if you want a little tough dude, like, man, it's a minivan though, man, it's a minivan. You don't want to be seen in it, right? But again, you're talking about, learning how to be more comfortable, right? Live life again on your terms, right? So again, when you start day trading, right, you kind of come out that minivan for the long-term haul investment, for that long road trip value, And now you're going to be doing some Ricky Bobby type driving, right? You want to go fast, right? You want to trade the market in real time and capture some of all that, liquidity out there in a very thorough fashion, right? You want to pull up in the Bugatti or a McLaren or whatever your car, Pagani, whatever little nice little race cars out there, right? Lamborghini and all this stuff. And being able to match the gas quick, take advantage of the moment, right? And get up out of the market, right? Again, that's strictly for the day traders out there or the swing traders, right? But either way, the greatest aspect of being a trader investor is that you're not limited or firewalled or mandated to one particular asset of how you can even trade the markets. If it's open, it's fair game, literally fair game. I don't care if you come in at the last 10 minutes of the market and you've been working hard all day doing some stuff and you got 10 minutes left before the retail market closes opposite. You come into that 10 minutes and find something spiking up into the close or selling off into the close, and guess what? Crush it. All you need is a couple minutes, literally minutes. And you like, okay, that's my little $60 right there. That's my little, $100 right there. That's my little $500 right there real quick. That's my little $1,000 right there real quick. That's my little 10,000 real quick. And it's like, okay, I only just, performed a little quick little, reconnaissance in the market, set my mousetrap, so to speak, found something that was, worthy for my time and my money, and I got after it. And you done, you in and you out. And you literally would have procured, in a lot of ways, more money than a person spent the entire day, again, sitting on the job watching the paint dry, putting their thumbs, thumping staples all across the office all day long. And you think about that for a moment, like, man, that's like, man, you put that in the context, like, okay, I could do this. Again, we talking about obviously with proper knowledge and proper training to gotten to a place where you do have the disposition to be able to do things at that level, right? So again, there's always a strategy out there to fit anybody in terms of their workload, what they may be doing in corporate America's value, in terms of their time allotted for that. There's a different strategy in terms of trading and investing for everybody out there. I've seen it, time and time again, where people came into the market, wanted to learn this, got serious about it, started learning it, got to a place where they gave themselves enough time to feel comfortable and making some good decisions based upon the tools in the training. And now they're being able to implement that into their daily lives. And they may be, on the job, again, that requires a lot of their time, this, that, and third. So they found a strategy to work in their aspect of want to learn how to trade the market too, and also pull down a little supplemental income. Be it through swing trading, be it through option trading, and you set these weekly contracts, right? There's always a different strategy that you can work. Trade maybe the first, 20 minutes of the market, on your way maybe to the job. Or like I was just saying, trading the last 15, 20 minutes on the back end of the market, right? Once you kind of on your way home and get home, and you got that little small little window there. If some cases, people doing it from their cell phone inside the car, headed to the house, or to pick up the children, right? Because throughout the day, when you had a little free moment, you did what? You checked in on the market, seeing what was happening. They say always keep your ear to the ground, to the streets, right? Always keep your ear to the streets. Well, that's what it entails. The same way people do it for the sports world, right? Y'all know exactly what I'm saying. And jokers be on the job, they check the sports center almost every 5, 10, 15, 20 minutes. Let me see what's going on over there on the sports center side. Let me see if they talk about anything. Let's see anybody got drafted. Let's see anybody got hurt. Let's see that kind of stuff. You keep it up with all that, but there ain't I mean, it's just an emotional high. That's about it. Just be honest. It's an emotional high. But it ain't turning no bags, right? Unless you betting somebody, but you ain't turning no bags from that. For us, we do that kind of scouting for stocks, literally, which obviously gives us the ability to what? To turn a bag. That's the difference. Now you actually putting your time to work. Let that marinate. You putting your time to work. Greatest asset you have. Greatest asset you have. Obviously, when you get children and all that, but utilizing your time properly, right? And so again, as you can see, we got the futures market up and running right now. After hours, we have a little, some volatility pretty much after hours. We still got, a lot of different news reels that's been coming out. Considering the stimulus package always being the biggest, elephant in the room, right? People want to know when that deal going to be 100% finalized, signed, sealed, and delivered, I's dotted, T's crossed, checks ready to be going through that printer press at the IRS to get you your bag, right? And so that's again, that's the elephant in the room. Even though it passed the Senate, it still has to circulate through the House, to the president's desk to actually have it signed. And so tomorrow is supposed to be the day that it's supposed to clear all the checks and balances of our, pretty much our, our, if you want to call it oversight or committee of the government, House, Senate, president, whatever. I was about to say judicial system, but that's a different branch anyway. But still, checks and balances, so to speak. And then again, based upon the timeline, like we spoke about yesterday, with Steve Mnuchin saying that it still will take about 3 weeks after that before they cut that check. Right? But again, as we always say, they're always going to slow drag your moment to get your bag, but they're telling you you're going to be in quarantine for 15, 20 days, 30 days, and not more in some cases. And you got to wait on that money. So they banking on you already having money right now to float you through this unusual time. However, banks or whatever, they don't have to wait. They're getting unlimited liquidity injections right now, which is feeding some of these companies, right? Or giving them the sense of hope that at least they're going to be, when they do start doing out the benefit, you're going to get yours out the gate. So what does that do to a company that knowing they're going to get some of this, get some of this social welfare money, and some of them don't even deserve it. But again, that's another conversation for another day. What does that do to that stock? It gives them hope. And hope in terms of an investor is what? Ability to speculate. I'm going to get in now because I think when they do pass that bailout check, we get my body room up right now and I'll sell the news maybe later, or I just hold on to it because it's at an attractive price, from where it came from. So, I mean, at least, at least I'm in at a good price, if nothing else. So the same way we spoke about Boeing per se, right? Boeing is that kind of stock where we literally was talking about, them receiving money or maybe not deserving it, this, that, and the third. Well, we know Boeing is very vital to the overall, again, economic GDP of our entire country. They control about between 1% to 2% of our gross domestic product. Imagine that. They got that much power. So they're coming from a place of leverage, right? So again, you look at their stock here. Now we were having that conversation, I guess, about 3 or 4 days ago, right? Boeing was down here, right? Teetering on the edge of breaking below that $90 support zone, which would have really caused this thing to spiral out of control, right? Since then, it caught what they call a greed bid. That's what I call a greed bid. Like greed kicked in. Wall Street just could not believe their darling company called Boeing was down here near almost $89 a share after coming from $448 a share. And all people could think about, they have a massive backlog of planes that they can sell, right? Not even the fact that people have been canceling their plane order with Boeing a lot lately, like crazy. They got all this debt. They got all these supplies they got to pay. They still ain't got that, 737 recertified. It's supposed to be kind of coming back in a way where they're going to actually, do a test flight, meaning the FAA. But along the way, you still find out there's more problems with Boeing. And again, it's an ongoing soap opera. Dealing with Boeing, it's an ongoing soap opera every single day. And even some of these long-term, staunched investors, right? It's literally like pulling their teeth to get them to realize from a place of just being level-headed and not just drinking the Kool-Aid because they're just trying to invest in the name, more or less in the brand of the ideal of what the company in terms of who's running it or running it into the ground. You can't convince them that, they're not really a part of that, saving grace of Boeing. I'm like, dude, okay, good luck. And I do hope you can wish the best, but, don't get ahead of your skis. Do not get ahead of your skis. Because my advice, I tell people outright, the only way you get me in Boeing to that level is I get a little bit more clarity and certainty. And again, at that moment, I'm not trading with my emotions. I'm trading strictly off the price action alone. Strictly off the price action alone. And yeah, I could have easily bought this bounce, but y'all know I was shorting into this. I shorted all the way down into here, and I covered some of it off right around that point there, around 11, 110, 109 area around there. But again, keep in mind, I had been riding it down ever since like 330. Ride it down, take some off the table, add more to the short, ride it down some more. Take a little bit off, short into it again, ride it down some more. So it's been like an awesome ride. And guess what? I'm looking at it up here again at this area here, where we're at now. Because again, you didn't, pretty much went from $90 a share, right, to roughly around 185, 186, 187. In a matter of what? This is the daily chart too. Keep in mind, this is the daily chart. So let's say 1 day, 2 days, 3 days, 4 days. Right? You up, up over what, 60-70% to a degree. In about 4 days. That's astronomical, even for a company that still got all this overhead, overhead clouds in Boeing, because it still has a lot of uncertainty for this recertification of this plane, the 737 MAX. It has ballooning debt. It's been getting downgraded by a lot of analysts, this, that, and third. Some of them been trying to get bullish on it. Well, they're doing it because they're trying to pump the stock off the lows, basically, because they already in a major loss, because they were buying in up there around 250, 270, 300. They down right now. So of course, that's what analysts do. When they double down on their debt, literally, their losses. Well, again, you talk about tune the millions and millions of dollars. Your dollars can't compete against that if they want to turn that stock. If they want to turn that stock into the, to get it up off the lows, whatever, your dollars can't compete against that. I mean, if you're trying to trade directly against that. And so again, all Boeing need to hear is that, guess what? Some of that money in that stimulus package might be going to them. So they made it very vague in terms of the language. Again, roughly about 17 billion towards companies who have a security clearance value without naming the company. Well, we know Royal Caribbean don't have no national security or security clearance. We definitely know American Airlines don't have a security clearance, right? We know the casinos surely don't have a security clearance. All that gambling they doing and whatever. So it's obvious who they're talking about. So they can try to inject a good portion of that 17 billion into a company like Boeing, that obviously, by proxy of their bad business practices, do not deserve not one penny of the taxpayers' money just for that aspect, because they worry about the economy being in shambles of being able to lose 1-2% of the GDP, which is basically on the average perspective is about somewhat around near the minimum of what a sitting president is able to garner on an annual fiscal budget value on a calendar year, I should say, per their presidency. They roughly put up about 2.5. The goal, I always try to get around about 3 to 3.5. Well, that's when you California dreaming at that point, because it takes a whole lot of things to run 100% right in your economy to be able to put up a 3.5 GDP number under a sitting president. Right. So Trump, I think, was 19, put it about 2.8, somewhere around it, 2 point somewhere around there. They're always trying to get above that 300. I think it was somewhere around. I could be wrong. Could have been less. But either way, that's a benchmark, medal for them. And so companies like Boeing carry a lot of that weight. The company that company is sitting in a lot of pension funds and TSPs and thrift saving plans and 401ks and all that kind of Roth. Again, so yeah. But so that's why people look at it as it's too big to fail, which is a lot of bull crap, because if you ratchet, you just ratchet. You deserve to fail. Well, what we consider to be failing in the private sector, or what is called the Main Street sector, is not like the same in the corporate sector. When they fail, they get a chance to do what? File bankruptcy, Chapter 11, right? Restructuring plans, where they come in, the judge says, okay, we're going to restructure some stuff around to get them restructuring lawyer. They get a chance to still, run business as usual while they go through a process of trimming all the fat and the cancer out, supposedly off the company's books, to be a little bit more transparent company, because apparently you wasn't that good at what you was doing before, and you ran a good company in their mind, quote unquote, like Boeing, into the ground through whatever negligent aspect that you was doing, criminally or suspect or whatever. Because we know some of the stuff Boeing did, literally criminal. Right? People don't want to own up to that, but that's just a fact. Look at all the stuff that's been leaked on them. You and I would never be able to get away with a lot of that stuff. Never be able to get away with that. Right? So again, that's why Boeing is now catching a bid some 4 days, off this round at the bottom here, which is almost like, I don't know, that's a V shape, almost like I don't know what kind of pattern that is. That's close to about a V shape you can get, right? It's supposed to be a big, long, wide loop. That's a very tight loop. So when it's coming up like this tight off its, its previous downtrend, eventually that has to hit a point of resistance. And as you can see right here, literally, it's banging up against this VWAP line here. That's what this line is right here. This one here. That's the VWAP. It's banging up against it. Necessarily ain't penetrating through it or getting over. I literally saw boards they get up around about 184, 185, and it just stalled out. It's if it was just like fatigue, like it just gave out of breath. Showed me there's a lot of short sellers still sitting in right at that point there. As you can see, even from this previous bearish candle here, right? Where people still shorting into it around 189, 188, 187, whatever. And so again, I see fatigue here. That it can easily, regardless of the fact that they may get some of this stimulus money, this socialist money, right? It can still roll back over because it's still not out of the clear. And that's what it's dealing with from its own homogenous problems. Notwithstanding the fact that, again, the overall market catching the bid because the Federal Reserve is just pumping so much money into the market. I mean, a lot. I mean, they're pumping a lot of money in the market every single day, trying to save it and get it off the lows to protect the overall, how can I say it? To protect the mystique of what the market looks like in terms of its global competitors. Shanghai, the Nikkei, the Kospi, the DAX, the FTSE 100, Singapore market, all the other markets out there, right? They're trying to make sure, that they kind of set a precedent that, hey, if anybody can rebound, it's going to be us, and we're going to do it faster. Because a lot of countries like that got their money also invested in American markets. It's the most liquid market on the planet, obviously. Again, so I know we kind of, we talk, we learn as we go, but just knowing a lot of this stuff will help shape your mentality. Again, I'm always preaching mentality. Once you begin to be a better, effective trader, you know how to look at stuff like this and assess it like on a fly, and then being able to compute, the proper data gives you a good understanding of what's going on in this moment. Because you know enough about the company, you know enough about the stock, and enough about all the different driving forces behind all of that in terms of what make traders want to buy into it to get out. Because look here, look at the volume bars here the last 4 days. Look at all this all new money all of a sudden this came out of nowhere. Now, obviously, ask yourself, is that a lot of retail money? Clearly not. Algos, bank money, banks, algos are bank money or fund managers money. Let's not get it twisted. And dark pool money. From probably, governments and, So very abnormal, right? Very abnormal volume out of thin air. And Boeing credit rating ain't got any better. Their ability to produce planes or sell planes that haven't got any better. It actually got worse because they lost some cancellation. They had some cancellations over the past couple of days. Some companies canceled their plane orders with Boeing. That's happening a lot lately, obviously. People still don't trust the plane to a degree where they willing to want to deal with all the headaches come behind it. So again, I'm using Boeing only because Boeing is an interesting case study because of where they came from, what they was doing that caused them to be in this position. And then you got this little ugly little hook pattern here, which is very tight when it should be more broader, right? Which is natural. And at some point this thing will run out of gas. It's fatigued, it's stretched. It's like you don't put a rubber band back so far, it's fraudulent, number one, because it shouldn't even be up this high, right? Just off the basic kind of news that came out of those stimulus packages, it doesn't even warrant that. Right? You might be a person that's inborn. You say, I bet the difference. Okay, I get it. Because your money is invested. But from a fundamental perspective, no, it don't deserve it. Right? Again, because it still has a lot of uncertainty surrounding it. But we'll see. So again, for me, with the certification or recertification, then you'll have my attention. This here, you won't bull trap me into this, or what they call, in my case, bear trap me. Right? I still will see it played out. Even if I'm in a position where I may not get a chance to buy this at $95 or 90, whatever, like some people bought here and got this nice little bounce, which they got a good little bid here, a good little bag. Ultimately, if it rolls back over, because we're nowhere near, and here's why I know it to be that kind of scenario too. Again, walk with me for 2 seconds. Now, I ask y'all guys to probably pay attention in the back chat, it's even on the live panel now. Again, do y'all think as of now we're in the all clear in terms of this coronavirus? Anybody? Do y'all think we're in the all clear at this point?
We already talked about this yesterday, but absolutely not.
Right. So if we're not, then chances are, oh, sorry, guys. Forgot to add y'all to the bill. I had to come over and see y'all. I'm sorry. Forgive me, Sister Moore, Chris. So chances are, if we're not in the all clear, then what does that do for us, equity stocks that are now stretched up a little bit to the upside based upon, the idea that they're going to catch a bid, right? What does it do to those assets, right? It puts them still at a point now if they're hitting all this, banging up against all this resistance. Like we saw with Boeing today, it just banged up against a lot of resistance up into that 187, 186, and couldn't necessarily penetrate through it. And even at the point where the market was starting to rally around noontime, Boeing was peaking and pulling back a little bit. It couldn't necessarily get through that point of pushing up into this. Actually, that's the red line. I'm sorry, that's the 20-day moving average. The VWAP is this again, this this future colored line. But either way, it couldn't push up against it, and break above that level of what is considered to be the 20-day moving average. It was showing a lot of fatigue, basically what I'm saying. All right, so knowing how to read that, again, you know how to be able to find a turning point or a pivot point in a stock like Boeing. So for instance, some of you guys that may be new to this, and you say, well, okay, well, what's the value in that? How can I find value in that? Well, you find value in that by learning how to read the tea leaves, so to speak, quote unquote, read the tea leaves, right? Or the Japanese candles, and then that's what take your opposite position on that stock, because you make money going up, you make money going down. Newsflash, right? You learn how to take a position on that and get some of that, that particular way. That stretched value that's up to the upside, you may get a chance for get some of that back to the downside a little bit, right? And then, in that we say it's just a simple scenario, just learn how to wash, rinse, repeat. Do it all over again the next time you see that same kind of thing happen. Or it comes down to a point where it hits a point of support. Hypothetically, say it rolls over and comes down here level of support, bounces and starts making another incline. You know how to read that level of support, right? Based upon the previous candles or previous action that it had. That's how you predict or speculate into some of these positions like that. You always look at the past as a predictive cursor to give you some kind of potential value and profit in terms of looking at the future aspect. Again, this stuff is not tailored in a way where it's beyond your grasp of knowledge to be able to comprehend it. It's just pattern recognition and price action, right? Write that down if you don't have that. Some of you guys already know it anyway, but if you get used to understanding that aspect of the market from a very, again, layman perspective, pattern recognition and price action, those two things alone will put you in a very, very, prolific and comfortable state until you get more knowledge underneath your belt. I mean, come on, we were learning patterns back in elementary and kindergarten. It ain't beyond the human capacity to understand when they see patterns that this is a value of what they call symmetry, right? Relevancy, right? It has a forewarned conclusion what it will be if came down and hit another point where it seemed like it had a heavyweight point of support. At that point, it went back. That's all it is. Patterns, channels, price action, and then it becomes intricate when you start adding in oscillators, indicators, things like that to give you an understanding that it pretty much make your job a little easier. So as you can see over here, I got the VWAP, very simple chart on this particular on my daily here. The VWAP, which is the future color line, right? The red line is 20-day moving average, right? On the daily, obviously on a, this is I think a yearly base chart. And then the big gold line up here is what? The 200-day moving average, right? Everybody wants to be above the 200-day moving average. That right there is like it's at $317. That's basically where Boeing's supposed to be trading at as of right now, as of today, based upon its past performance, and a point where it was able to maintain ebb and flow trading, and a lot of the different metrics that go into that will make sure that at this point that everything was going right for Boeing. Again, it will be trading at $317 a share, Well, that's a long way from 181. Not that far away. The way they're moving over the last few days, you would think, but still, that's a long way away from Boeing in terms of what it's facing right now. Right, so it had to settle for coming somewhat in parallel aspect to what the 20-day moving average was able to offer, which obviously at this point, fund manager who wrote it up from the bottom sees this as a selling point. It's a selling signal. Well, we got to put in the 20-day moving average. Now, if we go up and test tomorrow, Friday, the market don't really show out, and we don't get this thing above 190, 195, then I'm definitely gonna sell this thing for the weekend, because y'all know what's gonna happen on the weekend, right? They're like, what? Man, more of the coronavirus, doom and gloom news. More deaths, more cases, right? No telling what's going to happen over the weekend, because that's how Wall Street is playing the markets right now. They're playing from one weekend to the next. And retail, again, is getting sucked up into the idea of that the market's starting to rebounding, and they're back. That's the fugazi talking points you're starting to hear in some of these chat rooms. Oh, we back. The bottom is in, bro. The bottom is in. I'm happy I bought, and then next thing you know, next week, anything can happen in the market, probably gone lower. Then it's like, oh man, what they doing, man? It's just manipulated, it's rigged. This junk is rigged, bro. Now they crying, right? No, that's why you don't trade with emotion. You trade with, again, analytics, precision, consciousness, right? Protecting your backside and your 6, protect your 6 and your 12. And your 9 and your 3, right? If you really want to go there, because why wouldn't you? Right? So that means you just putting you're putting cameras on your money. If I could use that analogy, right? You putting cameras, the same camera that we want these cops to have on, right? When they're out there mistreating the public, right? You putting cameras on your money, right? And in doing so, it makes you feel a little bit more comfortable when you in and out of places where that may be a little foreign to you, right? So that way, nothing crazy can happen and you not be able to capture it, so to speak. Does that make sense a little bit, guys? Right. So again, that's what we're training for, what we're studying for, right? When we're looking at these different stocks, these different assets, right? These derivatives, this, that, and the third, we're looking for, again, if you look at the SP 500 on the daily, right? Just looking at Boeing, this is the SP 500. Look at that V shape there. That's inorganic. At least Boeing had almost like a little rounded aspect. Although this is a different weighted ticker, or I would say asset in terms of the volume that it normally has. It's not hard for it to turn on dimes, because right now this one being manipulated, because guess what? The Federal Reserve is buying this stock outright right now. They're literally buying it outright, which is obviously ludicrous, an aspect of how they're going about doing business in the markets, right? And so by doing that, these big green candles here, that's crazy money. That's crazy money.
Mm-hmm.
Right? And so we know what that means when we see those things. We know what's going on in those moments. That's institution money here. That's institution money right here. Right. That's no mistake about it. You see what I'm saying? So, and learning how to read those tea leaves, we become proficient at understanding again how to spot reverses, pivots, things of this nature. Now that's exactly what this is, like a check mark pattern, if you want to call it that. That's inorganic. You don't have like just V shape. No, that's not how markets move. Markets move with
Nike symbol.
Go ahead. I'm sorry.
Looks like a Nike symbol.
Right. That's basically what I did. That's a pair of Po-Man Nikes, right? That chick might be still suspect. That thing comes from that's the Nikes that came from Guam somewhere. I don't know what it means.
Yeah, definitely not original.
Right, that's the Guam Nike, right? That thing they said just do it. Like, man, I just almost did it, right? They got it, dog. Right, that's the new Nikes, right? So again, you know how to spot, that stuff that's looking suspect. And it doesn't mean that it can't still keep raging, but at least we know we have some kind of roadblocks to kind of put a damper on things that are pumping irregular to the aspect of the detriment of the news that's upon it, and or the overall sentiment of how the market is being looked at through the lens of not only just retail traders, meaning us, but also hedge fund managers, banks, different foreign investors, this, that, and the third. right? Because for every person that's streaming, the market is back, and they all the market is this, and the market shouldn't be selling off. There's a lot more people on the other side saying, you know what, this is 100% a lot of what foolishness. Don't you dare believe these little turnaround spikes like this. Don't get sucked into that. That's a bull trap of epic proportion, because they know, like any people, right? When you're forward thinking and speculating, if you look into the mirror, when I say the mirror of our geopolitics and all the stuff that's surrounding our global world, and you ask yourself, are we in the all clear right now? Then that answers your question right there. Because nothing can just keep running up against all that kind of uncertainty that's already affecting global markets, which also affects people's economies. Ain't no money there because it's going towards stuff that's not producing or bringing back more money. It's going towards preventive maintenance. So they liquidating assets to be able to even fight this. Barely making any money. So there's no outright need for assets to be inflated just for the value, because again, you have the power to manipulate your economy or your trading exchanges, this, that, and the third. We understand that. Again, we know markets are rigged. I'm not gonna sit here and tell you guys, especially new guys who want to learn this. Yes, they are rigged. Wow, come on, a job is rigged. All this stuff is rigged. You ain't finna get around that. You're not gonna get around it, right? And it's rigged in legal ways, obviously. But when I say that, it can be manipulated. Big money alone can manipulate a stock. When it can push a stock that don't deserve that kind of money because it's bad practices, and run it up just because a lot of money came in and bought up all of a sudden at a point where the stock was being heavily shorted and caused a short squeeze, and people start covering fast, and that just makes the stocks shoot up even faster. And so you have, like, again, bullish green candles like you see here, these big bullish engulfing candles. That's exactly what that is. A lot of the shorts covering, but I mean, again, they wrote it down from a nice place. They ain't hurting. Right? Short sellers they rolled in on Gravy Valley. Y'all know my analogy. They rolled in on Gravy Valley on biscuit wheels all the way down from 338, 339, all the way down here to 217 and some change. They are not complaining, trust me, because markets fall faster than they go up. Let that marinate. Markets always come down a lot faster than it takes for them to go up. If you don't believe me, all right, you see I got old school notes way back, on the SP 500, which again, this is my timeline calculation and my points of referencing this market. If you go back again, let's just say we go back to 2018, right? So if you go way back to 2018, right, where the market was obviously kind of opening up around about 266, right, where we almost kind of back near that 2018 starting point of that year, of that fiscal. We're already back down to that level, and you can look at this just chart action here. If you go from this point here, 2018 January, whatever, and it had a peak point somewhere around about 286, and it went that stayed in that confinement zone for roughly about close about 8 to 9 months in that 2018 session, and then you say, okay, it just kind of chopped up and down in that little block there. And before it actually broke down, it went lower. We know what happened at the end of 2018. We had that massive market sell-off, right? Massive market sell-off, which obviously, in terms of when you're a trader, when you look at past performance as a predictor of future potentiality or future profitability, you look at that and say, what's that pattern there? Even though it's organic or inorganic, given the way this thing V-shaped recovered, but from a long-term perspective, at that point, you saw what? Another shoulder. So what do we know about that pattern? It's called a what? Anybody? What's that pattern there? When we know it's two shoulders in the head, what's that pattern called?
Head and shoulders.
Right. Now, head and shoulders is more indicative of it being kind of what? To the upside, right? Bullish, right? Or meaning if it's inverse like this. If it's inverse like this. If it's on the flip side of this line and the shoulders this way and the head is what? Up here and the shoulder right here, which way the stock gonna roll?
Down.
It's going to come down. So all this is a reversal pattern. It's a reversal trend pattern. Let me really put it in the context, because it took a while for this to unfold, right? You're talking about a span of what? October of 2018, and then around what? March of 2019. How many months is that? So So October to March, that's roughly about what, 6 months, somewhere around there, right? So it took about a 6 month read on that, and that's at that point. There's a lot of what in the market at the time, a lot of volatility, right? Trade war, tariffs, ooh, economies are gonna hurt from that, ooh, all the scary stuff, the spooky stuff. It took 6 months for this pattern to unfold, right? Hence, obviously, me diagramming this along the way, figuring out how this thing gonna break. I got my bar line there as the official neckline area. I got my two, goalposts here as a point where we start getting more definitive value and news of how they're gonna deal with this, right? So there's ever gonna be a break in the market. It came within that window there after they did this miraculous V-shaped recovery here. Market dropped over 1,000 points in about 20, 30 minutes, and it gained all of it back almost like instantly. It was crazy. I don't know if y'all remember that day. I need to have my TD Ameritrade open so we can go back and replay that simulation of what the market did that day. So I'm gonna start doing that more often, like we do back. Used to do back in the old days when we ran TD Ameritrade simulations, old trades back in history. Because you can go back and pull up the old trade, and we can see exactly what the market did in that one moment as a case study, right? And you'll see how the market performed and made all that money back. Again, very inorganic for a market to move, well over 1,000 points in a matter of 15, 20 minutes. That's unheard of. Nothing does that in the real aspect of life in terms of how markets, especially markets, move. You know that's manipulation. Because your actions are number one, where all that money came from. All of a sudden. And it's not just the value that short's recovering, but you still had a barrage of buyers coming in on the bid like none other. So again, we understand that. We ain't got to sit here, again, placate. So obviously in this moment, that became an inverse head and shoulders pattern, which caused the stock to propel higher. But it still went up and hit some more resistance around that same point here. It hit resistance again around that same point, around about 294, right? 295, roughly around by April of 2019. And then you had some more chop level, right? More chop level, trying to get through that resistance, trying to break through that level of resistance, right? And it finally did it, went up there and made a new high, right? Hit around about 300. Then we started hearing more news about what issues with the trade war. I mean, y'all know it was a constant pump fest last year. 2019 was a constant pump fest. Trump was tweeting every hour on the hour, like they was paying him to tweet, right? He when he got a job at the temp service. What we do? What y'all? We need a professional tweeter. You can handle it? Yeah, I got it. You can run the company and do it? Yeah, I got it. And so that's what he was doing, is keeping the market kind of, in his mind, solvent to the idea that we'll get on the back end and all that kind of trade war, rhetoric. So either way, again, going forward, and then we had the breakout that actually happened around in October of 2019. Now it's funny how history repeats itself. It's funny how history repeats itself. Now, if you look at this chart here, I guess do it like this here. What was happening in October of 2018? It was a defining moment in the market, right? What happened right here during this time frame around October the 5th? Market sold off, right? Now you can go back and pull up any kind of news reels during that time frame. You'll see exactly why the market was pulling back. That's how I love this stuff, because there's a data record somewhere when you have abnormal sell-offs or abnormal spikes up. There's probably a data record out there somewhere that kind of, validates why that happened. Whether it was truthfully should have done it or not, it still validates that sell-off or that spike up, right? Fast forward to 2019 October, right? What do you have right here? A defining moment, right? Where the market was bouncing off the 200-day moving average here. It was trying to get above its 20-day moving average here, and after that, it broke out. That's when the market went on a wild shopping spree, basically, of just quantitative repo market operations like never before, because they started in September. That's when the Fed started injecting money into the market, right? When they started announcing they can do some, not quantitative easing, but just repo operations, reverse repo operations, right? We went over that a little bit last night, and then several other live streams, right? We'll keep talking about, getting you guys up speed on what those operations mean from the Federal Reserve. Basically, what they're doing, they're taking printed money out of thin air and dumping it into the markets through treasury, mortgage-backed lending loans, and also basically equity stocks by the banks, giving it to the banks, letting them do the dirty work. So them being the cover-up, so to speak. So them start announcing that they're going to do the repo operations. The market kind of sold into the initial aspect of it, and then those repo operations began to kind of filter into the market around October. And guess what happened? Now, if you look at this here, now I'm going to show you how to spot. Again, that's stuff that's what they say that's a little sketchy. You can learn how to spot it. Like even back here when they had that V-shaped recovery, right? The market's kind of melted up like this here, right? That's actually inorganic, even though it looks good on a natural basis. But we were dealing with a lot of uncertainty, so there was no way you would have that level of control over market after you had this kind of drop at this point when there's a lot of uncertainty in the market. And we know there was some headline pieces in there too to kind of help spawn that. But here is even more a defining value of they call this inorganic. This is 100% manufactured. Look at this. That's almost like a straight line, guys. That's what they call a B line. You don't get that in financial markets unless it's being controlled. And so again, y'all was right there with me, like many other people. We saw the market just melt up every single day with no volatility. I mean, you couldn't make no money. And much you was buying puts and calls outright, you had to sell puts and calls. You couldn't really buy none outright unless you were buying individual companies that had detrimental news pieces that you got your money in that. But the overall market as a whole, like SPY and all the SPX, forget about it. Forget about it. You had to be a long-term call holder and just ride it out. I mean, almost like a straight line, not necessarily straight up, but just straight line. I mean, that's what you want. 45-degree angle like that there, just ride out. The market melted up religiously on bad news, worse news, good news, no news. It didn't care what it was. The market just went up every single day. The market will pull back a little bit in futures, and the next day it was gapping up. Pull back, gap up. It was gaps up left and right, left and right, left and right. Market just melted up. All artificial. Companies like Apple would just start going through the roof. Boeing, Tesla, Netflix, everybody would just ride it. I mean, Gravy Valley, biscuit wheels. And then guess what? Hello, my name is Corona. Corona? Where you come from? I come from China. Yeah. Right? You took coronavirus home, think you can have your little, happy moment, and woke up the next day and your whole world blew up. She done robbed your house, it took the dog, it took your car key, everything. So in this moment, the world, in terms of our world, American markets, NYC, Nasdaq, Amex, whatever, had a massive, nasty wake-up call. Unfortunately, right? Because we know people suffer from this, but the markets were so artificially inflated at this aspect because the Feds had their hand on the neck of volatility at index. Meaning they was not causing anybody to come in and mess up them painting this mosaic, melt up in the market that made people make, the tunes of billions and billions of dollars. If you just rolled this out methodically, held your position, stayed in the mindset that the Feds was going to print money, and as long as they'll print money, the market could do no wrong, because that's basically all the talking points you got out of Wall Street. There was almost like just gloating and just laughing. Ha 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 ha. Good news is bad news, right? No, it's the inverse. Bad news is good news. And the market just melted up. Tony Dwyer, all the people just, the Feds technically gonna print money. That means they print money. Y'all saw that stuff. So it breeded a false sense of hope and reality into a lot of people who were bullish on the market that didn't never expect that the market was to ever turn for any value of a news, because they feel like they had a handle on all the particular news reels out there, pieces out there that could cause the market any kind of unfavorability. They feel like they had to clamp all that stuff down. And lo and behold, again, in come what? Corona. It popped the bubble. It popped the bubble. And how you know it was a bubble? Because anytime markets do have a black swan event like this, where it drops dramatically like that, that's not by accident. That's definitely not by accident. Fear, uncertainty, and doubt. FUD, whatever you want to call it. And it dropping like, that's not by accident. That means you were so highly overbought and highly frothy and highly overly liquidated, pumping up these companies that didn't even deserve the valuation that it was getting, because algos were just buying any and everything. Excuse me, that's what a robot does. It don't have emotions. It's not sitting there reading P&Ls and balance sheets and all this stuff. It has a certain metric criteria. As long as these stocks were kind of falling in that range, it bought it. Like, dude, no, they just had a they just had a FDA dismissal of the how you still buying the stock up the next day. We're seeing stuff like that happen. Like, this crazy. So again, in all of this, what I'm saying, I'm trying to get you guys to see, whether you need me to do it or not, that you need to always be in control of what? How you see the market, and without putting your emotions into it, and realize that anything that goes up like this, see how I kept, look down here real quick. Let me see if I can blow this up. I don't know if y'all can see it even good that's watching, right? If you look down here, this is an oscillator called the RSI, right? A very, very key oscillator that everybody, that trade the markets have, pretty much on their charts a lot when they trade intraday or even long term. It pretty much determines, for some of you guys who knew, whether or not a stock is overbought or it's what? Oversold. And anything that's overbought means it's going to be what? Less supply. At some point, it has to what? Replenish itself. So when it replenishes itself, what is it supposed to do? Come down, right? To a more fair assessment so they can what? Re-up that supply and then start that what? That machine back up and running back up. So if you look right here again, going back to that point where I was saying in October, here's how it become kind of relevant. When the market started melting up, going into November, we literally stayed at almost overbought, conditions for literally, roughly until the market bubble got popped. Here I would say the last point of it here, around about the end of January. But I mean, it just rolled this top line up here, just never really pulled back at all, with nothing that was substantial to say the market had time to cool off. Now, if you go back and look at this, you don't see that up and during this time right here. You see what? Natural ebb and flows. Up, down, natural deep ebb and flows too. Not natural good little sine waves, even from this indicator here. Right? This oscillator, so to speak. Here, you just saw what? Equalizer bent to the right and never coming back to the left. Right? You got the earphones on, you got the equalizer. I think that thing just whammed over to the right side. You rocking out, bro. Right? Nobody can get your attention. What they call you them earphones blamming right now. That's basically what the market did. That's unheard of. That's unnatural. So when you see that kind of stuff, you don't say, okay, let me double down on my long position. You can, if you're doing it, you better be very cautious in terms of how you have your stop loss or your trailing stops in play. Protect your capital in the event you wake up next day and the market just plummets on you like poof, like something like this. But either way, you learn how to read these tea leaves a little bit better. Does that make sense a little bit, guys? Right? You learn how to read tea leaves, so you never get ahead of yourself. So again, and then you had what? The confirmation is when the 20-day moving average crossed below the what? The 200-day moving average here, basically right at this point here, was a more of a what? Sell indicator. That means short. It's kind of like how the treasury market is. When you got short-term debt defaulting over what? Long-term debt. Or excuse me, long-term debt defaulting over short-term debt too soon. That shouldn't happen, right? Because you got more time to pay into it, right? Get your affairs together. Right? So that's basically what happened there with the 20-day moving average crossing below the 20-day moving average crossing below the 200-day moving average, which is this yellow line. That is an instant sell signal. Instantly a sell signal in the markets. And because of that, when that actually happened, the fail became even more what? Fluid. It became more deep and staggered the way it dropped like this. It just dumping. Here, it just, okay, that's your spook moment. That's your say, start preparing, guys. Market marched back up, got above the 20-day moving average here, got rejected. 20 came down hard, slammed down below 200, instant sell signal. Instant sell signal. Right? And so the market will never reflect this value of fluidity in terms of how this thing had an ebb and flow here, where the 20 moving average is moving up almost like in a straight line, the same with the 200-day was moving up like this here, until this 20-day moving average, which is this red line, again, crosses back above what? The 200-day moving average. Now, what will it take for that to happen? Probably we got to get a handle on this virus. Probably have to get an understanding how much it's going to really cost in the end as we go through this recession. And you start tallying all the damage that this virus has done. And we start to, really bunker down as a nation, as they call it, a quote unquote a nation, and start to kind of rebuild and get these businesses back up and running to a degree where they can actually turn a profit again. Because keep in mind, a lot of businesses are going under right now. I mean, they shut it down. not just for the virus, but they shut down for what? For good right now. Because they were already kind of living what? Check to check. Barely making payroll week to week. And by the time that money get down to their hands at the way that they really need it, like yesterday, it's going to be too late for them. And they don't want to compound their debt just to wait on the government. You see what I'm saying? They're not going to wait 2 or 3 weeks to get a check that they needed yesterday. And so, but guess what? Wall Street getting theirs indirectly through equity market injections. Right? So small business that's not publicly traded, that they're not part of Wall Street. They're part of the private sector. They can't go to the equity markets or the debt markets in terms of the Wall Street and borrow money against their shares. They don't have that. They may have, special private round shareholders, but again, if them people are already maxed out, leveraged out, they don't want to incur more debt, right? When they can get free debt if they're in the stock market, so to speak, right? So at least they're trying to live out some good practices, at least morally and ethically and valuable values to keep themselves from going too under. Wall Street says, I can care less. Go to the equity markets, borrow money. Get 100 million today. No, make it 2 million, 200 million. And then, 2 weeks from now, we'll buy back some shares. Like, Joe, you just had an offer equity. How you buying back shares? So again, that's why for us, I'm presenting all the doom and gloom aspect to a degree where it seems that way, just to preempt you in the ways where you'll always protect yourself. When you see certain things, you won't be kind of feeling like you left out there. You see what I'm saying? You won't be playing that fool's gold theory and let somebody pump your head up, with cotton candy and balloons. You're gonna be like, no, bro, I'm straight. But you always gonna find people out there trying to validate you to get into a position because they in it. They need some validation. I'm like, no, I'm good. You gonna get in and start with me tomorrow, man? This ain't that kind of party. If I see something in it, yeah, but I'm not just, no. Let me assess it first. Let me see what's going on first before I just, put my money into it, right? Because it's your money going into it, your money, right? So again, y'all know how this stuff works, right? I'm not speaking a foreign language unless I might be. I got that southern accent, so y'all got to work with me when it comes to my, my voice inflection. But this is something that we all know to be true, just by understanding how businesses, conduct business, how somewhat to a degree how the government, operates on a daily basis, or this, that, and the third. So it's not far, or what we say on the technical side, we're not out of our own wheel. This stuff is not out of our wheelhouse, right? This is not out of our wheelhouse. We're not, again, intellectually handicapped, where we can't, again, even be able to strategize our way through talking points and conversation piece that obviously seems to be kind of somewhat out of our pay grade. You still have a value sense of, again, comprehension, natural comprehension, when people BSing you or someone kind of giving you the straight and narrow. So the markets, we look at the markets in the same mindset, right? We look at the markets in the same mindset, right? Filter through all the hyperbole and the garbage. I'm trying to get to the bag, right? And so again, a lot of money was made yesterday. A lot of money was made the day before. A lot of money was made today to the upside. But there's also money made to the downside too, because individual stocks always present a target too. When there are gainers, where there are gainers, there are also laggards, right? Lagging people, stocks that are lagging, right? And so that's easy to be directed if you just go to, let's say hypothetically, let's go over here, right? Let's go right on over here. Let me do this real quick here, right? Then we're gonna definitely get the panel, get the panel up and running here too, so we can get their, their energy going too. Let me show you this real quick here. So exactly what I'm talking about, right? Run over to my black box scanner, right? So when we're saying again, laggards and gainers, whatever, right? Today's laggards will be what? Right? It's very self-explanatory. It says top decliners. That means these people were lagging on the day, right? They were laggards, as they would call it, right? These are companies that sold off today, right? At a tune where even if we gave alert on it or not on terms of this stock, this platform, this is where these stocks sold off today. right? So let's click on that Roku, right? Roku off. And third, whatever, but y'all know how this stuff works, right? So they got a downgrade today, right? And so if you look at the stock, you know, this scanner here, obviously, it gives alert for short selling. It also alerts for, you know, for going long too. And stocks can reverse throughout the day. It wouldn't matter anyway. Then it'll just, you know, it just be what it was, right? Because that's the episode how markets move. As news come out, you know, that affects even, you know, previous alerts to where they may be at a point where that news reel may drop to cause that the alert end up being moot, right? Or a false, you know, a false reading. All right. And in this case, it gave an alert roughly about, well, let me pull it over something. Early in the AM hours, actually. All right. Around about 8 o'clock here. And at that point, you see the pivot, the market it was selling off. So it gave an unusual metric reading of a sell-off. So it threw an alert on that what? All that energy on the stock coming down. Well, literally, let me blow this up. Sorry, guys. Literally, when it was coming down, it hit a pivot, you know, from basically getting alerted around what, $92, and it came down, hit a pivot around about $90.23. You picked up roughly about, you know, 2 points in that trade. That's a lot of money if you trade it with leverage, definitely. And then it instantly what? V-shaped reverse and went higher out of thin air. Well, what was happening during the market at that moment to cause Roku to reverse, even though it was just going to massively dump and sell off? The S&P 500 gave it energy, because y'all know stocks obviously trade in correlation to the S&P 500. If it's moving to the upside with strength, even stocks that were selling off earlier will catch a bid, because algos are starting to buy. Not just retail trading. This is algo buying. Know I know it's algo buying too? Methodically, look at the line that it presented on the way to the upside. How it respected a certain pivot points here. See the pivot point here? Respected it. This pivot point here, respected it. This pivot point here, actually almost like a flat top here. We spoke about that a little bit today in our little Facebook group. Almost like a flat top breakout here. It stayed almost in a straight line, pinged up against a support level, and what? Broke out higher. Respecting this 20-day moving average, which is this blue line here, and spiked up higher. Actually got above the 50-day moving average and just went, you know, gangbusters all the way up to like $94 here, off the lows of 90. All this was happening during the pre-market session, not even the intraday session over here. This was all pre-market session. It rebounded from $90 a share and hit a high around about 95 and 96. In pre-market, from 8:08 to roughly 9:27, 3 minutes before the bell opens up for retail. About an hour and 30 minutes, roughly. You pick up 6 points a share off that algo buying and, you know, whatever little retail money pumping into it too, off the reverse, because at that time, the SPY at that time was probably still what? It was pumping. Right? Meaning it was coming in trying to buy up the market. Right? Whoever it was, right? They was buying up the market. So learning how to spot that is very vital. Right? It's called correlation. Right? Right? Convergence. And they just trade in parallel to, you know, bigger weighted assets or derivatives that, you know, obviously cause other stocks and algos to kind of, you know, fall in line with it, obviously, and then cause them stocks to catch a bid and go up when ordinarily they'll be coming down. And so guess what? All that was pumping and happened during that time, soon as the bell opens up here, right? When the retail market opens up for us and all that, you had what? It sold off from the top all the way back down to around about 93. Off that's, you know, big money selling, algos selling. They collecting some of that money they made off them lows, right? Retail jumps in. Oh, we finna ride out, bro. We finna go to the moon. Well, you had a $93 handle opening up. You got as high as around about 95.09. We made a couple dollar little chain there, $2 almost. And guess what? Doof, bottom falls out. Big ugly bearish and gopher candles, those big red candles. You don't want to see that. Not that soon. If you really think the stock is going to have any little strength of being able to keep up, you know, with the overall market throughout the day. So it basically just went what? In a chop zone. But it made, when you look at it from this perspective, it made almost like a nice little U-shaped bottom off the what? The lows that it gave alert on in this stock early in the morning in the pre-market. You see the big yellow line, which is that alert line. It pinged up against it, you know, pierced through a little bit, stayed above it, but you know, it pinged up against it, and then what? Rebounded and went on and made a new high, intraday high. right? Even went up, made a little higher, went up and hit up 97, almost close to that. And then it what? Gave all them gains back, gave all those gains back, gave it all back in a matter of 10:30 into 10:55. So roughly about 20 minutes. It sold off from $96, $97 all the way down to 91, about 5-6 points. Unheard of. That's how you make money. Up and then what? Down. All this happening during intraday session while people on the job, well, not in this case, not on the job, at the house, right? Watching news on the coronavirus, playing with the children, all that. But this is all the particular money that could have been made. That's a lot of money right there to the downside. And either put buy, right? Put credit spread, whatever, short it out right through the equity, and you pick that up in about 20 minutes, 20, 30 minutes. Got out, waited for any kind of new volume to come in. If it's going to kind of rebound, get some of those gains back. Obviously, it never did. And then after that, it just trended sideways to lower, right? Because now you establish what? An egregious sell-off like that, that means a lot of money fled that stock. It would take a lot of new money to come in to compete with that sell-off. The volume shows that here with all this abnormal strength of volume here. After that, it was just spotty throughout the day, which is still a lot for this stock, but it was just spotty throughout the day. It was never enough to where it could recover. And so intraday pattern, you see the same thing we just talked about to a degree. What do you have right here? If we zoom in on this here a little bit, you have what? A shoulder, a head, and another shoulder right here. What pattern is that? Reversal pattern. That means it's going to send it what? Lower. What happened? Trend it lower, then dumped. So again, just learning how to read the tea leaves, right? And then throughout the intraday, you see what it did. I was just chopped all over the place because the market was just a hot mess. And on the back end of the day, guess what it did? It went from 91, even down, made it what? Even a new low on the intraday, all the way down to $87, $86, somewhere around there. So from peak, $96, 97, and a low on the intraday was what? 86, 87. So roughly about 10 points in this intraday session from peak to trough. That's how you look at it when you go back and do your reconnaissance. That's a lot of money. If you weren't in the trade, obviously you're banking off of it, but that's how you look at it. So apparently people didn't feel confident about Roku today. Because if not, they would have stayed in, and kept it held, whatever. But that's why it was a part of what? The daily what? The top decliners. So it's the reason why it's over here. Another one here, Norwegian Cruise Line. We know about the cruise lines, right? They're trying to get bailed out too, and don't need another conversation another day. Royal Caribbean, another cruise line company right here. Right? So again, that's you learn as you go. You learn as you go. You learn as you go. Right? It all pays off once you start to realize how to put it in perspective. Technical analysis. And you marry it with fundamental analysis, and then the rest is just price action, price discovery, price action, however you want to describe it. The rest is history. All right. So again, just showing you a little bit there, guys. So I just kind of went through my little going on my little tangent spurt, so to speak. But that's what we're looking for, guys. We're trying to marry patterns and trends to the chart, which obviously in essence will equal opportunity, right? Whether it's to the upside or downside. However, you're learning how to just make sure that you pay attention to it. When you see it, you know how to what? Deal with it. You know how to react to it. You know how to trade it. Right? You know how to trade it. Right? So again, I'm gonna open up the floor a little bit. Yeah, I know I kind of been going in. We got some family that came in the building. Again, we have the Raul in the house tonight. We got Oba Chris in the house. Eba Monica in the house. Industrious Miss Eba Monica Lamb. And we also have our family Chaos Rain in the house tonight. Peace, power, and profit to all you guys. Happy to have you guys on the panel tonight. Again, we are going through some what we consider to be uncertain times with this coronavirus. So there's a lot that we can discuss, even dealing with that. So we want to open up our mics and discuss a lot of this stuff, so we can, see if there's any relevancy, how we can kind of even parallel it to the market, so we can always be prepared going into the next trading day. But just in general, just dealing with this coronavirus and what it's causing, the global shutdown, that's to a degree how it's affecting, money and distribution and products and services, whatever, and wherever it may be affecting you in your neck of the woods. Again, it's great to talk about it if necessary. So without further ado, anybody want to discuss anything happening in the market today, or anything surrounding the coronavirus, anything surrounding that check they supposed to cut, right? Cut the check.
Peace, brother.
Right, cut that. Yeah.
All right, let me ask a question, African Emporium. The stimulus check. Damn, how much start? They finally negotiating, came to a decent deal. So it makes me wonder.
To a degree. They still fighting. So go ahead, I'm sorry.
Yeah. So now what? Now with people, if they qualify for this check or wherever, how this is played out, I wonder what are people going to do with the little money they're going to get? Because if they said they give like, what's it, $3,000 a month? I'm not sure if that's
right. Well, yeah, it's $3,000 per family. Let me looking at it from this way. I'm thinking in terms of what the latest data said. I have to go pull up the actual Senate bill itself, right? The actual bill itself, where it tells you directly what the adult's supposed to have, because a lot of us were getting conflicted information. We heard that it was going to be $1,000 per adult, and then $500 per child. Then you heard Trump say yesterday it was about $1,200 per adult, and then about $500 per child, which obviously equals more than $3,000, right? You're talking about roughly about $3,200, right?
Yeah.
But the actual, the solid nomenclature that's going to be in the bill, that's what we need to obviously go by, because that's what's going, when it gets mandated, they're going to go by that particular number, right? So if you go, let's see, do I have? I don't know if I have the today's article of the reflection of any kind of audit values of that bill today. I have to go. I can see if I can Google it.
Well, we should probably look at the bill as entirely. That would be more educational. But they said the bill is like roughly close to 1,000 pages. I'm not sure if that's right or wrong.
Yeah, it's very extremist bill, because you know how this stuff goes. You got to have all the legalese in there, because you got to have all that stuff in play. But ultimately, again, kind of like you're saying too, and that's to the value of it. What's actually hitting your hand, which that's what we need to be worrying about more than anything, right? All that fluff. It's gonna be some fluff in there too. Y'all know that they're already gonna drop that fluff in there, right? Those slush funds, right? Same thing they did back during the subprime lending crisis, that bankrupt a lot of people, but they had to build out the corporation. So again, they're always looking out for Wall Street first before they look out for me and you. And so real quick, let me run over here while we are on that topic. It's a good subject over chaos reign. So real quick, this is the obviously the New York Times, right? Very respectable news source. And so, now this is obviously the unabridged version. I mean, this is what they pulled from what they did in this resource as opposed to pull up the actual bill. But it says right here, it says what? How large would the payments be, right? So as you guys can see on my screen here, it says what? Most adults. I'm gonna say now that's where it becomes that's the ambiguity. Most adults. So who are those most adults? If it's supposed to be for everybody, right? That has a Social Security in this country that's legal, it should be what? All adults. Would it not be? Because even people who may be homeless and ain't got a job, well, guess what? They also affected by the coronavirus too, are they not? Last time I checked, they're affected too. So you trying to say we do away with the homeless people or the elderly people that ain't got income, coming in, whatever, and say just because they ain't, gainfully employed, they don't get, they don't get a bag? Well, again, that's what they're saying. So it says most adults will get $1,200 each. So there we go in terms of that. So the adults, me, you, your spouse, whatever, we're gonna supposedly get $1,200 a piece, supposedly. But there's criteria to that. Again, we'll read into this a little bit, figure they got some more down there. But I heard some other statements saying that you cannot make more than $99,000 a year. Right, meaning in terms of taxable income, if you got other ways you can use affiliate income, so I'm definitely gonna use my little affiliate stuff, right? So I come, whatever. But it says what most adults would get $1,200. Although some would get less. Now, what's the deal with that? For every qualifying child age 16 or under, the payment would be an additional $500 per child. basically. So how many payments would there be? Right. So I said that's the basic stimulus question. So it's just going to be one, right? And future bills could order up additional payments if necessary, basically. But y'all already know, if they cut that check one time, it's going to be what? For one time. Period. Right? Ain't going to be no extra coming back to get seconds or third. Like you ain't finna get you another piece of chicken. Right? No more chicken. Right? They finna cut the chicken out. Right? So that's what you're dealing with. Because y'all know Trump want to get y'all back to work faster than, man, look, then the pen can hit the paper. You don't want to have to pay out no more extra money than he need to in terms of putting money into the actual American hand. But again, Wall Street been getting flooded since literally a month ago with aid money, which is taxpayer money, but they've been getting it religiously. And when they don't get it, they whine and cry and complain. But you have no standing in this fight unless your so-called seated politician or political party that you subscribe to, whatever, supposedly go and lobby on your behalf. So again, a lot of filibustering, a lot of pontificating, a lot of posturing and pandering, sitting around waiting and stalling, and this don't sound right. You didn't put this in it, and I can't give money to the sperm whale and in Antarctica, so if that ain't in there, I ain't gonna sign it, and y'all get it. But again, every day that you go into this so-called self-imposed sit down or quarantine, you starting to be squeezed a little bit in terms of your funds and your whatever. So again, this is the game. So again, it says also it depends on your income. Single adults there we go. Single adults with Social Security numbers who are United States residents and have adjusted gross income of $75,000 or less will get the full amount. So there you go, as far as that. Now that I heard Trump say 99,000. Now this saying 75,000 or less will get the full amount, meaning the full 1,200. Married couples with no children earning $150,000 or less will receive a total of $2,400. So basically, just you and your spouse, and y'all don't make no more than $150,000. That family, meaning you and your spouse, will get equivalency of that $2,400. She get $1,200, you get $1,200. And taxpayers filing as head of household will get the full payment if they earn at least $112,000 or less. So basically, what that means, again, just self-explanatory from what I'm reading, is that if someone is filing head of household, right, they'll get the full amount. I guess full amount meaning not necessarily if you don't have a child. Well, unless you have, but that's ambiguous. So I can't say whether that's meaning child to or just the individual adult. But either way, that's what it's saying as far as this little article, right? And so again, it says above those income figures, the payment decreases until it stops altogether for single people earning $99,000 or married people with no children earning $198,000. According to the Senate Finance Committee, a family with 2 children would no longer be eligible for any payments if their income surpasses $218,000. Yeah, they feel like people like that don't need it, right? If you're making that kind of money, right? You can't get a payment if someone claims you as a dependent. Right? Some of you guys, you can't get a payment if someone claims you as a dependent, right? Even if you're an adult. Ain't that something? Because you can claim your parents at some point when they get elderly and all this stuff like that. So it's wild how laws are, right? All right. In any given family, and in most instances, right, everyone must have a valid Social Security number in order to be eligible. Obviously, we know that's going to be the criteria out the gate. You got to have a Social Security card, right? You know what that means? They ain't trying to get no illegal people here, not one penny. Especially with Trump and all, you forget that. It kind of remind me what Tariq Nasheed, he's so silly. We like, we all we in this together. Like, cut the check, my friend. Right? Trump like, no, I can't do that. I'm sorry. I just that's the reason why I'm trying to put this wall up. It's crazy, but that's how government works, right? They whatever. It's crazy out there. All right. So there's an exception for members of the military. All right. That actually somewhat deal with my situation a little bit, right, to a degree. So there's an exception for members of the military. You can find your adjusted gross income in line 8B. Obviously, now you're talking about the tax form, obviously 1040s, right? Line B of the 2019-1040 federal tax return, right? Do college students get anything? Not if anyone claims them as a dependent on a tax return. Uh-oh. My college students, where you at, Raul?
Brutal.
God, dog, bro. Your parents claim you as a dependent?
Can't even give that. Yeah, my parents have me as a dependent.
You got your dependent, right? Because again, tax benefits to that, even for them, right? And
Yep.
also keeping you insured, whatever the case like that, because you can stay on your parents' insurance at certain aspects now. So dang it,
Exactly.
you can't even get no trading money.
Nope.
God dang it, bro. That lets you know the government ratchet, bro. They trying to that shows you the intricate nature of how they try to go out their way to make sure they made everybody earn this money that they needed, no matter who you are. As if you ain't suffering no more than the person that's not a dependent. You see what I'm saying? That's
the problem is, like, I'm in a lucky situation. My parents they're well off, but I know so many other college students that are struggling because of this, and they all had like jobs on campus or around campus. So it's kind of ridiculous to not consider them, even though they are considered dependent.
right. Work a student loan program, or not student loan, but the different working in the student union, whatever case like that, making that little money, all this stuff shut down now. That's how you was kind of feeding yourself, right? And until they cut those checks, per semester, right? You kind of dependent of, being able to, keep some money in your pocket. So you mean to tell me those people are not, worthy of this, and they still, a taxpaying citizen, right? Because school is the same reality. You can write it all. You paying all that tuition. Hey, that's a tax write-off. That's a part of this stuff that I know it to be a whole lot of what? Bull crap. Because again, they ain't putting that kind of level of scrutiny from what I'm seeing into the corporate sector, Wall Street. They just saying, hey, here's 17 billion, 100 billion. Here's some over in the Federal Reserve. They dumping money to the market. And it ain't coming all this scrutiny. And the scrutiny that Democrats actually, even with them, pushing back against Republicans because they want to have an oversight committee and an inspector general to make sure they don't slush fund money into these corporations that don't deserve it and give them a big boost, but they've taken you, meaning the American people, us, through the length, a fine tooth comb and a magnifying glass. Right? They want to take us down to the iota. I mean, it's like you qualifying to marry the somebody princess or something, or son or something. Like, man, bro, I got a social security number. I'm affected like everybody else because guess what? It's a what they call it, a like assembly line. If this scenario go down, that affects me too. You can't even hustle right now. They even shut down barbershops and salons. What's that telling you? State board shut down the barbershops and salons too. Quote unquote the gig economy, right? Now y'all know them people live off if they don't move their feet, they don't eat. That kind of theory. Because they depended upon getting customers, haircuts. People don't pay their barber in advance. That's a number if you do, but you ain't paying your barber $1,000 in advance. Say, hey, make sure I got $1,000 worth of cuts ready for me when I get back. Come on now, seriously. So how them people gonna survive right now if they fall into any of those criteria too, where they can't, So this that y'all know what I'm saying. Without me having to say that's that bull, man. That's that BS. That's that BS. You know what I'm saying? So again, hey, what's going on, brother Armando's Rios? What's going on, family? Good to see. I see we got some new family came in. I can't see when I got the live thing. I get caught up. We got a lot of people that came in the house. Brother Namex in the house. What's going on, family? Over David World in the house. Overseas always. Brother David Jones in the house. Good to see you. Got Brother T Evans in the house. Peace, power, profit to you guys. Everybody just came in. I might have didn't see it. I was going in. My brother Guaranteed Fresh in the house. My brother Anthony Smith in the house. Right, we got some family in the house tonight. Brother CG3 in the house tonight. All right, we got some family that popped through a little bit. All right, but yeah. So I need to work on that. I'm trying to work on that, brother Armando. Trying to work on that. My brother Mondo in the house. Where I can receive phone calls. So, but I got the link, man, guys. If y'all want to come on the panel, it's the same thing. You come on and just really go in, right? Just come on to the live stream if you can. That's the link to the stream, y'all. If you want to come on the panel and discuss any of this, which is important because again, this is a part of American history. Be it on the kind of wrong side of it, meaning this is something that's abnormal, but it's a part of history.
But that was the intention of, like I said, what they're doing is, like I said, restarting this so-called economy. And what they try to destroy most of the weak as possible, which really they want to get rid of anyway, because they want to consolidate all the money to them. See, people forgot said in a capitalist world, which capitalism won't last so long, is that they're making the people, pretty much us, hold the bag. You get me?
Right, and that's
how you don't understand that. And I've been reiterating this for a while now. Africa, I'm about to get at how I remember when Amos was in, and very few scholars said that black people, you have to attain what we call power. All these little jumps and hoops and all this obstacles we're going through, it will not suit us well in the 21st century. When the enemy tightens up, we get heavily on our knees and can't get up at all.
Right. At all. Which is very important, because again, like what we're discussing, obviously, and we're always discussing, the meat and potatoes is financial literacy, right? That's the meat and potatoes every single day. Finding ways to be able to create wealth or income, not necessarily even just wealth, but just income for yourself, void of what the ball and chain of life, or void of a governmental system that, again, in moments like this where everybody's sitting around waiting on, literally right now, some people really more than others, because it's dependent. I mean, they literally, some of the people, life danger on the line. And you'll say, well, man, that's a little bit more egregious there, but some people are really in that position. They were already stricken and tight before this actually happened. And now they actually on a mandatory lockdown, right? And they don't have, again, family members that can help them out. Y'all know people got different stories out there in life. Y'all know how the world is. Let's not get it twisted. Again, that's what, again, capitalism does that. It presents, it drives that kind of wedge, into humanity, where it will have you inherently competing against other people just to say that you got more than them, which also kind of hits at your little ethical, and your moral compass a little bit, how you even value other people. And so you end up picking sides, and be it through racial divides, be it through economic divides, be it through, I got a Bugatti, you got a McLaren side, the stuff that just causes division, right? And so if you look at society where there's that disparity between certain, even with the race scenario, he brought, my brother Chaos brought that up for a reason, because y'all know a lot of people right there, obviously, who are more dependent on the government, obviously, because the government has such a strain on a lot of what's happening in and around the community. Like, again, the whole issue with the food stamps, right? Y'all already know, if y'all didn't see Trump's budget for this fiscal year, a lot of people missed that when it came out, but we didn't on the Urban Economic Empowerment Show. We were right on top of it. Kudos to my sister Monica Lamb and all of us on that side of the house, where we detail certain aspects of his budget plan, where obviously he's cutting out a lot of those programs now. Right, it's that whole get back to work, right? Whether you for or you're against it, I'm just saying, either way, he's gutting food stamps, right? He's gutting Medicaid, he's gutting Social Security, right? They're trying to do away with the Student Loan Forgiveness Act, and that was a Supreme Court ruling. They took that case to the Supreme Court and lost, meaning Betsy DeVos, the Secretary of Education, they tried to repeal it. They had a window to kind of repeal it, and they missed the window.
Wait. So you tell me they want nobody to forgive their loans? They want people to pay over almost close to $250,000 or almost $100K in student loan debt?
Well, they got a suspension on it now in terms of the interest, but before the coronavirus hit, they already had a mandate in place on this new fiscal budget plan. It's pretty much a plan for the 2020 cycle, was that they was going to revamp the Student Loan Forgiveness Act. Remember, that was an act that came underneath Obama, where it gave people the ability to kind of get their loans forgiven if they did working in certain aspects of the government, or they were paying into their loan to a degree where they were consistent for a long time, where it could be forgiven at certain aspects of it. They trying to gut there to do away with that thing altogether. They challenged it back in 2018 and lost, right? Because it was held up by the Supreme Court Act. We know that was the reason why they had that act, because there's a lot of private institutions of higher learning that were taking advantage of students. The same with the subprime lending, they were doing it for student loans, gouging the federal government, right? And then giving people crappy education, doing for-profit businesses. Y'all know them companies like what was the one college? I went to took some class at one ITT Tech. There was one. I mean, there's a lot of companies. Y'all probably seen that one that we did. We named up all the companies that was affected. Meaning there's colleges, and some of these colleges wasn't just what y'all thought. It was that, like Florida State, they had a portion of their program on there. We had well-known colleges, Alabama, Texas, University of Texas. It was crazy. But again, long story short, this is what what happens in government when these kind of things go over the average person's head that may always be affected by it at some point when they go to kind of figure out how to do stuff. This is kind of stuff they be doing behind your nose. But again, they have no issue with cutting that bag. Again, making sure Wall Street agrees with, their wheels agrees really well, and their supply chains are having money funded into them. There's no problems at all. Again, there's no fine tooth comb measuring, nothing. It's like run that money, right? Run that check, bro, and it's coming. That liquidity is coming. All right. So again, all these stipulations they have in the initial aspect of this bill, now us going through it again, being stewards like we're supposed to be, being responsible like we're supposed to, and reading into this, you see why they had conflict between Republicans and Democrats. The Republicans want to push it straight through, right? Because they know there's a lot of fluff in there that protect who? Wall Street. Democrats were saying, no, whoa. Right? Y'all trying to take all the money out of this and make sure, and put all this strict, these strict guidelines on the average people that really need this money most, who's going to really be in trouble. We need to make sure we go through this thoroughly before we just rush through. So again, what happens is, guess what? Republicans come back and say, what? See, it's the Democrats' fault. They holding it up. Now you have to you making an ethical decision based upon some stuff that you don't even really know because you ain't even read the bill. See how they get you? See how they get us? That's how they divide you.
Mm-hmm.
See what I'm saying? That's how they separate you from reality and common sense, because you'll be inept to just say, you know what? Okay, I'll just I'll roll with that, right? Because I want this check right away. But you don't understand that they done wrote you out of the check, right? They didn't cut you out the check. See what I'm saying? And you just think everybody's finna get a bag. No, I'm sorry. As we just read in that aspect of it there. So I'm saying, so it's just incumbent enough. It's important for us to be able to take our time, right? The same way you ain't finna sign no contract, especially a lengthy contract, without hitting all the pertinent aspects of it. Right?
I agree.
If not, they're gonna take you through the ring at some point if you just go through that thing and just yep. And you're like, oh, bro, you done signed away, your kidney, you done signed away, your favorite bicycle, you done signed away, your grandmama, whatever, man. That's how they get you. They get you on that paperwork every single time. Every single time they get you on paperwork, right? So again, y'all get it, and we competent enough, and intelligent enough to be able to, go through these things, absorb it, and then kind of reflect on what's happening in real time, so we don't get caught, up the river without a paddle. Right. So I think it's very important. So again, as you can see here, guess what? It's showing you all this kind of stuff. What year's income check should I be looking at? So 2019, if you haven't prepared, look at that, even with the tax return. If you haven't prepared the tax return yet, you can use your 2018 return. This one from 2019. So if you haven't filed that yet, you can use your 2019 Social Security statements showing your income to see what an employer reported to the IRS. So basically, any income that you produce in 2019, if you had a tax return to prove it, the IRS has it, because again, if a company use your Social Security, right, to 1099 you, obviously if you're doing affiliate work, stuff like that, well, that's what, at least that's some taxable income. At least you in the door, at least with that. So I'm gonna throw this out to y'all real quick. That's what I always say. Again, find out how to also get into some of these affiliate programs, because it ain't cost you nothing. All you're doing is using the company to push their products to your social media sites. If you on record and you turn anybody, say again.
You get me?
Go ahead.
African. I did mess with that affiliate stuff. Shit, man.
No, but it's easy. Listen, what I'm saying. All you gotta do, say for instance, like y'all not got affiliation with Black Box Stock.
You got to market yourself for any affiliate. You can't just push like a link and all that stuff.
To a degree, I disagree, because I'm in some of them same ones right now, brother. And all I do is, guess what I do? Just by me using the product and they offer affiliate service, all I'm doing is just what? I post a link of my referral link on my little social media pages. Be it I run an ad on Facebook for 2 or 3 bars just to kind of get some people interested. If anybody signs up, number one, and that money is, is generated in terms of referral value that I have stipulated with that company, that money is being allocated in terms of a federal filing on the IRS. So instantly in that moment, I'm an employee, affiliate employee, but I still fall under the 1099.
We probably will talk more offline with that about that, Because
don't worry. But there's a lot of companies out there that
I accept it not once, brother, but shit, twice, maybe 3 times, and really,
well,
yeah, we'll talk offline.
We'll talk offline, but again, it depends on where you go in terms of your affiliation, who you setting up with. Because there's some companies are more founded than others. The process is very simple. Like I have several affiliations and trading accounts, marketing. When I say marketing, meaning any kind of tools that the stock market use in terms of scanners, screener sites, like Market Committee. I'm affiliated with that company. You know, and a few others. Again, some of y'all know I got affiliation with trading. As long as you have a track record of that, they got you. If you just get anybody to come sign up under you, that's a track record. That means you solid. At least from that perspective, that you provide what proof of that value, and that ain't something that you even got to do every day. You just can have a social media page with a link or some links underneath your name, or just in case somebody see value in something that you may be also advocating, right? That's what it is, market affiliation. Then they sign up. Guess what? It goes underneath your name, and then the company obviously got to report it, back to the IRS. From that perspective, whether it's taxable enough that you can say, well, you can just go in there and draw down the money on or not. But it doesn't matter. That 1099 is printed. So by proxy of that, you covered, under getting, going by this here. That's definitely. But the 1099 also counts it because you're talking about what? Gig economy, contractors, right? They use 1099 forms. So you covered. I don't care if you turned one sale last year and then forgot about it. Guess what? If it's IRS got track record, run that check. Run me that shit. And that's obviously if you ain't found no other taxes where you obviously, as it says, make over, 99,000 or what it says here, your head of household over 112,000 or 99,000 single, whatever. Y'all seen all that. We saw that, but they got to run you your check, right? But thing is, again, like they said, like I was saying earlier, they're gonna make you wait for it. All right, 3 weeks, which is crazy, right? And so again, hey, but that's why we go through this stuff, right? That's why we be on top of this, or we should be on top of it, excuse me, so we're not just kind of left out there, right? So I said, would I have to apply to receive the payment? No. See, that's very important, right? No, or even if we back up here and say, what if my recent income made me ineligible? But I anticipate being eligible because of loss of income in 2020, obviously because of this coronavirus. That's a good question. Do I get payment? The bill does not help people in circumstances now. See, that's vital right there. See how they get you? You just lost your job, right? You didn't qualify last year because you were what? You were doing what you normally do, like you're supposed to be doing, getting your bag, being about your business. Now that you lost all that because your job might have went under this, that, and the third, all of a sudden they're saying the bill does not help people in that circumstance now.
Ridiculous.
What?
Ridiculous.
What?
But they'll give Boeing money.
Right. And Royal Cruise Line, that's not even an American-based company.
Insane.
And Norwegian Cruise Line, that's not even an American company. And we can go on and on and on. All the companies are going to benefit off this. See, this is that fluff. This is the part that gets you. Right. This that Mahatma rice, right? You know it? Right? They throw rice on you and try to take you. Right? So they thank you again. This is why, for those who, again, whether you for capitalism or you're not, whether you understand geopolitics or you don't, or political science or you don't, you still need to be what? Cognizant of enough of it to know how to what? Weed through the lines, make sure you protect yourself in the moments like this, because I guarantee you, if you home right now and ain't nothing you can do about it in terms of work and all that, you affected. Period. I don't care how fight the power you may have been or how Antifa minded you may be, or don't matter what lines you're on, everybody messed up right now. The skinheads or the others, don't matter. Everybody, if you was working, And so again, if you ain't got money put away this, that, and the third, you subjected to the what? The verbiage of the what? The bill, which we now starting to see again why you had that pause to a degree when the Democrats were even pushing back. Whether you either of those parties or none, I'm none, obviously, but you see now. So again, they try to pit you against what the Democrats, makes it like they was the bad guys. And the Democrats like, no, bro, y'all trying to get over, right? Y'all ain't taking care of the people that got a family, lost their job and got 3 or 4 kids, and all the other stuff like all that kind of stuff. Again, in the case of yesterday, when the market sold off, why did it sell off? Because Bernie Sanders decided to say he'll hold up the entire bill because he's a voting senator, right? That carries weight. That if that provision that they don't allow the extra $600 for unemployment insurance, and it's extended out to like 4 months from now to go through, when you have again Republican senators out of Florida, Rick Scott, and then the other guy, Lindsey Graham, right, out of South Carolina, was pushing back saying, no, we don't want that provision in there because they saying it incentivizes people to stay home and stay unemployed. Well, again, these are unusual circumstances. People that lost their jobs potentially, if they haven't already. And it's like to start all over again. If you've been with a company for 3 or 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 10 years, and all of a sudden this caused you to go under? Seriously?
And they get paid when there's a government shutdown.
Exactly. They ain't missing out one meal. Ted Cruz gets paid sick leave. He was arguing against what? Paid sick leave for American people to get it. Ain't that something? Ain't that something? Like the irony in that. He got self-quarantined because of the virus, him coming in contact with somebody. And guess what? He still got a Senate paid sick leave, basically get paid sick leave. And he was one of the ones pushing back against what? Paid sick leave for the average American. Ain't that something?
Wasn't it also, I'm not sure if it was John McCain or someone else, but they're arguing against health care for everyone, but then they're using all the government benefits to when they get like a serious disease.
Of course. So I ask y'all, as I ask anybody else, because y'all, again, we're not, that's why we think over here. We critical thinking over here. We ain't finna play that game. We're not finna play dumb just because it seemed to be cool. I'm not even with that.
No, we speak facts.
Right, let's go.
The details. You can't argue with what's really happening.
Exactly, because that's what's most important at the end of the day. When the I's get dotted and T's get crossed and the lights go off, and the next day coming, you're like, uh-oh, got to deal with tomorrow. We already know what tomorrow's going to look like. We need not even play that game. Hey, what's going on, Brother Name X? I see you popped in the building, man. What's going on? Peace, power, and profit to you, family. Are you there, Brother Name X? Hey, what's going on, fam?
Oh, I'm doing good. You?
Doing well, man. Just again, as you've probably been watching and paying attention here and kind of following along, man. What's your take on, far as this bill and just the coronavirus or anything in general?
Actually, I'm new to trading now. I sent you some question on the chat. I was just wondering if you could show me how you're getting short or long on charts.
Okay, on like charts. Yeah, so let's see real quick here. All right, we'll come back to this little bill real quick. That's a hot button topic. We're going in on that bill. All right. So again, just kind of going back to when I was showing you the that S&P 500 or that Boeing chart, right? You say, how to get short and how to get long, right? And so in essence, when you're looking at certain stocks. Matter of fact, let me see. Let me go to. Let's see. Hold up. 1 second. Let's go. Let me find something that has a little bit more. Let's see. I'm trying to find a good chart. Matter of fact, I'll use this one here. So basically, all you're looking for are what? Pivot points, right? So okay. If I was to ask you, what is a pivot point, right? What does a pivot point mean to you?
I think prior support, prior resistance, something like that.
Right. Very simple, right? Obviously at this point, because you're a little bit more knowledgeable, obviously, than people are still learning, but still, you're talking about support resistance, right? Or in most cases, we say what? Supply demand zones, right? Right. Understanding where your supply zones at and where your demand zones, right? So supply zone would be what? Supply zone would be resistance or support?
Resistance.
Exactly, right? Distribution, outflow, right? And then demand obviously going to be what? Support, right? Because it's at a point, it's a base point where you start to have build up some interest at that level, right? Just looking at Tesla right here, right? Yeah. Right? If you look at the chart here, especially at the sell off here in the back end of the day, it kind of slightly rebounded a little bit, and then it went into a channel, right? You see the straight line almost? Yeah. And we know it to be a straight line because again, we look at the levels of the support, right? Yeah. How it pinged up against these little, that level there, and it kind of held it every single time it kind of came down and hit it, right? Yeah. So that's almost it's not 100% complete flat top breakout, but we'll talk about that earlier today. But what you really see here after you had to kind of retrace here off the bottom when it hit oversold and got back up here. Matter of fact, let me see if I can throw the RSI up here too, because that's a good little right. Kind of see if you're hitting the oversold or overbought oversold. So right there, obviously when it kind of regained its stuff off the lows here after that massive sell-off here, got back above this 20-day moving average, which is this blue line here, right? And established again a new high. Kind of went to an oversold condition, which it's going to pull back because anytime a stock, let me see if I can blow up on that a little bit. I don't know if it can or not. A little bit right there. Anytime a stock extends further away from the moving average, right? Especially like the 20-day moving average of all stocks, which is a great, indicator for stocks to have weight to it. Anytime it extends farther away from it, as you can see right here, chances are it's going to do what? It's going to hit some resistance, right? Because it's too stretched. Something like a rubber band. It's too stretched away from its normalcy of what it would trade like if it just had a natural ebb and flow throughout the intraday. Does that make sense? Yeah. So you see in that point here, that became a what? An intraday supply zone. Yeah. It's even detailed by 3 peaks up there. See right there? Peak, peak, peak. It pinged up against massive resistance there, couldn't break above it because it got stretched so farther from the trough that became an instant sell signal. Oh, what happened right after that? You see what I'm saying? Triple top intraday, even in this time frame. What happened after that triple top? Doof. All the way back down to support breakout point. See what I'm saying? Yeah. So instantly you saw in that moment. Put this back up. Sorry. Instantly you saw in that moment. Guess what? That's my cue to get out. If I just came in under the bottom and played the breakout, right? Oh, yeah. If you intraday traded for the long, you seen this purple line here, which is kind of faint. That's the 9 moving average, right? Anytime a lesser moving average crosses over a bigger moving average, that's a bullish signal. Bullish. Okay. The 9-day crosses over the 20. That's a bullish signal. Hence, that's what it did. Tesla rode that 9 moving average all the way up like a champ, right? But that's a more tightly wound supply signal. A indicator for intraday trading, right? The 9 moving average, right? It was a very vital one, right? Now, when you relegate that back to 20-day moving average, if it moves further away from that 20-day moving average, then it's extended, right? Then it has to do what? It has to correct itself to a degree. So I saw resistance, and then what? Doof.
Okay.
So that's my point.
So if you're trying to go short, you go short under the resistance, or?
Oh, most definitely. When I see that extension, only after I've seen how the stock perform obviously throughout the day too, because that matters too, of course. But you're still reading as an intraday trader. You're reading the tea leaves as things unfold, right? Now you can easily did it could have just came down just a little bit, touched 20 moving average, and spike back up, right? But the extension off this pivot point here off the low when it rebounded, which gave me an indication that guess what? Okay, it got back above 20-day moving average here. It got back above the 9 moving average around this point here, and it went highly liquid to the upside in a nice little burst of extension, and separated itself from the moving average. So chances are you will have equal or greater of the pullback, right? If it hits a point of high resistance and can't necessarily penetrate through it, you're gonna have people that get frustrated and say, I'm gonna get out because they just made a nice little pick up on the way to the upside. So it has to equal or greater distance back to the downside, typically. And that's what it did. It fulfilled that because you had a triple top there, right? Where it could not break above that resistance there. And weirdly so, it ended up being right back at that same resistance at the end of the day. Look right here. Look at the 8 o'clock hour. It's right back in that same way. See right there? That's the top of that, the bid, the ass, and this is the bid right here. It stayed right at that same point that even though it kind of went higher here, but it ended up closing right back at that same level of resistance. Ain't that something? So again, past performance is always a predictor of future potentiality or future profitability, as we always say in the investment world. Is that we need to also pay attention to what happened, prior, and then once it unfolds and we get the result we need, obviously based upon what we've been taught to see in terms of resistance trading and support trading. You just kind of reading those tea leaves. Right? So again, it did the same thing. Like I said, it came down, tested that level of support. It came right back to that breakout channel point though. See how markets work? It tested 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 times at that same level of support, which obviously solidified that's a major level of what? That's an intraday demand zone.
Oh, nice.
You know what I'm saying? Market makers were not going to let it fall beneath that demand zone. So all I need to see is go back and say, it didn't break here. It didn't break here. It barely penetrated here, but wasn't enough because it was just starting to kind of crank out here. So guess what? I seen enough to let me know at that point when I saw this here, when it came down off of here and hit there and then go flush underneath it. Guess what I say? Oh, that's the reverse. That's the pivot area.
So is it better to get in? Is it better to get in long at 516, or do you have to get in long above the moving average?
Well, you always train to get in at the break of the moving average, right?
Okay.
Which obviously it's more of it's more of a solid confirmation. So I'm saying you're just looking for confirmation anytime you trade. If you look at my purple line here, which is very faint here, but it's kind of hidden underneath this candle here, right? Right with this. This abnormal bullish green candle here, which is usually that's false. That's a lie, right? Anywhere in the world, a candle that long and that's strong, right? But unless you know that's institutional money, because it retraced that fast. It retraced almost the entire drop in one candle alone. Seriously. This is the market we're dealing with, though. So you already know the market nutty. But even beyond that, it crossed over the 9 moving average around about right here, right?
Yeah.
Sorry, move that way. So that means that became buy signal, right? If you want to get in early, what made it even more confirmation is what happened? The 9 moving average, which is the purple line, crossed over the this blue line, which is 20 moving average, right? Is that not a confirmation signal to go long or to get long?
Yeah.
Right. So guess what? Ratchet. Been made new again a higher high off this point of resistance here. Exceeded it. Again, start getting separated away from the moving average here, the 20, at this peak point right here. And guess what it did? It rolled back over slightly, held that point of support now, because guess what? It remember those traders who were buying it up at this point here that was stuck holding the bag when it pulled back here. Now those guys got relieved a little bit. Right? And guess what? It closed on the day, which is 1600, which is 4 o'clock here. It closed right at that point of resistance. How about that? Actually, a little bit above it. Kind of if you go back to see exactly what Tesla closed at 4 o'clock, I think it might have been just a little bit above it. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah.
And then post market again, you already know what that's like. That just stuff, just people coming in late, coming in, getting out. It's just all over the place. But it still closed back up at the very end in that same point right here. You know what I'm saying? Okay. That being that ass zone. You see what I'm saying? So that makes sense, a little sense to you?
Yeah. It gave me some clarity right now.
Yeah, so that's how you stay disciplined. Literally. That's how you stay true to your training and you don't get ahead of your skis. Right?
Yeah.
If you don't feel confident in that trade, you do not take it. Y'all know my little motto, right? You need to be able to answer at least 3 questions out of the 4. What, why, where, and when. If you can't answer 3 of those questions, don't take the trade. That means your confidence ain't there. You literally gambling at that point. Literally at that point, you're gambling. You could be right though, but you're taking the gamble. At least if you're not own up to the idea that you're gonna gamble that moment, then at least own up to the fact that it don't go your way. You can't blame it on nothing else but nobody but yourself. Right? Which keeps you honest at least. You're not out there just making fool's gold type bets in the market when it's not necessarily necessary that you do so. Does that make sense a little bit? So you stay with the confinement of the training, which that's what indicators are there for. If I had other oscillators down here like a MACD or stochastic or a TTM squeeze, oscillator down here, all that stuff down here, whatever you use, you just follow those signals when they happen. If I had Ichimoku cloud up here, into that stuff, y'all know all these different ones, Bollinger Bands, and there's so many different ones, right? But either way, whatever those signals say, whether it be bullish or buy or sell, you honor that to a degree where it makes you feel confident and then you follow that trend.
Definitely.
Right? And then, yeah, again, that's all intraday trading. So again, if I'm watching this here intraday, even if I miss this bottom bounce to the upside, I see that trend out there, I'm finna short this here, I'm finna short Tesla right here. That's my mindset. That's me. I'm gonna hit it with 50 to 100, at least 50 shares minimum, and see if I can get some of that retracement back to the downside because it ran up too hard, too fast, off a nice little almost like a dead cat bounce off that previous pullback, right? Which obviously just here. Look at that, all the way down from Blueberry Hill, all the way down to here, 540 to 512, right? That's a lot, right? That's basically what 11:57, 12 o'clock. It went from $541 a share all the way to 130, right? All the way down to like $512. That's like $30 some points. That's crazy.
Oh, nice.
But that's the kind of moves that Tesla make, though. Right? Y'all know Tesla put up $70, $80 in a day easily, or $100 in a day.
Wow.
And so when you get used to trading that kind of volatility, you learn how to trade Tesla when they're having these peak to trough moments, right?
Yeah.
Trough to peak moments. Back down to a mini trough, back to a build a bridge to get back and get over the next potential new peak, or get back to a level of peak where that bridge got destroyed back here, as you see right here, even right there around the top there when it kind of retraced around it and then went lower. Couldn't really break the 28 moving average here and went lower. And this downtrend here was more significant because it didn't necessarily extend too further away from the moving average, which made it more a fluid sell-off. Right? So it gave people that was up here, right, that bought and got out a chance of shorted to this all the way down.
Wow.
You see what I'm saying? So that's all you're doing. You're honoring the ebb and flow of the market, how they're supposed to operate. We know the markets are nutty, but you still stand disciplined to your moving averages, your oscillators, whatever you're using as your signals, or that you can't spot naturally. Because guess what? Even when it's sold off here, look down here. Now, what do you see right here? Look at all this right here, man. You know that's fake. Right? Look at all this volume came out of nowhere, literally out of nowhere. Go back the entire. Look at this here. You didn't have this kind of volume even at the beginning of the market, man. Look at this big long green. Man, stop. You know what I'm saying? You're like, man, come on, bro. Who is this? Right? Who is this guy? Right? Well, who are these people? You know what I'm saying? That's the most qualified way to say that. Who are these people? Oh, long spike. This is a $500 stock. Now, mind you, this is a $500 stock. This ain't no $2, $10, $30 stock. It's a $500 stock. So again, we know some short covering too, obviously, probably, but still, come on, man. Who got a vested interest to get this thing up off the lows going into the close? Right. So again, they're trying to get back, getting back to a point where they can still try to pump it into the next, get off the lows. That's what the case. That's kind of one of the mandates. Like above all things, get the market off the lows. Right. Don't let them see you sweat kind of mentality. They've been doing that with the S&P 500 all week. Especially after we had the previous week when they just sold off and bled. This is the Feds collectively, obviously, in terms of the algos, are also programmed to trade stocks like Tesla and others like that too, in correlation to the S&P 500. Is their mandate to get the markets off the lows. In case the next barrage of selling comes, which is going to come, at least we'll be a little bit more insulated at a higher point, and we won't be trying to sell off down here near the 450s and the 430s and go down into the 350s and the 320s. You know what I'm saying? So I mean, y'all know the tricks how Wall Street is. I mean, come on, that's greed trying to protect this. It's greed. Right? And we all, subjected to it, whether we participate or not. We understand what we're here for. It ain't no secret. We're here to get to the bag just like they do. But your dollars can't compete with theirs. So your best course of action is to what? Don't beat them, join them. Trade with the trend. Trend is your friend. Yeah. You see what I'm saying? That's what we train to. So you ain't shorting into this right here. Right? You got to have some real, man, look here. You got to have some of them jumbo GMO peanuts to do this, to try to short into this right here. You're going to get ran over. Right? That's rush hour traffic coming into the stock. And you might have been saying, okay, you saw this here doing pre-market, like, oh, I'm going to short Tesla. Tesla's going to roll today. Right? The job numbers came out, right? That was a big catalyst for the day. The jobs claim report. It came out 8:30, right? Look at what happened at 8:30. What happened at 8:30? Look at this calendar here. Look at this food is here. Them numbers were ugly too. How many job claims it was? Over 3 million?
It was like 3.5 or something like that.
Now, even though you can say, well, it's priced into the market, it ain't this kind of priced in, bro. Stop. That's 3 million people right now from the file unemployment. Stop. It warrant this kind of move from basically Tesla was at 514 and it spiked all the way up to $560 in a matter of 8:30 basically to 9:36, 30 an hour.
SPY went up too, which is ridiculous. And today we just had the most confirmed cases across the world for coronavirus, so it just doesn't make sense.
We are officially the epicenter of the coronavirus. Let that marinate. Drop, mic, roll credit, whatever. We are the new epicenter. So Chris, what you got to say about that?
It's just funny that they'll be saying that, like, we're not China, we're not Italy, we're America. But okay.
What you got over? What you got over?
We are now officially the epicenter of the world in terms of coronavirus cases.
It's pretty scary, bro. I'm not gonna lie.
We got the slowest and the dumbest government across the world because they think, well, they got their own interest in hand is what they have. They don't care about the people like other countries care about their people.
Facts.
We're an asset, but at the same time, we easily dispendable.
Right. You know what I'm saying? If you look at it from a place where, if we were really, touting, or the way we tout everybody else, in these third world countries and everybody else, like, look at us, we this, we that. Well, you're proving right now that you're not a first world country in terms of your response factor, the value that you have government agencies in place that's supposed to be ahead of this stuff. And keep in mind, just 2018, y'all know, again, whether you for Trump or not, y'all know how I play over here. I'm no party, so I'm gonna speak my mind and I serve and serve. So deal with it, right? But Trump cut the pandemic response team budget out of his fiscal budget of 2018. That key value of money that goes towards FEMA, CDC, NIH, and those kind of people, Homeland Security, he cut the budget from that in 2018. Don't he wish he had that money in place now? Because guess what? They would have been all on top of this thing when they first got the warning signs earlier, supposedly, that this thing was going to come and rock us. They would have had the funds they needed to do what? Stockpile what? Ventilators, PPEs, masks, gloves, N95 masks. Ain't that something?
Realistically, that's like the epitome of America and their healthcare system, though. We are so focused on treating problems rather than preventing them. And that's, at the end of the day, that ends up costing more to us rather than us just like even though people may be against like giving healthcare to everyone, by doing that, we're able to prevent certain things from getting exponentially worse. And then when those things happen is when we really like lose lots of money. So it's like this whole mess with not taking preventative action.
That's where they getting the money from, though. Like when you look at it, like treating the problem. When you look at these pharmaceutical companies, like they there's a lot of conspiracies and stuff that we won't get into. I mean, if y'all don't want to, but
oh man, look,
it's like
show right here. My platform is y'all platform.
Yeah.
Right. Speak your piece on here, as they say. Speak your piece on here.
Yeah.
Right.
For sure. But there's just a lot of guys that like that. The pharmaceutical industry is like booming right now. It has been for years, probably forever will be. But there's a lot of guys that come out with different ways to heal the human body in other ways than just pills that you get on for the rest of your life. Like you get diagnosed with diabetes, you taking insulin for the rest of your life, blood pressure, whatever, for the rest of your life. And there'll be guys that come out with this stuff, and for some reason they get muted and they get and they just disappear sometimes straight up like that. And it's like you can say it's not correlated with the money that is flowing into the whole medical industry, and you can say that it's just a coincidence. But at the end of the day, it's like we know that they're making a lot of money off that stuff. So we know that. I don't know what I'm trying to say here, but you get what I'm saying.
No, I fully agree
know
with what you're saying, and I can give you a prime example of what in support of what you're saying. It's like when oxycodone, or I don't know if I said that right, but basically they're got everyone addicted to their drug for like everything. Yeah, just opiates in general, and then they were the company that made the drug to stop people from being addicted to opiates. So it's just like, I get what you're saying.
They're playing ping pong with themselves. They're causing it and then they're fixing it, right?
So
it's like their version of buying and shorting.
Or the whole idea of y'all watch Sherlock Holmes, right? Y'all seen Sherlock Holmes with Robert Downey Jr., right? I don't know, forgot which one it was when he was talking about he was going up against Professor Moriarty. Y'all remember that one with Sherlock Holmes, right? And they was talking about the bullets and the bandages, right? That's an old school tactic. Right. The person that doles out the bullets and the bandages, that's who wins at the end of the day.
Exactly.
That means they caused the conflict because they got both remedies. All right, they got both aspects of the war covered. Right. The bullets and the bandages. Here's some bullets, go shoot up each other. And then when y'all done, I got the bandages to patch y'all right on up. Right. So
like a
you just need some participants, right? We drafted over here. Which one y'all want to go to war? Let's get it. Let's get popping.
That was like another story I actually heard too. Like some guy, like when there was the gold rush, some guy went around and bought like all the shovels and all the things to actually find the gold, and he like monopolized it. So he ended up making more money than any of the people searching for gold, like in California. So it's just something like that. That's like they're really it's all about supply and demand, like you always say.
So guess what? If you go on eBay right now and look up hand sanitizer, how much is an 8 ounce or 16 ounce of hand sanitizer going for right now on eBay? Go. Good luck. Good luck. Good luck. So why you guys doing a time like this when people really need this stuff? They ain't got money, no income coming in. Why you gouging? Good luck trying to find ethics and morals in a capitalist society where everybody lying and ain't really going by the mandates of what it would be like in a real humanitarian crisis like we're dealing with. Good luck. So instantly, if the government ain't even, putting forth the mandate to even put that kind of, value of safety and care into flight when it comes to protecting their citizens that pay their salaries, that they borrow money from right now to juice other people who necessarily don't need it before you. Good luck defending that. Good luck. Again, I'm just saying, y'all know me. I have no political base, so I can speak freely. Right? And I don't bite my tongue and I don't scratch unless I'm itchy. So I can tell you this here, without making it political, in moments like this, it becomes very well political because guess what? It affects your livelihood. And so if you can't make sense of it, if you can't quantify what's happening, and you're like, how's this even possible? In 2020, in America, the greatest country on the planet, the greatest healthcare system on the planet, the greatest military on the planet. And people run around here right now like, man, hey, bruh, what am I going to do?
What a way to start a new decade.
Right. With a fresh batch of, again, that Rona. A fresh batch. And surprisingly so, just going back to that, just from a scientific perspective, right? Understanding hearing the virologists speak about it, this thing is here to stay. People acting like this thing is going to be gone in 2 or 3 weeks or a month. It's here to stay because there's no remedy for it.
Like Dr. Fauci said, we're on the virus's schedule, not our own.
Not our own. So Trump saying, let me get y'all back to work by Easter. I want the churches to be packed. He wants churches to be packed on Easter. And guess what's going to happen on that Easter day? Them churches are packed. That virus it's going to be hopping from pew to pew. From tray to tray on the giving basket. They're going to be collecting the money and they're going to be loaded with virus. That Jesus money going to have some
services are about to go up.
Man, they're going to be praying real heavy, but look at him. Hey, everybody be going to the altar, and at least, if 20 people go to the altar, at least 8 or 9 are going to come back with that virus. You came back with more than the Jesus, huh? You can't. I know we make a lot of it, but they keep it 100, man. They keep it 100. Right? They're going to come back with that virus, right? You're like, God, bro, I just went to get some help. And the virus ain't got on me. Then you're going to start blaming it on who? The devil. See, that's the devil. No, that's science. No, bro, that's science and nature. It's called a virus. It's called contagion. It's called
Not
contagious.
literally.
You know, so this part where I say people get lost in the song again. This ain't nothing against people religious or whatever, but y'all know there's a fine line when it comes to even that religion and even that stuff and science and safety. So again, you're supposed to still be confident enough to know enough of what's going on in terms of the scientific community to protect yourself, right? Because you can't be making those kind of diverse temptations, kind of mandates saying that you're going to be okay. Because again, we saw that with the young people that went down to Florida and down the Clearwater, Florida, and everybody's out there just beaching up like they ain't never happened, coronavirus parties, and then it turned out a lot of them got infected.
Yep.
So hey,
I go to school with some of them people.
Right. Same way corporations feel like they're too big to fail. Guess what? A lot of young minds take that same approach. I know how to be young, feel like you're invincible. Man, I can't catch that virus, man. If I get it, man, you be like a regular cold, man. Ain't worried about that, man. Pass that Jägermeister. Right? Pass me that Jägermeister. All right, go to Grand Papa right now. Let's get it going. And again, you start hearing stuff like when people saying that cocaine and drinking bleach kill the virus. Wrong. Wrong.
Don't kill you.
Right? Did y'all see that article?
They're gonna die and be like, damn, it was the virus.
Y'all didn't see that article, bruh. This is the mind of now again. And, I ain't ranting on the young folk, but y'all already know, man. Some people out there just a little too crazy, bro. They a little too crazy for my blood.
We know.
Facts.
What that article say right there? Anybody read that for me real quick? Run that article for me real quick.
Coronavirus cannot be cured by drinking bleach or snorting cocaine, despite social media rumors.
Good luck. Get your Tony Montana on. Get your Clorox cleaning bleach on. Good luck. Right? The audacity. The idea that somebody even came up with that. What them brain cells make you like? Bruh. So again, this is the stuff you're dealing with, man. It's crazy out there, man. So you trying to get, again, you got a bravado of a class. When I say class, meaning this nation, where you have this, again, we invincible because we're who? America, right? That's the narrative, right? Yeah. And so that carries over to your negligence in terms of how you even are well informed or misinformed. And then you go out there and do what? Put other people in harm's way because you're trying to buck or counter trend, buck the numbers game, right? I mean, I was talking about that last time about if the mainstream value of people are panicking, and those who are not panicking and saying this ain't that big of a deal, it's conspiracy, all that. Well, guess who's gonna win the argument at the end of the day? The numbers theory, right? The more people that's panicking, they're gonna override their little small set. And if they clean up all the shelves where the food at, and you saying I'm not going to be going out there rushing to buy products out the store, I don't care about that. And guess what? You go to the grocery store, ain't nothing on the shelf. What you gonna do?
Panic.
You gonna boil some shoestrings, you gonna cut some grass and boil that, right? Because you're going to move what you're gonna be eating that night. Good luck, air sandwiches. Now you're gonna be in there squeezing condiment package down your throat, trying to get that little tomato package down your throat. So you can't play the role that you solid in a moment like this when everybody else is panicking around you. You still got to be precautionary and make the proverbial preventive maintenance steps to protect yourself at least to a degree.
Yep.
Right. Yep. Until mass hysteria calms down to a degree. So basically, what that means is don't be foolish. Just trying to prove that you ain't no punk. You see what I'm saying? And that's what you're getting now. When people are running out to that beach, now they got infected. They can take that stuff back around. What they elderly, sick people, or family members that may be asthmatic or whatever. And potentially cause them to die from it. Just because they couldn't sit down for 2 seconds. Also because they got mixed in from the government. Let's keep 100. Because y'all know, again, whether you pro-Trump or you're not, but again, I don't placate over here. He was down to downplay it. It's not that big of a deal. We got the soundbite, so I ain't making it up. We got it contained. Young people can whoop it. Well, young people starting to die now. Y'all saw the one little 18, I think she was 18, she contracted and died. I think she was in Spain. And I think
There's also someone under 18 who died in LA County.
Right, the guy in LA County died from it. So again, I ain't making this stuff up. You know, it may be, you know, they're far and few between, again, of them obviously being succumbing to it, but you're not immune to it. That's what's most important. Like, and I'm saying that because who wants to just get contracted with the coronavirus? Anybody on here that just want to get contracted with the coronavirus to see how it feels? Anybody?
Nope.
Any y'all want to just catch it, see how it feels?
Nope.
So, you know, again, so you don't have no point to prove. You have no point to prove to nobody. Right? So keep that to yourself if you're that kind of person. But again, don't put other people, you know, at risk if you don't have to.
Exactly.
You know, and if you do catch it, you know, again, hypothetically, then you understand you probably can come on the other end of it, and your body eventually will try to build up the antibodies to fight it. We get it from the science perspective, but you know, again, there's no vaccine, there's no medication to really do away with it. You can only kind of, you know, prolong it or treat it to the degree where it kind of become, you know, ultimately inflamed, which will hurt you in the long run. But you can't turn around and contract it again based upon the science. That, you know, you can get it once and turn around and get it again. So, you know, it's just something to think about. Again, I you know, I'm not a doctor. I don't just play one on TV either. All right, I'm an investor trader, entrepreneur, but I will take the time to try to research as best I can. Right, good methodology, you know, goes a long way at the end of the day. Right, you're not just throwing yourself out there harm's way. So again, same way when it comes to the markets. Right, the market is back crap crazy. We know that.
Yeah,
it up and runs when it's not supposed to. Right, and it sells off when it should not. Right, good luck trying to morally, you know, make the market move the way you want it to move. Right, as opposed to honoring the fact that no matter what, the market's always right, even when it's back crap crazy wrong. So again, we in this to get money. We in this to make money. We in this to what? Again, stay disciplined and stay solid in terms of what we do, how we assess things, and how we respond. So that way we could be what, on the right side of what, you know, profiteering off of it. Right? You know, we just getting our little slice. They're making billions and trillions. You just trying to get your little slice. You know, take your couple hundred out of it, you ain't hurt nobody. Take your couple thousand out of it, you ain't hurt nobody. Take about 10 racks, 20, 30,000 out of it, you ain't hurt nobody. They're making billions. Right? They're making billions. So, you know, again, this is what we kind of, you know, this is what we study for. Right? So again, in moments like this, you best believe people who are sedentary that can't go back to work are looking to find other ways to what? Make money. Income what? You guys. Hey, bro, Kennard, man, what was that about the trading stuff again you do, bro? Hey, man, you want to teach me a little bit about that?
I'm waiting on it.
It's coming. It's coming. It's coming. Hey, Overlock Chris, man. Hey, man, what that trading stuff you be doing, man? Come on, man. Come on, man. Go throw me a little bone, man. Teach me a little bit about it now. I've been trying to show you this about what? Entire year.
Yeah.
And you kept brushing me off for ESPN rundown. Bro, I ain't got time for ESPN right now. I got time for this bag. So guess what? ESPN even shut down right now. Half of them jokers got the virus somewhere, looking stupid right now with a lot of money.
Ouch.
You know what I'm saying? They got tools and no disrespect to them, but saying they just as effective as anybody else is. Right? What separates you from them is they got a bigger defense mechanism in terms of the bag they got, money they got to help them through this though. For a lot of us, we don't have that luxury. Right? A lot of us don't have that luxury. So why am I wasting time into that when I need to be trying to focus on, you know, again, in our case, whether it be this or anything, again, they don't have to be trade stop, but trying to focus on, understand what these numbers mean right here. You see what I'm saying? So just use your time wisely, guys. That's what it's all about.
Absolutely.
Seriously. You know what I'm saying? So yeah, you know, so but that's it, guys. So again, y'all get it, man. We have to be on point. But that's why we come together, because again, it's a village mentality, right? You need other people around you that you can think tank with, right? Because I guarantee you, for a lot of college students that are home right now, be at home with their parents or stuck somewhere in their dorms, and they keep most people at dorms anyway, right? I don't know if y'all saw that article at Liberty University. Did y'all see that article about Liberty University?
Yes, sir.
What an idiot! What an idiot!
Insane.
I'm waiting on my refund right now.
You see what I'm saying? He finna invite them people back to car because he's trying to still get money. You know, he want them type, get money. We get money over here at Liberty University. Yeah, you finna get a whole lot of lawsuits possibly. Because you're gonna get some people, you know, sick because you trying to again, these are people that think they bigger than science. Right? They just can't dare seem to reckon that they can't make money in a moment like this or disrupt their business in a way where they can't deal with that. They still gonna say, you know what, hey, man, we're gonna be all right. Come on back here using excuses. You know, the excuse was, guess what? We got people that are international, they can't afford to go anywhere, so we open the cameras back up for them. Really? But you had to go out and make a big national decree to say that anybody can come back that want to come back. You didn't say just the foreign exchange student, did you? You didn't say that. You said what? Anybody that was in the dorm can come back if they want to. You know, so it's stuff like that, man. I just be like, man, I'd be shaking my head like, boy, these people here, these people. Again, you don't have to be a chicken little and think this worse. And I get it, everybody's entitled to that, but if you have your federal system to a degree telling you to sit down at least a minimum of 15 days, right? Your leading health officials in this country. Yeah, I respect Dr. Fauci, right? I respect, you know, people that really dedicate their life to learn, you know, these kind of things that can really affect you. They can really affect you. Sit down, man. 15 days, ain't no kidding. That's like a 2-week vacation.
Exactly.
Make it make sense to you. It don't feel like it's prison. It shouldn't feel like prison anyway, especially if you've been working hard. You should be having to get that break. You should be having to take them boots off for a while. You gotta let your toes sweat a little bit. They so scrunched up from being in boots all day. You don't remember last time your toes straightened out. Like, man, my toes look straight for a change. They're gonna be curled up on each other. Wearing the boots 24/7. Bro, let your body thaw out for a moment. Be happy at least. I know it's gonna affect your person a little bit. I get it, but everybody, you know, having to deal with that. Again, you got people that live in under the gig economy. Only way they make their money if they move their feet. I mean, they have to be present to make money. They ain't riding no clock. They need clients. Imagine what they going through. Right? At least you got a job that pays an hourly wage, and if your company big enough, it can sustain you even through the virus to keep you on payroll. Right? So it's just it's different levels to it. I get it. Y'all get it too. I'm not speaking, you know, saying that you guys are already not, you know, experiencing or knowing to a degree, but it's important that we realize this stuff, so we can make the decision. If not, we can at least be a comfort, right, to other people, right, who's spazzing out, who's panicking. You know, that's what you're supposed to be there for, the voice of reason. See, that's why I love investors and traders, because we're what? We're thinkers. We're naturally, you know, good at thinking, right? Problem solving. That's what makes this an awesome industry. You become a very avid good thinker. You establish great methodology patterns to show you how to, again, put 2 and 2 together, kind of what? Turn it into a profit, like an entrepreneur would, like a billionaire would. Basically, all of us are billionaires in the making. We just ain't obviously got the leverage behind it to take it to the next level. But that's coming in its own way. You know what I'm saying? Think about it, because any given moment you can go to the market and walk away with what? Whatever you want. Truthfully, if you got the right buying power behind it. Am I lying?
No. Right?
Or you know, again, you take a person like I spoke about this article the other day on the last live stream, right? I didn't have the article up, but good thing over Chris, he posted it this morning, right? But I had the article. I just didn't have it up where I can go reference it. But you take our buddy here, how many of you guys familiar with Bill Ackman?
Yes, sir.
I'm not.
Right. So real quick, Bill Ackman, right? What they call a conscious investor, ethical investor, ESG investor, right? Y'all can Google all that stuff, right? You take his scenario, right? This guy, right? This guy. Let me share the screen.
This guy.
Right. I want to let the title of the article speak for itself. And anybody that's watching the back chat that's still new to investing and learning this stuff as we've been talking and trying to get into this game, this is why us who are in it, this is why we ain't never going nowhere. So you don't walk away from trading and investing unless you have to have some kind of dramatic event got to happen for you to walk away from this.
Is that the guy that made the billions?
You already know where I'm headed, Eva Monica. Already. Come on with it. Y'all know my mentality. I go right to baby powder on high. Come on with it. Come on with that baby powder and let it fly. Right? Bill Ackman. Somebody run that title off real quick for me, real quick.
Billionaire investor Bill Ackman turned 27 million into 2.6 billion by betting that the coronavirus would tank the market.
How long did it take for the coronavirus to become national headline news in America? Hypothetically, anybody throw me out a date?
National head.
February 28th. Was it that far through?
No.
Or was it like
It was before that. It was actually before that. But it hit big or something.
December 16th?
It was a little bit after that, but I'm saying national news in America.
January
We knew we was getting ready to deal with this. You know, we knew it was actually coming here.
Oh, March 1st, probably.
No, it was before that. No, think about it. When
we were beginning of February 2nd.
About that first and second week in February.
Second week, okay.
First and second week, because that's when it really began to become what real national news that it was actually going to come and hit us. Right? We already started hearing about the church cases and whatever. Then the whole issue with Seattle popped off, and it really got crazy.
What Mo been at?
Well, no, well, I traveled. I was just thinking about my travel to DC, and I was like, I don't remember hearing the corona. I probably wasn't paying attention to the news either. I didn't hear of it until after I returned from DC, which was
right. You just came back for the
Veterans
thing. Yeah, I remember.
Yeah,
man,
so
roughly right around that time.
It was like 600 of us. I wouldn't have went there.
Yeah, but that's also the administration's fault for downplaying the whole thing during that time.
Yeah. I hear you, Rob.
So, so that go back to what I was saying earlier. Had you had the confidence from the administration that would have gave you the know-how or the wherewithal to say, hey, brace yourselves, guys, brace yourselves. It's coming. We trying to prepare. Again, you use the kind of language that everybody can adjust. Not this old bully pulpit tactic. Yeah, it's gonna come, but we gotta contain. We're gonna beat it. We got it. We're America. We got the greatest healthcare system on the planet. We got stockpile kits. We got FBI been stockpiling. We got the masks. We got everything we need. We got the military ready to roll. As soon as it hits, guess what? Ain't none of this stuff could be found. None of it.
None of it.
None of it.
Ain't that ironic?
But you run around here drinking the Kool-Aid like everybody else, man. This is America, bro. We good. You laughing at Chinese, and Asian looking at you like idiot. Do y'all know that y'all? Do y'all not know what we just went through?
They're all laughing like, oh, they're on quarantine and shit. But here we are, like screwed.
Ultimate looking like up the creek without no paddle, a hole in the boat, no boots on in a rocky terrain, bottom of a lake with piranhas and dang on moccasins on the bank. You screwed, bro. Good luck. Right? So again, we went right into a scenario where, again, you bought into the what? Right? You bought into the smoke, right? You bought into the smoke. But guess what? People like Bill Ackman, well-known investor, right? Y'all know about his most famous, scenario made claim to fame when he betted, Carl Icahn on Herbalife lost $4 million in one day, right? That's what he claimed to fame. That's Bill Ackman, right? They never do that again, but anyway. But that shows you how much money they got. The people that they got money like that is indispensable to them. Who loses $4 billion in a day? And smile about it.
Crazy.
Loses $4 billion in a day and still has a job. Insane.
That's ridiculous, man.
Right.
That's ridiculous.
In a day, bro, you usually gave me like 1% of that. 1% of $4 billion. Bro, let me get 1% of that. And I don't even want it for a charity split. I'm gonna put it in the market. All right, and I'll even give 1% back. Just let me get 1%.
Give me 0.3 of that.
Right. So again, this guy, Mr. $4 billion loss.
That's my favorite part.
Lose your girl, right? This Mr. Steal Your Girl. This is Mr. Lose Your Girl. Anybody would have lost their girl, right? The dog would have left. That fish would have died. Everything would have went belly up in the house, bro. You come on, talking you lost $4 billion today. Everything would die. Everything, bro.
Mr. Steal Your Girl, turn it to Mr. Lose Your Girl.
Right? I got the perfect meaning for it. I have to go pull that one up. But yeah, seriously, So again, we were banking, but again, he got prepared. But I was already talking about this stuff back then too. I was like, guys, we can get rocked. We getting caught slipping. Y'all, man, look, man. See, that's why it's good to put stuff on tape. Right? You got a point of reference. You can go back and say, you know what? All right. And some people like, well, you kind of a little too early, right? You're just being a little too, too pessimistic. Some things in life, it's in your best interest to be a little cautious, if nothing else. Because y'all know, like I know, as soon as we knew that this thing was gonna come here, I'm just asking, just not putting you on the spot. How many of us start really prepared? Be honest. Back, let's say around the first week of February, how many of us really start preparing? Be honest. Anybody? Did y'all start preparing during the first week in February, or even the second week?
I'm gonna be honest. I didn't start preparing, but I was slightly worried because I've had somewhat knowledge on this topic before, and that's actually what made me more concerned because I've learned about the past coronavirus cases like the SARS and MERS and stuff, and what always concerned me was that every time that it went away, it just went away. Like they literally didn't have a valid understanding or reason why it went away. So that made me concerned if it came back. And then when I started seeing like all the data being compiled and stuff and saying, and there was like some statisticians doing like some really crazy data and finding out like that this infection rate is like 3 times higher than other past pandemics and stuff like that. So that's when I started getting freaked out.
Right. So because in the beginning, the early data was that it was just kind of like the common flu with a little hyped up, little like nitrous oxide on it, pretty much. Right. Exactly. That's how they kind of try to downplay it. Well, it's just a flu with with nitrous oxide on a little bit. So yeah, people gonna catch it, but virally they should be able to kind of move it through their system. If they kind of well off, pretty least healthy, at least we got some basic antibodies that make can contain it. Y'all heard all the talking point. It was all kind of stuff. And people like, okay,
because they always claim that we've had coronaviruses in the past because we actually do get a lot of coronavirus.
Right. Coronavirus ain't new. It's a cocktail of different,
But when you're generating these like crazy algo-based models that are like basically smarter than us, telling us that this is a problem, I mean, you should acknowledge that.
Some people jump right on out there. Again, it's like, again, y'all know I like to use these wild analogies, right? But it makes sense. You jumped out there with a baloney bikini on with hyenas waiting in the front yard. You prance yourself right on out there. I'm good, bro. I'm good. I'm solid. And again, for what it's worth, at a moment where these corporations knew they was going to be hit the way that they hit now, I mean, on the shutdown aspect, because guess what? What did we see in China that was a blueprint? They did what?
Quarantine.
They shut down their cities. They shut down their nations, right? To contain the spread. All that time people were concerned about Apple because guess what? Foxconn, which is the biggest distributor of Apple iPhone, one of their biggest distributors is Foxconn, which is in Wuhan of all places, got shut down. So that instant was going to hurt what? Apple's what? See what I'm saying? Bottom line. Pushback, 5G, all that stuff got pushed back now. And we've seen the residual effects of it now because, again, in hindsight, the past value gave you indication. But beyond that, again, being that we're heavily dependent on China, we spoke about that this night, you in a world of mess, right? Because you have nothing to really backstop this stuff and a way to protect yourself besides being able to do what? Print money. So how do you fight a virus? You print money, or you do better at doing providing preventive maintenance tactics, getting your people ready to lessen the blow where it won't be that bad when it really hits the fan. Which one do you do? Well, they printed money. They went on a print money spree.
Mm-hmm.
Man, we don't need to buy no masks. We don't need to buy no ventilators. We don't need to buy no PPEs. We don't need to buy no face shields. We don't need to buy no simple rubber gloves. We don't need to buy no, N95 mask. We don't need none of that, bro. We solid, bro. We America, bro. Print some money. Crank that Canon printer up. They cranked their printers up. And they were rocking all throughout the night. They were already rocking anyway because we were already doing reverse repo operation. So they thought they could just throw money at it. So again, hypothetically, put that into a cartoon, a sarcastic cartoon. You got the coronavirus 4, and you got it wrapped around a what, $100 bill. And then you slowly start seeing the coronavirus bleed through that $100 bill and pop back on the other side like Mr. Hanky, right? Oh, hey, right? Like, hey, I'm still here. Bring your other, what other money you got? Put a stack of money around it now. Guess what? It come out on the end of that stack of money. I'm still here. You ain't finna just, wrap this in money, right? And so we're feeling that now. Again, we're feeling that now. So again, no test kits. Mike Pence said we had what? Test kits. Unlimited test kits. Right? We got the ability. Oh, forgive me, Sister Mo. I'm sorry. So you come back in. We got test kits. We got, right? We got all the stuff that we need, right? That's what they said, though, right?
Right.
Again, they words, not mine, right? Mm-hmm. So y'all know me. I'm finna go there. I'm about to go there, mm-hmm. Right? So this guy.
That's my dude right there. We can't hear it, Obo.
Y'all can't hear it?
Just barely, honestly.
Oh, hold up. My bad. I forgot. I got it on my bad. Forgive me. 1 second. 1 second. Right? 1 second, guys. Because again, y'all know me. I like to use references for a reason, right? I like to always kind of circle, bring this thing back full circle. So again, when we know, the crazy things that are happening, we know how to, know that we wasn't crazy when we were saying, we need to probably be on top of this a little bit better here, right? and case in point, we're dealing with this thing now because of, again, we got caught slipping, right? And so this guy, right, this gentleman right here, right, right.
Cocinero, Recita, ve por la paella, venga, que las 2 de la tarde ya están aquí. Miren, bañador, las chanclas, todo peinado porque no me dio tiempo de nada ponerme las chanclas y el bañador. Voy a la playa, ya subió la marea. Había subido la marea con una paella. Y la encontré porque estaba la paellera agarrada y se metía entre las piedras de chipiona del palo. Y cuando entro en el restaurante me ve el cocinero con una paellera y a ver la vende paella. Llegaba el agua del restaurante, había subido la marea. Jesús, ay, ¿qué hacemos ahora? Con los 2 sacos de arroz. Llama para Sevilla, llama a Sevilla, que traigo Tú y yo con el bañador, con la máquina. El cocinero, no veas, a Sevilla. Y al último que cuando ya salió la bien de regla, estamos llorando. Me cobró el tío la me cobró a 500 y ya no fui más. Me fui andando a vuelo amarillo hasta hoy. Me mandó por la noche, había bajado más el agua y por la mañana había subido. Cualquiera estaba obligado a la paellera, a lo mejor está en el barco ese del petróleo. En el petrillense. Y ya no probé más la cocina. Te aburrí sin la cocina. No cobré nada, me dio el dinero del bote. ¿Había mucho dinero en el bote? Lo que me echaba y el dinero de lo que que gané, me cobraron 20 ballenas a 500 caras, porque viste lo que me llevé yo para Suiza. Ay, ya aborrecí la playa. Ay, hemos llorado dos. Ya está, tú no para tanto. Así yo no quiero arroz, tú, yo no quiero arroz ni en chino, vamos.
That guy, right? Even though obviously that's what he wasn't saying in his native tongue, right? It's over again, you know, over sound bite attached to it, but that's the seriousness of it. That was literally the seriousness of it, guys. Literally, I'm not making that up, right? Because we all heard those same talking points. You know, yeah, we got what we need. Again, we the greatest country on the planet. Yada this, yada that. You know, whatever, right? As soon as that virus hit, what happened? Right? What happened to us? Right? We were all stuck holding the bag. Right? We were all stuck holding it. You know, because again, you know, people were making decisions, you know, out of what you needed to have to protect you. You know what I'm saying? Protect you and yours, you know, whatever the case like that. Right? So, again, I'm sorry, my bad. Negative. Let's get this thing working. That's why it's important that, again, you follow the breadcrumbs. Right? You follow these breadcrumbs, you won't be misled. Right? You will not be misled. Right? So interesting how times, and since, you know, it really outbroke and we are where we are today, it's interesting, you know, how the turn of events have happened since then, where now we're like, oh man, we had a chance to really get ahead of this thing. Right? We had an opportunity to get ahead of it. And now a lot of us are backpedaling. A lot of us are just like, man, look, look. You know what I'm saying? So, you know, hey, yeah, that's what I'm saying. You know, make sure that you're conscious. Again, hospitals are filling up. They're short of staff. They're short of preventive maintenance, measuring apparatus, gowns, masks. You know, the whole nine with that. Again, America. Just yesterday, Atlanta, their entire ICU units are at full capacity as of right now. The city of Atlanta is at full capacity in their ICU unit. True story. They down there fighting, actually. The governor, what's his name? George Kent, Robert Kent, whatever his name is, he's fighting the mayor right now. Because he's trying to make it, you know, downplay it. And she's saying, no, bro, we need to get on top of this. And guess what? The entire ICU units and all around Atlanta is at full capacity with people that got the virus. So you got in-house state officials fighting each other, and that's to protect the people, the citizens. Or someone that's trying to just downplay it, and it's not that, because they're trying to worry about keeping what? The economy flowing. They're going out their way to try to strike a balance between what they should be doing as opposed to what they know they should be doing. But they know what they should be doing. And it's crazy. So they're making politics, they putting your life, so to speak, you know, like a chess move, politic move. They're using you as a pawn. Just so they can keep, you know, downtown, you know, open for visitors and people. Like, who going out right now anyway, doing all that kind of stuff? Seriously. You know, Grady Hospital, y'all know, if some of you guys that's in the A, y'all know I'm talking about. I live in Atlanta. Grady, you know, one of the well-profound, you know, hospitals in Atlanta. It's man, that hospital already need all kind of help and all that kind of stuff as it is. It's old school. It's been around, but it's need repairing, and that's full capacity. So some of these hospitals ain't even really rated to be able to handle that kind of influx of people coming in. But it's a hospital that was built for what? Just to do just that. Ain't that something? See what I'm saying? So the city already down. The mayor said parts of the problem is that the city is already down beds and at Greater Hospital because of what? Water damage. They got water damage in some of the beds there. In a 2020 modern age hospital in America, you know, in a city like Atlanta, you know, got issues like that. Right? Atlanta too busy partying and BS and worrying about the so-called celebrities, and they ain't got beds to even deal with people and they coming in there that got this virus. So again, you know, hey.
No, I'm with you. This is like when you want to say like you don't want to get political, but it just brings it back to politics because that's what it always is. That's the underlying issue. And I'm with you. I don't like taking sides on politics, but when it comes to like affecting other people's like livelihoods, then that's when it pisses me off personally.
Right. It's just what it is. But that's your right as a taxpayer citizen. They can't sequester your tongue and bribe. Man, no. If you ain't speaking if you ain't speaking from a place of truth, then come on. How you gonna live with yourself knowing these kind? Whether you know somebody that passed away or you don't, but just the idea that you know people are just dying. Again, not to just magnify and make it seem like it's just, oh man, it's the end of the world. It's not. However, when you're thinking about, okay, who can you potentially save in a moment like this? In a I don't even want to use that word there when I say the idea that you're supposed to be in a society that deems itself that's ahead of the curve with a lot of different things, right? Because you're technologically advanced, you got all this, you got this, and you got that, right? All these things that they're bragging about that they have, now you look like you're back in the Stone Ages right now. You scrambling like you're in the Stone Ages, though. Does that make sense? How you scrambling like you're in the Stone Ages, but you well equipped and prepared for moments like this? Doctors are overwhelmed. Nurses are overwhelmed. People don't even know what to do because they got comfortable and complacent thinking that something like this would never happen in America. Now, here's where it gets interesting. And I hate to play this kind of role. Imagine if somebody ever brought a war to our shoreline. Now, we're dealing with a virus that's whooping out behind. And people can't even sit still for like 14, 15 days, at least to try to get the thing to kind of pass. And you ain't even worry about, at least you ain't got your house blown up, right? You ain't got Scud missiles coming in your backyard. Man, imagine somebody, really brought the heat to America like that. Man, I'm just saying, man, people, hey, and it's not to cause panic and whatever, but I'm just saying, you have to realize what you're dealing with. So at least you can make educated decisions. And you're not getting caught up in the direct temptation and the foolishness thinking that you don't have to protect yourself. It's the reason why gun sales and ammunition sales spiked through the roof the last 2-3 weeks. Why are you going to buy bullets and guns when you need to be buying beans and ramen noodles and canned and stuff like that? What would make a person want to do that? You're going to get rounds of ammunition, bro. You standing in long lines for it too. It's not like you standing in line to get you some bread, beans, and rice. You standing in line to get you some bullets and more guns. Y'all saw them lines. Y'all saw the news articles detailing that stuff. So jokers, jokers finna if it get crazy out here, jokers gonna finna turn to Wild Wild West if they can't control it. Again, that's why Trump trying to get people back to work so fast, but he can't. He's dying to get people back to work fast. To keep people from having civil unrest and getting anxious and antsy and doing something crazy. You know what I'm saying? So again, it just becomes a thing where it's like, we were not who we say we are. That's the best way to put it. And if you believe so, then okay, whether you feel like it's getting over, whatever. But hey, that's your opinion. But hey, we are not who we say we are. My opinion. Again, strictly my opinion.
I agree with your opinion personally. I feel like we're a lot of this country and this administration specifically is a lot of talk, but no action.
Because we're backpedaling. We are essentially backpedaling right now when we should have been, just, again, on top of it, knocking down walls, prepared. We got this. You know what I'm saying? These nurses and people out there on the front line, because I know some nurses and doctors, these people on the front line now. And they're the ones who are more susceptible to catch this, and particularly that can pass away. We already got nurses and doctors dying. Literally, nurses and doctors dying right now.
My uncle's a pathologist, and he got it.
Look at, see?
He's a world-renowned pathologist at Mayo Clinic too, in Florida.
Wow.
He got it. So, and they needed him to come back to work, to help with the situation, but he had to get tested first.
Right, because now they got to screen all these people that they're trying to bring in. With the shortage of, obviously, most hard hit areas, obviously, like New York. New York they actually sent in a battleship, a naval. Well, it's not necessarily a battleship, but it's it could be rated one. But it's a naval hospital, floating ship to New York right now. It's on the way to New York right now from Virginia tonight. It should get there. They say by what day they say about Friday, Monday? No, not Friday. Excuse me, Monday. One of them days over the weekend should make it to New York, somewhere around there. Something like that. One of them, I forgot what they talked about. They talked about tonight on tonight's briefing. But it's that bad in obviously New York, which we know if it hit New York. Well, we was having conversations about that. I think Sister Monica, you might remember too on the other channel. It was like if this thing hit New York, man, good luck, right? Because we talking about the most densely populated area on the entire planet, almost, literally in New York, and that's why it's ravishing through New York right now. I mean, ravishing through New York right now.
And you also have to consider there's so much traffic, so there's so many people walking around, and just in these huge areas with just lots of people. So it's just it was bound to explode there. Right.
You know what I'm saying? Because again, and New Yorkers have a mentality like what? They're the toughest thing on the block, and nothing tells them what to do. That kind of mentality. Well, guess what? That virus will. You get up off that stoop and off that block, and that virus moving around. Now you need to hear about a few people dying from it. That's nothing to say, man. Look, bro. I don't want to chance it. Some people still gonna try to chance, of course. They're gonna be the ones gonna catch it. But for the most part, people who heed the warning, they're gonna get behind in the house and just sit down somewhere. I was watching the briefing the other day with Governor Cuomo or Mike de Blasio, the mayor, and they were speaking about the crime. Right? They said that. As of last week, well, as of today, it was only one murder committed in New York. One murder, one. When typically them numbers will be what popping right now.
Double, triple.
They only had one homicide over the past 7-8 days, something like that. If not a little longer. So people at least, jokers, they ain't look, bro. I ain't even got time to pop the handle off tonight. I'm straight. But I'm straight, dog. I catch y'all when this thing blow, dog. We'll pick this beef back up next week, man. Look, can we do a rain check on it, bro? Like, I got you, bro. We'll rain check next week. You all right, bro? You even talking to him like that? You all right now? Yeah, I'm all right, man. I got you, man. Right. But I see you about a month, though. I'm gonna see you in a month, bro. All right, I'm gonna see you too.
Give him a little hand sanitizer for the road.
Mm-hmm. Right. Here, take this bottle of hand sanitizer with you, man. Tell your mama I say hello, man. I see y'all. I see y'all. Take this over there to your grandmama. Make sure you're good to go. That kind of reality. This virus, put a lot of, again, y'all see my screen here. The good old US of A, right? They say, right? Look at them measles mumps all around America right now. Look at them measles. They got them red dots. That's measles. We can call it the measles.
Some chicken pox.
The whole East Coast.
Look at this here. Look at that there. Ooh, wee.
I was supposed to be headed up there next month too. Too bad.
You know what's up? Right. You know what's crazy about it too? People are actually fleeing New York right now. They fleeing New York to get up out of there. And they're heading places like Florida, down south, and all that. And so some of the people got the virus and take it and infect other people that may not, be that densely populated. And here you is with your little dusty little cell trying to escape. Hey, you want to live there. That's your right to leave, but you want to be up underneath all that.
Yeah.
And now you're going to infect other people, right? Because you don't want to sit still. You again, see stuff like that. It's like,
And then those places have way less resources, like they're probably more rural communities and stuff like that. And then those communities are screwed for sure. They're not going to be the priority when it comes to testing kits and like all whatever stuff they need.
Exactly. You have a
It's
better
just a
chance in
mess.
staying in New York and just staying sheltered in than going somewhere else, but you know they got a, again, for lack of a better term, a piss poor, healthcare system in their area, and you know they ain't got no test kits nowhere around in their little area, and they sitting on maybe about 10 ventilators, and they trying to, potentially if it gets out of control, you worry about 1,000 people rushing up in there, and they can barely keep, again, I'm paraphrasing with 10, but y'all know that's the problem now. People ain't got enough ventilators, right? Which is one thing to keep you alive. The one thing that can keep you alive, there's a shortage of. How about that? In the greatest country apparent on the planet, you don't even have something as simple as ventilators. Again, masks. Seriously, in 2020, he ain't got masks and gloves. So I mean,
Another crazy thing is, I have people in my research who are actually going to present in New York for a medical conference, like very soon. There's actually, it might have been like a week or two ago, and they literally they waited till they had to basically lock down the city before they canceled the conference. And I'm just thinking, like, you guys are medical professionals and you couldn't even cancel the conference because they would have to give people money back and all this stuff. It's just ridiculous.
They make it, again, money decisions over people's life. They putting greed, again, over safety. Boeing 2.0. Boeing 2.0. This area right here is what Trump trying to put back to work. But there's parts of the country that, don't necessarily have it as bad, and at least they can go back to work. But they're not accounting for that. We don't have no domestic travel bans where people that can be from here can fly over here, because that's what they're thinking. Let me go to a place that they ain't really got it. But you might be a carrier. You go right to that area here in Montana or even north and South Dakota, even the Indian reservation catching it. You know them people ain't went nowhere. They just sit on the reservation, drink all day, and gamble. They ain't went nowhere. How they end up with it? So I'm saying, so people are bringing it into their environments.
And the reality is those places aren't even getting tested because they're competing for test kits and all these things.
Right, they ain't even got no test kits now, man. Old Chief Sitting Bull got to do a homemade rain dance to figure out if you got that virus. Then you got to smoke a little peace pipe, do a little dance, and look at you like, yeah, you got that Rona. They ain't got nowhere testing you. Just like that video I showed, yeah, no test kits. None, zero test kits. And now all of a sudden everybody's scrambling trying to produce a surefire, accurate, short time span test kit all of a sudden. But we supposed to have all that stuff already, a month ago. We got all the stuff we need, guys. We got testing kits. We got all this. That's what they were saying. I'm not my words, theirs. We got test kits, masks, right? It's kind of like, again, I keep using my little analogy, right, for a reason, like the movie Friday, Friday's Next, when Day and Craig was got that security job position, right? Y'all know what Day said? We got German shepherds and flashlights and tasers and all. They like, man, we ain't got none of that, man. Sit your behind down, man. Bro, we got German shepherds and we got all that. We're gonna have all. You ain't got none of that, man. You don't talk like security. Don't let people pump your head up. You get your behind shot up out here.
Yeah.
That's basically you know what I'm saying? You got none of that stuff. Playing around.
Man, got to be more careful out here.
You know what I'm saying? You got people running around thinking they top flight security. Man, if you don't sit down somewhere, bruh.
Setting ourselves up for no bull crap like that, man. No, you got it.
You know what I'm saying? This is crazy, bro. I mean, look at this map, and we just getting again. We kind of just get started. Again, we the new epicenter. Look at that data right there. China got way more citizens than us. Way more citizens than us. How we got 85,050 now, and we're actually just getting started.
Right.
But this means that it's going to be going in about 2 weeks in America. We're going to hit our peak between now and next weekend. We're going to be done. That's what they're telling you. Out of the White House. Not my words, theirs. And we already surpassed China. And we got less people than China regardless. And China got some very dense population, so don't try to make it seem like we got ultimate dense population where we just affected because there's more people in New York. There's more people in Hong Kong per capita than there is in New York.
Right.
They have 4 times our population.
Right. They live on top of each other. Literally.
Mm-hmm.
They
Tuna
so
can.
Exactly. You know, we're just being honest, being real, keep it 100.
Facts.
And we already surpassed them, and we just getting, again, I hate to even say it like that, because I hope that to be a lie. But again, just looking at the science, we just getting started.
Yeah, we're definitely just getting started.
Because we ain't even been testing people yet. They already been carrying it, and they just been going about their daily business, coughing on people, spitting all over the place, touching stuff with the virus, acting stupid, and always thinking they're invincible, and they didn't get tested, and they got that virus.
Right.
Ain't no pop-up Walmarts yet that I've seen yet that got driving tests where you can go get drive through there yet. Remember we had that conversation about talking about you can make the drive through Walmart, CVS, and Walgreens and Target to get tested. Have y'all?
Right.
Again, day 12, day 7 to 8 since we made that that first video, and we said I'm waiting to see if anybody got seen that in their neighborhood yet. I'm gonna ask y'all again. Have any of y'all seen Walmart, Target, CVS, a pop-up testing kit site in your neck of the woods? Go, anybody?
Nope, and that was over almost 2 weeks ago, almost.
Remember we did that live stream, and I was like, we're gonna see if they go under, because that's what they came out and said literally at that press conference.
Right.
We got Walmart here, we got the private sector here, or the corporation here. They're gonna do their part to help us out, and Walmart's gonna open up their parking lot so we can put up these makeshift testing kit sites, and we're gonna run people through to get tested that needs to get tested, and CVS gonna do it, and Walgreens gonna do it. Look, I just went to CVS the other day looking for some alcohol and some other stuff. Nothing. Matter of fact, got up in there and anybody, and they ain't got no even stuff in the store. They ain't there. Let alone a 10 out there testing people. And here it is again, literally about a week into testing people in America, a week and maybe a few days, we are already at 85,000, already at 1,200 deaths. And we're just getting started. They're banking on people getting it, keeping quiet about it, not getting tested, and getting on the other end of it, so it won't compute into this number right here. They're gambling on your body to not be counted in the fold to make it more staggering. This is America. Again, I'm using their words. This is America. And the numbers already surpassed everybody. Everybody. It really takes me back to the movie I Am Legend, right? When Will was like, KV was like that. Actually, matter of fact, that drug, that virus was called KV something. True story. This was CV, but that was called KV something. Y'all remember the movie I Am Legend? And he was the virologist, which his sector was New York, right? And he said that it ravaged through the community and affected people faster than they thought it was, to the point where, everybody got it, like literally got it. Everybody got it. And guess what? Look at New York right here on this map. Just looking at that, it ain't no white, no gray in there, nowhere. That's everything in there red. Everything red. You can't, it's so bad in New York, you got to have your windows shut. You got to put stuff underneath your door. You can't even walk through the hallway in New York and just breathe. You might be subject to get it. I ain't making light of it, but it's moving very, very fast through New York because those boroughs are very tight and interconnected.
Tuna can.
Tuna can all day long. Star Kids, hold the salt. Straight, running, and they flee in New York. Jokers flee in New York, literally as we speak right now. Jokers packing up in cars, getting up out of there. They catching planes. They did a story on a girl the other day where she caught a plane up out of New York. Right? She went to New York to get on the plane. Guess what? It was nobody. It wasn't even no TSA attendants at one of the ports where she came in on her flight. It's that bad. Bro, they ain't even worry about Al-Qaeda right now. You come in, you can get on the plane with a machine gun, Uzi, a bottle rocket, a pipe bomb, everything. They ain't finna say nothing to you. Have a seat, sir. We'll have you to your place where you need to go right away. Is that crazy? People, man, look, I'm just saying, I'm right here, and we starting to, pick up right here a little bit too. And man, we sparsed a little bit, right? Obviously, let me zoom in a little bit on my layer, right? This me over here. I'm up here though, right? I'm right on this perimeter area up here, right? I'm out here in the suburbia area near Dulles, right? As of now, we don't have any, major, because inner Tennessee starting to pick up a little bit, right? We got a heavy immigrant population in this area, whatever the case. But at this point, we already on the, shut down. Obviously, they shut down the schools and all this stuff here in my neck of the woods. Whatever the case, DC, obviously, Maryland already dealing with it too, right? But ultimately, again, this thing is just getting started. People who are up here are fleeing into areas like here, Connecticut, Philly, Washington, Maryland. They coming down here. They try to get out of this. They're trying to get away from this here. So again, all people gonna do now is kind of like how the movie Contagion. They finna go, like we were just saying, they finna go to other places and infect them. They finna try to flee this and come down here and infect. Let me get y'all right here in Philadelphia on the way down to New Jersey. I'm gonna get y'all two on the way out there. I'm gonna drop in Dover. I'm gonna drop it off a little bit, drop y'all some of this virus down there too, right? I'm gonna get back in the car. I'm gonna hop down here to Baltimore, hit Ellicott City, Townsend, all the areas around that area. All right, get y'all some of this virus. Then I'm gonna roll on down to DC, right? We're gonna hit y'all up in Temple Hill area, right? We're gonna hit y'all in the south side over here. We're gonna roll over here to Alexandria, right? We're gonna hit y'all up, then we're gonna roll over to Fairfax, give y'all some of this virus, catch y'all some of y'all hanging up into the airport, we're gonna give y'all a little bit of this virus, then we're gonna roll on down to Richmond, right? Hit y'all up in Richmond, y'all get some of this virus too. Y'all ain't no, stop trying to get some of this virus, get some of this virus, get some of this. And again, it's people, right? It just people just gonna keep running that chain line. So again, I'm just, hey, bro, this man wants y'all back to work by Easter. I'm just saying, I'm finna tell y'all right now. If you're a person that's, obviously, part of the faith and you go to church, go get your little Easter suit. Because Trump wants y'all back in the pew by Easter. You're going to be in church with a gas mask on, with a PPE suit on top of your nice little Sunday best suit, with some gloves on, and the preacher going to have a hazmat suit on, preaching and joke. I can only imagine what that'll look like. But that look like what is going to happen, boy. I don't know what to say, boy. If I see that, I'm going to die laughing. They're going to have the Bible inside of a plastic.
Doing it in church without anything. Right. They're like trying to prove a point. They're like go up to each other and like touching each other on purpose. Like, all right.
It was just a church this past Sunday that was packed to the rim. They did a spotlight on it. It was a church this past Sunday. It was packed. Define this. And saying what? God got us. I'm just saying, I ain't trying to go at nobody's faith, but there's a separation between science and reality. If you that bold, it's just like the people that do that what? That the rattlesnakes, kissing rattlesnakes in the mouth, putting rattlesnakes in their mouth and all that stuff, and then they get bit and die. And they said that was a one-off. No, that was just nature. That was venom, neurotoxin going into your bloodstream, an animal that's wild, saying, I don't care nothing about your little book up there with all that writing on the ink on it. You put me in a, here, hold this venom right here. Hold this venom right here. I'll be right back. Hold this right here. I'll be right back. Bruh. I'm just saying, man. I'm just saying. So again, prepare. Do what you gotta do. This don't look pretty to me. I don't see confidence in this when I know we're just getting started. And again, all these areas, all the way down a little beltway, 95, 77 up to 75, going into the Rust Belt, turn to Ohio, Michigan. Michigan getting hit hard too. Chicago getting hit. I mean, Michigan up in here. I was looking at Michigan starting to pick up. Detroit, obviously close to the inner center areas, like Detroit getting ravaged. I mean, Chicago, same way. Look at them big ugly dots there getting ravaged. Indianapolis, same way. Them dots started to pick up and get a little bit more bigger. Ohio, Columbus area. Even up there, LeBron James, he can't run too. Right? I hope you don't get it. Right? But again, people in Nashville, Knoxville, St. Louis, notice all the so-called major cities. Look at them. They lit up with them red dots. Look at Memphis. They can't even get away from Memphis 10 down there. You know what I'm saying? 8-ball MJG down there. Hey, them jokers like, look, bro. Look, bro. Little Rock, they ain't banging in Little Rock right now. They put them weapons down, bro. Like, hey, I got that virus move around, bro. We got a new beef out there, bro. That virus, bro. We can't even rip, bro. We put them guns down. I'll see y'all next week. I'll see y'all about a couple weeks, bro. Right? Oklahoma City, ravaged. Wichita, ravaged. Kansas City, Topeka, ravaged. Des Moines, Iowa, ravaged. Dallas, look at Dallas. Ooh, look at Dallas. Dallas picking up. San Antonio picking up.
We have to always remember that.
Yeah, Austin. Look at Austin picking up. Houston. Look at Houston.
Yep,
Houston
down here with me.
That's where you at, over Chris. Down. Look at that.
Yeah,
picking up. That's a big little dot too. In terms of what this virus, that's an ugly little dot. I don't want a dot like that. I want a dot like this right here. This little spit. I want something like that. You got a little dot. That little dot there growing. That thing get some wings on there, bro. That thing got some chicken wings on it, bro. You know what I'm saying? Even players down here. Look. Down here, even down in the Nuevo Laredo, even down there. The Mexicans can't even catch a break. Like, bro, man, hold up, Hondo, just trying to do a little taco, bro. Niggas decided that Rona with their little taco. I know we make it light up a little bit. You know, it's okay to smile a little bit, but again, I'm saying that to say ain't nobody spared. As much as they trying to say it's not that big of a deal. How does this virus has this kind of level of efficacy in terms of it allows people to get contracted easily, and it's not that big of a deal. Right, Amarillo, Lubbock, Texas. Right, we talking about places where it's very sparse in terms of it's not even dense population. This is farmlands and cattle ranches and places like that. They end up with the virus. Most people here are sedentary. They barely go in the city. You know what I'm saying? So if these people out here catching it, like what does that got to say? Who coming through there, Lubbock, Texas, right in this day? Seriously, Amarillo, Midland. Come on, man, seriously. New Mexico, Albuquerque City, Santa Fe, yeah. But all up in here, look at it. Who are these people up here? What they doing with the virus? I mean, this is what I'm saying where the map don't lie. Phoenix, Arizona, Rock, Vegas. Vegas gonna have it. And nobody else, Vegas got it. Definitely, Vegas gonna have it, right? So again, I'm just saying, man. I mean, LA County, the rest of history, y'all see it, but I'm just saying. Look at Denver. Look at Denver, of all places, Denver. All that marijuana, bro, ain't stopping this virus. Denver, that whole area. Look at that there. Ooh, look at Denver.
That's tough.
It's definitely increasing the supply, though. Or the demand, my bad, the demand.
Look at Tilray stock. Tilray stock up and ran like crazy today. Up over what, 70-80% almost today.
Yep.
Tilray. Yep. Left for dead. It was down there $2 and change, going down to hit $1 and caught a bid.
It's getting ready.
Caught a bid and just took off like wildfire. Tilray stock. CGC, Cron, all the other supporting cast members jumped up and started running too. And first thing marijuana traders that been getting pain is saying that we back. Wrong. You just caught a bid. Chill out. Smoke your little hash and chill out. It's gonna get back ugly in a minute. Calm down. They're gonna roll back over at some point. Take advantage of it right now.
Services,
Exactly. You know what I'm saying? Don't be crazy. Right? Don't get it. Don't let that weed make you invincible. Thank you, Hollywood Cole. Jump on out there you want to. Right? Bet the form on you want to. Good luck. Right? Spokane, Ravis. Kennewick. Oh man, come on, man. This is crazy. Again, Montana, bro. Montana. It's crazy. I don't even want to look at my little state, my home state. Look at Florida, man, lit up like a Christmas tree. Like jingle bells. It's like a person, like it just decorated Florida in a perfect outline to a degree. Like, how is that possible? Well, we know why, because obviously 95 running the coast, on the perimeter of the coastline. Right. And a lot of city, Port St. Lucie, West Palm Lake, where all them, Fort Lauderdale around the coastline. But I mean, look like a Christmas tree ornament. Seriously. Look at it. It's almost like a straight line here. How is that possible? Look at that straight line. Look at that straight line there. That's like a flat top breakout on the chart. I ain't making this stuff up, guys. Y'all see it. Look at that straight line. That straight line.
Oh, it broke out. It broke out.
Right. You know what I'm saying? How is that even possible? It's in a straight line. Look at Valdosta. Even some of y'all people know about the state of Georgia, Valdosta, right? Albany, all them little places, interior, Georgia, Columbus, all. Man, look, bro. I-10 right now, I-10 lit up, basically like Crib Street. Interstate 10, into Alabama, Arkansas, I was Mississippi, excuse me, into Louisiana. Look at the NO. Look at the NO. Look at this, Baton Rouge lit up. All this lit up.
God, dog. That's a wrap.
So again, we just get started, man. I ain't trying to, impose no kind of fear, but we going strict off the data, right? That's what we were trained to do, right? To be what? Scientifically, literate. When we making, again, any kind of statement, it has to be based upon what? The latest science or the data of the, tracking it to a degree, right? All right. The epicenter, epidemiology, all that kind of stuff. Again, nobody spared. Look at Cuba. Lit up. Bahamas got a dot. Kingston, Jamaica. I was in Jamaica. Look at Haiti, right? Or even more so, no, that's Puerto Rico. Puerto Rico catching it. Woo-hoo. Haiti got one little dot. Look at Puerto Rico, though. Look at that big, ugly red dot in Puerto Rico. Ooh,
oh, my goodness.
Good luck, Puerto Rico. San Juan. Even a little smaller island like that. How do these people right here get it? Look at this mess here. Who are these people? Who are these?
Actually, my girlfriend goes to school in the
on the
Caribbean.
island and skate this stuff, bro.
Actually, no, like what you were saying is serious. Like my girlfriend goes to school in the Caribbean, and the people who tested positive, or like the first person at least who was quarantined, was a person from the UK who flew there. So it's just shit like that just like messes it up.
That's who bringing it to him, man. Keep it 100, man. Let's not sit here and play no game. These people right here, man, these people ain't probably left the island in a year. How they catch it?
They don't leave. They really don't leave.
Right. They people from, I'm tell you who bringing it into them. Them people from up here and people from over here. Right here. All these jokers here going to areas like this thinking they going to escape and they just bringing it and infecting everybody, the locals. Dirty jokers. These nasty buzzers here. These nasty buzzers over here. They bringing it to people like this up here. And even these people over here, these nasty buzzers here, bringing it to people over here. Because these people here definitely never really leave. Never, ever really. Who is this person right here? Who is this guy? How you getting you way out here in the middle of nowhere? What plane touchdown right here on the way between here and over here? Bruh. Who this? Who this? Look at Bermuda. Bermuda can't even catch a break. God dog, bro.
Rona ain't sparing nobody, man.
Rona ain't letting nobody go unscathed. Look, dropping that package off to everybody, but everybody get a little bit. Everybody get a little bit. Gross negligence. This is the kind of stuff where I say when we talk about gross negligence at the highest level, that's exactly what this is. It's a mark against humanity in terms of incompetence, ignorance, and self-righteous entitled mindset to think that just because you have certain civil liberties, you have the right to go and pollute and mess up everybody else's way of life. Right. That's basically what this is, because ain't nowhere in the world, a lot of these people, especially when these are isolated islands like this, ain't nowhere in the world the people here should have it. Look at Port-au-France. Well, you know why they got it, because this is a hot spot for it. This is an annex of France. So they hiding and leading and trying to get up out of France and coming down here and infecting all the people down here that were just chilling and was good. Port of Spain, all these places like this, you know them. You know who bringing that stuff down to them.
Yep, that's my girlfriend's. Like where her
right,
school is, St. George's, right above
St. George,
yep, right, that small dot, that person from the UK, and they don't have tests, they don't have shit there. And the thing is, the groceries, like they don't like they get them delivered, so they have nothing at the stores either. So it's beyond the virus.
Man, what N95 masks people got down there? What ventilators they got? Man, people got about 1, 2 ventilators on entire
medical school literally sent out that they have no masks at all for anyone.
You got to literally put a salt blocker mask on around your face, a homemade makeshift salt blocker mask. Granada. I mean, look at this little speck here. Who are these people here? This joke here ain't even on. This right here is very pathetic. Who is this? It ain't even no land mass there. How the ocean got the Rona? Brother, the ocean even caught the Rona, bro. It ain't no land mass there. It's a little dot right there. Like, it was one jump on a scuba diver that caught that virus, and he's sitting out here looking like maybe somebody throw me a lifeline, bro. Throw me a little bologna sandwich. Somebody throw me something. A can of tuna fish, something. I'd ride this thing
Like,
on
if I'm
out,
gonna
bro.
get the Rona, I'm a scuba dive first.
You know what I'm saying? I'm gonna ride this thing on out. Just throw me a little canned goods. I'll be good to go. I won't at least affect nobody. Try to not affect nobody else, because if not, right over here to Pigeon Island, right, and get y'all. There ain't no even no landmass right there, bro. Like
You're on the
seriously.
yacht.
Yeah, that's basically what it is. Somebody out there on the little, small dusty joke out there riding out on the yacht, fishing every day. This is crazy, bro. I know we make laugh, but this is serious. It's seriously crazy. Women stay. Look at that. All you let orange. Look at orange stop. Man. Look, bro. And we just getting started, because people still fleeing here, and especially Italy is getting rocked, trying to escape and come to warmer islands. Didn't they say that places that are warmer are more susceptible, not that contracted?
Yep. I mean, that was the rumor,
That's why
but
they fleeing to the Caribbean islands and like that.
insane.
And you look at, even if you look at Africa, again, now this thing like it ain't even touched Africa. It ain't even really touched Africa. In relation to everybody else, even this joker up here, who are these?
Yep.
That's a big dot.
Russia.
That's a big dot. Who is
Russia's
these people?
gonna get ravaged.
Right? Who are these people here, man? These people up here, Uzbekistan and Kazakhstan, all these people up there living up there in the ice age, literally. The people up there in the ice age still literally drinking yak milk, yak fur coats on.
They're hoping that the cold kills the virus up there.
And it don't. And all it does is preserve it. These viruses, that preserve the virus, the cold.
I think
Right.
even
You know what I'm saying?
I think Putin said, or even Putin's like, he was doing something to extend his like leadership, but even he's postponing that because of how bad the virus is gonna do, or like what it's gonna do to Russia.
Right. And so these places just get started. Kazakhstan, Mongolia, Mongolians, bro. So look, man.
India
I'm just
too.
saying.
Imagine India. That place is.
Now,
if it gets there, it's over.
That's why I just say this is what they're trying to protect more than everybody, because they know literally at the end of the day, if it really hit India, you talking about very, very densely populated, it's gonna be a real rap. It's gonna get ugly. This death toll, the ultimate death toll trying to turn global, it's gonna get real bad.
That plus their government doesn't have the ability to lock them down in the way that like the Chinese government had.
Like other people can, right?
I mean, in a way, like I've seen videos where they're like literally beating people who are out on the streets, like with bamboo sticks and shit. But I mean, if it starts spreading there, it's over. It really is. They have no like sense of hygiene as well, like in the non-tourist areas. So I can't even
Sri
imagine.
Lanka, they can't even hide Sri Lanka. They can't even do no rope cave diving. They keep getting rappelling off the rope right into that virus.
Yeah.
On the way down the rope, you catch that virus on the way down, trying to do some Sri Lankan and all that. Man, look, bro, ain't nobody's look at Pakistan, same way. Afghanistan, the old caves that been lying hiding out in, they got that virus up in there. That run up in you in the cave, bro. Ain't nobody protect. Nobody.
Yeah.
You know, so man, you know,
nobody is safe.
All out here in the Fiji, this is the Fiji area, right? Or New Zealand, obviously New Zealand. Again, I mean, come on, Tasmania? Seriously?
There's only 195 countries in the world, and it says 175 have at least one case.
Right. And you know the local people didn't bring it to themselves.
Right.
Just keep 100. Y'all know the local people ain't brought it to themselves. Them people just been chilling. They already dealing with all kind of other headaches. And here come the joker bringing in that Rona.
God, no, look at that man.
You got to go to Antarctica.
Right, I'm trying to see something, at least a space. They scared. Probably somebody got there, but they don't even want to put it on it because they don't want to let anybody know there's probably people living on it in Antarctica. Y'all, that's a conspiracy theory. Somebody died there.
Eskimos, bro.
Or somebody got that virus and they don't want to blow the cover that they down there messing with. Look at Greenland. Greenland even got to die. Greenland got to die. You know what I'm saying? Of all places, Greenland. You know, so Denmark, you already know they're gonna catch that Rona. So yeah, it's bro.
Crazy. That map gonna be all red on 4th.
Yeah, it's gonna be lit up.
Man. It's gonna have a field day in Amsterdam.
Right.
Yeah.
So again, we looking at it, man. We saying to ourselves, like, how is this even? I mean, the Caspian Sea down here, even look at. Ain't nobody let them down there kissing it. The Maltese, right? The Maltese Island, where they do big tourism down there. Somebody there. Again, any place like that has a make their money on tourism, that was still trying to get that last dollar in before they shut it down. That's how they end up catching it. Greed.
Yep.
Greed got him. That last tourist that came through, he came through with that Rona, smiling. Hey, y'all. Hey, I'm gonna drop the hey, y'all.
Extra happy and stuff.
Right. You know what I'm saying? Looking all crazy. You take that joke outside and put a bullet in the head, man. Get him up out of here, man. You brought that bar down here. We ain't got no hospital, no respirator, no mask, no nothing, no zero, no nothing. So again, it's this is it, man. This is
I don't know if did I tell you about that one joke about North Korea? They're like, coronavirus cases in North Korea at 10 o'clock, 1 at 10:05, 0.
0, right. They said Kim Jong-un ain't playing the radio, boy. You coming there with that Rona? Kim Jong, hold up, just keep 100. What do you see?
None.
What do you see in North Korea right here? This is North Korea right here. This is South Korea right here.
Yeah.
What's over here in North Korea?
Nothing.
Nada. We laughed at that. Oh, these people cut off from everybody. Ha 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 ha. They don't have technology. Ha ha ha. That's North Korea. They got a dictator. Ha ha ha. Right now, North Korea sitting home eating their little noodles, looking at y'all like, look at them idiots. Look at them idiots with that Rona right now. They going to the park, chilling, blowing bubbles, and just living a good life.
Yep.
They got these jokers down here in the South Korea that want to have all that tourism. Hey, deal with it. They look at y'all like, deal with it. Don't cross this line right. You cross this DMZ line right here,
it's
bro.
over. It's
DMZ
over.
line, we got some problem, bro. Got them tanks on the ready. Kim Jong got them tanks right from here all the way to here, and he got them boats out here on this side and that flank. Ain't playing the radio, bro. Don't even come with it. Got them ships all up in here. Got ships over here, and he's still firing rockets off right now. During the time like this, he's still firing, doing testing rockets. Business as usual with Kim Jong right now. True story.
Business as usual.
True story.
Like, let me just go test my ballistic missiles some more.
Right, where everybody ain't got time to even be worried about me now. He's dropping them off all near South Korea. He's dropping them off near Japan. Just like, God, dog, bro, not right now, Kim Jong, man. Give us a break now, bro. Business as usual. Business as usual. Deal with it. Deal with it.
That's right.
It's crazy. You know what I'm saying? So, man, I'm just saying, again, where they may be on the moment where they're starting to decrease. And again, we know the data coming out of China right now is still false because they're saying they get no new cases. That's lying. They're lying. There's some people that didn't catch it. That again, we know what's happening there. So again, ultimately, if there's any kind of resurgence of infections, that will be obviously allocated towards saying, okay, the science is saying that this thing is respreading again. Obviously, if India really gets it, this is gonna light up this entire. All this here is gonna get lit up because if this gets it. This gonna get lit up like Nepal, right? We already know it's cases in Nepal, but like New Delhi, how does New Delhi not have it right now? Of all places, New Delhi. If they get it, it's gonna light up. All this gonna get lit up here. Excuse me, all this gonna get lit up in New Delhi. Get it, right? And so again, we just got to be caught. The Mumbai same way, Mumbai whatever Mumbai, a place like that. You just man, I'm saying out to say I hope they don't get it. Don't get it twisted. I don't want to misconstrue what I'm saying here, right? I hope they don't get it. But the way that this thing is moving about and the way that people are being...
You're just speaking facts. Like, we're just being real. If it gets there, it's just going to rampage it. It's not a fact like we want it to, but, man, we're just speaking them based off the facts, and I wish that was what other people in charge would do, who had to make these decisions.
That's the whole point. It's a natural humanistic perspective to say, man, you don't want pain to suffer if it's not necessary. But again, you have a lot of gross negligence from governmental agencies and the actual citizenship because they're getting mixed signals about how serious this thing is or is not. So people saying, okay, well, if it's like that, I'm still, try to outbeat this thing. I'm gonna try to, I'm not gonna sit shut in. I'm gonna do what I want to do. Again, they got the lockdown chains. They got to take down basketball goals in New York. Keep people playing basketball right now. Right now, put locks and chains on parks right now. They busted up a people at a park in Chicago the other day. People still out there to bring the police out there to tell people to get up off the block at a park. And people saying, oh, I may not get it. So they testing it. So again, Spanish flu happened years ago. I get it, but come on, man. I mean, the bag that important? You know what I'm saying? The money that important? Yeah, well, again, y'all know how this is. Man, it's crazy, bro.
That's being foolish, man.
So I'm looking at Mexico City, my skate route. I'm looking at Mexico City.
I think I saw something on Twitter too. The cartel, like the organized crime, they sent out a press release saying that like if the government isn't gonna take action on this, we'll take action. So we're telling everyone to stay home, or we'll enforce it. Like it's ridiculous.
Jungle justice, bro. Jungle justice. It matters sometimes, right? Sometimes you gotta go back to jungle justice.
I agree.
Right? Chihuahua, all these places here, Color Can, all these people here. Look at. I'm just looking at places where I'm gonna roll at. Guadalajara. Hey, y'all got a new neighbor coming, right? Y'all got a new neighbor on the way. Veracruz, I'm coming to join you, honey. Right? They got some good tilapia fishing down there, right? I'm gonna go right on Veracruz, get me some fishing in. Right? Bro, I ain't playing around. I ain't playing the radio, bro. I'm coming to get it. So again, man, it's just crazy, man. But man, shucks, man, shucks. Who would have thought this, man? Who would have thought about this stuff? I mean, even down here, Chile, Argentina, man, it's crazy, bro. It's crazy.
Yeah.
So man, again, it's just something to think about, man. Look at who is this guy? We didn't even see him. Look at him. We found one. Look at him. Way out here. Who are these people out here? Look at him. French Polynesian. They ain't even spared. Now, who brought it here?
Somebody brought it.
Who was the jackass that brought it to these people? You know what I'm saying? Man,
and there's no argument besides someone brought it there. Like, there's no other opportunity for
it. There's no other way it got there.
Nope. Somebody from Europe or Asia.
Asia. Ain't no breeze that strong enough to blow that thing all the way from just landed over here. Like, bro, Sport went all the way across this here. Sport just traveled all the way across here and just landed right here.
Honestly, China's environment's thanking the coronavirus right now. They got to breathe for a little bit. I think they did some like research and like the nitrogen levels in the atmosphere were like significantly reduced to like levels they haven't been in forever.
And like forever. The sun, you can actually see the sun for a change. Like, man, what's that up there? That's my sun. It's called the sun. Really? We learned that in science. We thought that was obsolete ever. No, that's the sun, son.
on some Wall-E shit.
Right. Hawaii lit up. They can't catch a break. You know what I'm saying? It's crazy, man. It's funny when you pull this map up and put it in perspective. That's when it becomes like, God, dog, bro.
Hey, I think someone wanted to join from the chat.
Oh, I'm sorry. I ain't even seen it because I'm busy. Oh, my brother, Brandon. Sorry about that, over. Sorry. We're going in.
It's all right.
What's going on, family? What's going on?
You guys hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you. Can you hear us?
Yeah.
Can you hear us?
Okay. Yeah. Two things on this. My cousin's actually stationed out in Italy right now, and he texted me via Instagram, and he said it's just terrible out there. Like, he's on the base right now, and like everything is just locked down. Like, they can't go anywhere. They can't get food or anything like that. I think they had to get some rations. They're eating nothing but MREs all day.
Man, yep. You know what? You know what's funny? I don't mean to cut your wisdom there, but me and my Eva was about to get stationed there. We was thinking about getting stationed there. I forgot the base. We still got the assignment list, obviously, but it was a command a position for officer for where she's at, her rank, that they needed field. We was actually really weighing that before we came to DC. True story. True story. And just the thought, again, when you look back in hindsight, it's always 2020, but just the thought that we could have been there. Because like, man, it's Italy. We've been close to Africa. We can travel, travel in and out of Africa and do stuff like that, being that close, and we was really, weighing the option of going there, right? And it's like, man, right about now, bro, man, golly, whew, boy, that would have been a hard pill to swallow. I don't imagine what he's going through, man. Even like I said, in the military scenario, where these people are more, very prone and susceptible. Like you wouldn't think. These are people that we look at that's somewhat invincible to a degree, right? Even though they're not, but you think at least they have a lot of ready preparedness and things in place to protect them. You know what I'm saying? Because that's what they're there for, to protect people like in the moments like this, right? Even they can't even catch a break, right? They're in a position where they feel like they're kind of sardine candy and things like that. It's crazy. Again, we hadn't seen this literally at the level of, again, since the Spanish flu. Well, again, at that moment where you go back and look at that historical context and how that spread around the world, killed 6 million people. That flu back then. We ain't at 6 million, but it feels as if it feels like it's about 6 million just from the how viral this virus is just moving around like it ain't nothing. And so by the time they even got a vaccine ready to deal with that, they kind of, it was obviously a little too late, but at least they, was able to get something up and popping. But this here is like, okay, you're already about a year and a half away from a vaccine. And so, again, it passes through and come back. Who knows? We have no clue what it's going to do, obviously. But again, if it does kind of resurface in certain areas, or places that it actually didn't hit because people that was in areas like this end up going to places like that and taking it to them, that's crazy. Like Paris. Like, how does Paris not have it? Seriously? Paris don't have
That's
it?
crazy. Right.
But France, all these places up here got it, and then all of a sudden they ain't got it, of all people. So again, it's people like, they're looking at Paris like that. Yep, you're on the way, buddy. Coming in hot. On the 737 Boeing. That's the plane. We coming in hot.
I'm about to have it now.
Right on into the the Louvre, was it Eiffel Tower? All that. We coming in hot, bro.
Yeah.
Ready.
Time to join the party.
You know what I'm saying? Y'all can just be walking around looking crazy, talking about Paris. No, you finna get this Corona. You finna get this Corona.
About to get this Rona real quick.
Oh man.
No, didn't they quarantine off the capital before it actually spread? I read that somewhere. Yeah.
Probably did, but again, some people getting on trying to do what they can to prevent it, man. They ain't sitting around playing around like Spain and Italy. Because they played around over here. That's why it's ravaging them now. They had a chance to get on top of this early. Right? Y'all know about Lisbon, that's an old historical place there, right? In terms of historical content. So all these people here, man, again, and the death toll in Spain right now is what's Spain? Spain's sitting at about 4,000 people dead, somewhere around there. Look at their death toll. Look at their death toll in Spain, bro. And that's with only 57,000 people confirmed with it.
That's crazy.
And they got about near 5,000 people dead already. We got opposite to get started. We got 85,000 on the 1,200. 1,290. It went up 10 more people. It was just 1,280 earlier. We already had 10 more people dead just that fast. But these people only got 57,000 and 4,000 people dead.
It's like a
Italy, 80,000. They had 10% death rate. They had over 10% death rate in Italy.
That's crazy. Crazy.
That's like 12% some change off, give or take 11, 10% at death rate.
A lot of people, man.
That's a lot of people, bro.
That means 1 per 10 people are dying, which is crazy to think about.
That's some crazy odds there.
That's what I'm saying. Them numbers is crazy.
And China had 81,000, and again, we don't know if that number accurate or not. You know how China do it.
Yeah.
But they only had 3,300 people dead. When we know there was like that video I just showed. But it's like they got all the graves that the people popping up on them satellite images where they had the unmarked grave when they were rolling the bodies into the ground and burying them and setting them on fire. Well, that's what was happening. those numbers didn't get counted into this right here. They did the same thing in Iran. Iran actually got caught doing it. You know what you want to say got caught, but they were pushing people into mass graves and setting them on fire.
Yeah.
So again, I ain't making that up, right? So they got 29,000, 2,000. You know, come on, them people were going into the mass graves getting burnt up, and that number there obviously would be a lot higher. Crazy in 2020. In 2020,
Yep.
right? So the significance of that, the gravity of that, in terms of how people have a false sense of thinking that we are not far from our primitive aspect of how, you know, what governs us as humans or animals. You think you got all this infrastructure to protect you. You find out you're most vulnerable in all that infrastructure. Let that marinate.
Right.
Let that marinate. Shiny buildings and marble this and granite and counter stone, all that stuff ain't about nothing right now.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I'm saying? You can't, you know, if you got any pre-existing conditions that come along with all the asbestos and chemicals that took to make that you up in it, and it affect you in any kind of way, that's really gonna heighten your level to get get jammed up. And so again, the hot places are thinking places where, hey man, at least we got heat. Again, people can't catch a break again, but people bringing it to them. They can't even catch a break. A lot of people are still trying to rebuild from hurricanes. Look at Bahamas. Bahamas still look a mess right now from the last hurricanes. They still trying to pick themselves up and get going. You know, you got a little dot right here. NASA ain't got it at least, or maybe that's not showing if they ain't got. But people still trying to get their life back together. You know what I'm saying? And they catching it. So, well, if it gets pretty bad, but we'll see how this thing.
Cold.
You know what I'm saying? So every time I get to come on live, we're gonna go to the map, right? I hate to even say this, but again, not make a lot of it, but as an investor trader, we look at the heat map, right? We look at the heat map to see what's selling off and what's banging. Now this corona map is like a heat map now. It's like a heat map, literally in itself, in terms of, again, the cases. Again, let me see. I don't even want to hit this recycle button. If I hit the recycle button, that number is going to increase. They updated, manually when at certain intervals, but let's go on a recycle here. Let's see where we at. And we're just at 85, 3 something. All right, 24,000 deaths globally at this point. Where we at? USA. Yeah, I did. Okay, I did recycle earlier, so when I did that last, so yeah, still 1290, 8563. That might have went up a little bit. Confirmed cases. But yeah, so man, just be safe. Again, I know we just trying to put that in perspective. Try to be safe. Canada, again, as sparse as Canada is in terms of just being icy and all that, but it got all the major places in Canada. All the major places got caught. Obviously, Quebec, Ontario, in Calgary, Edmonton area, Alberta, British Columbia, all the major places got hit. Newfoundland, Labrador area, they got caught. Even way up here, New Brunswick, Nova Scotia, Halifax, they got caught. Even this guy here, who's this guy? I don't even know if he on even the island. How he on the very tip up here. Look at Prince Edward Island National Park. What tourist brought that into that area there? That's a tourist there. This somebody that came into Prince Edward and brought that little virus. Right? They ain't even on the island. Who is this? This is a dot in the middle of nowhere. Again, stuff like that. It might just be off accurately from the map. I don't know, but it's just still funny when you see stuff like that. Like, man, how is that even possible? Nova Scotia, again, we just talked about them. So yeah, so it's crazy, man. It's crazy. It's crazy. Again, Grand Rapids, obviously. We spoke about Saskatchewan. They over there. Man, again, everybody kind of going through it. Who is this person though? Who is this? Oh, this wetland area. Tongues National Forest, Tongas. You don't even think about these kind of places just on the average day. Now all of a sudden they become significant in terms of how they get the virus way up here, right? Up here, this guy up in there, Juneau. How they get it up here? So up in the Yukon, man, it's crazy, man. It's just crazy. We know Alaska, obviously, definitely, probably. But yeah, that's it, guys. I don't sit here and just keep going over there. Y'all get it, We done went through enough of it at this point. we got enough of it at this point. So again, like we've been saying, prepare, do what you gotta do, protect yourself. It's kind of like a boxer. It's pretty much sound like a boxer. Protect yourself at all times. Keep your gloves up. Protect yourself at all times. We literally doing that here. We're trying to keep ourselves from contracting this virus, and the importance of it in terms of staying home and out of the somewhat harm's way, and that's not even guaranteed. That's what's so crazy about it. You can just stay home, and anything can happen. I don't even know how it even is happening in some cases where people are not even traveling and catching it, or going out and catching it, because there are cases like that too, right? So these anomaly type contractions. Who would have thought, right? But hey, that's what we're dealing with. So, again, whatever you're using far as a suppressor, so to speak, or a preventive maintenance in terms of health perspective wise. Again, just make sure you increase your vitamin C if you can. Obviously make sure you're drinking a lot of liquids. Obviously water, that is. Now I say liquid, I don't mean trying to get 12 pack of Budweiser and get in front of get you some water in your life too. You know what I'm saying? Stuff like that. Again, some basic stuff that you can have to kind of help you out. Antibacterial, antimicrobial based things in the house. Diffusers, with lavender, eucalyptus, stuff like that. Oregano oil, stuff like that. Whether you use those things or you don't. Camel powder, I was speaking about that earlier to Brother Marquise about. That's really good for vitamin C. It's the most potent form of vitamin C on the planet, actually. It's camel berry out of Peru. I actually got the powder. So very, very potent for vitamin C. So that's something that's probably I could throw around. But yeah, so everybody probably got their own little remedies here and there. So whatever you use, I hope it's you're doing what you can to kind of keep yourself solid, right? So that way you don't get caught out there too. All right, so but that's about it, guys. I don't have anything else. We kind of went through the market a little bit. Again, just checking back on the futures here. We are down earlier, like we were earlier a little bit, too, around about 1.2% on the Dow, 1.26% on the SP. Same for the Nasdaq as well, about a percentage point down. Russell Small Cap 1.67, obviously the laggard as it always has been. Gold down by 0.8%. Roughly again about $13 here. So again, which is all still that gold is trading in coalition with the SP 500 and not necessarily being anti the overall market. So that tells people that the markets are out of whack. Obviously, right? That's supposed to be a defensive play, and it's trading selling off with equity markets in the same tote, which is odd. But hey, people are panicking in the most odd way right now. So the market algos are responding in kind because of that. It's doing the odd, these odd movements in the moment where it should be doing other stuff. Right. So again, that tells me in itself again that we're not out of the, we're not in the all clear at this point. The markets are just nutty right now. They're nutty. Yeah, again, the market put up over 4,000 points over the last 3 or 4 days. On what? The idea of just a stimulus, but we still got all this, economic uncertainty ahead of us. Stuff like that. And so people are again, clinking their little nickels together thinking that we back in terms of the market. We back now, seriously. Bro, we just getting started, with this virus stuff. And, Lord behold, hope it doesn't get any worse than it is, but it'd be hard pressed to say that it's not, that it's not going to move around some more, basically. Right? So, again, we'll see how this thing turns out, but I'll be the first one to say, I was wrong if it don't. I'll be happy to say something like that. But I'm gonna, protect myself best I can. I hope you guys are obviously doing the same, and we'll leave the rest as it may on the battlefield. It's crazy because I was like, man, I want to go fishing so bad. Right? I was thinking about today. I was like, man, we got a little sunlight came out actually today, and I was sitting there looking at my email because they obviously they down from the Pentagon. Right? They're on a very, very, very strict schedule up there. It's weird too because I think I was telling y'all about a couple weeks ago when the virus was actually starting to pick up in America here about a week, and we can have somewhere around to go. And she went in, I think on the Silver Line, where the train basically in work, and the Ducker got stabbed up right at the Pentagon. of all places, down in Pentagon Station. And so I don't know what that was all about, but if people are starting to feel some kind of way about this virus and shut in, who knows? But ain't nobody safe out there. But one thing for sure, the more they keep the country locked down, like we're just saying about China, is obviously helping their the ozone layer at least is getting the breath of fresh air up in there with the factories shut down. Especially as far as America, at least it's kind of cutting back, for lack of better ways. It's cutting back on the murders and the homicides and stuff like that. Because jokers are shut in. You can't, unless you're gonna kill somebody, it's gonna be your wife or your spouse or your husband, right? You get tired of each other, but you ain't out there just killing random people because you retarded or whatever. You're more scared than the virus than you is, dealing with somebody trying to kill somebody. And something. It's funny how this stuff works. But that's about it, guys. So I guess shut it down here. I haven't even had dinner yet. Yeah, it's a brother T. You say I know why spitting on the sidewalk is against the law. Tuberculosis area, I think. Era. Yeah, it's crazy, right? Some even like that. Tuberculosis and stuff like that. Man, tell you, you're 100% right, over T. It's just so many things out there that we're looking at now. We're just taking it, look back and say in hindsight again. And say, this is where we at, as of today. This is where we at as of today. And again, in 2020, with all these different things pressing us, so to speak, and we thinking that we're invincible. Not us, obviously, but a lot of people out there that we have to be, protect ourselves. It's kind of like with, when you go to get your driver's license, right? They tell you, when you in a driving situation, all right, do you drive defensively or do you drive offensively, right? And moments like this, it's rough. It's hard to even be defensive right now because people out there who violating and being offensive are just doing what they want to do, making it even worse for you to even be defensive, a defensive driver, right? Or again, either value of that is just it's out of whack. Both of them out of whack right now. So whatever. But that's about it, guys. Again, I don't have anything else at this point. Again, I am. I was, like I said, getting me a little dinner, do a little more scouting in the market, try to see if, how can I prepare for tomorrow. I have a feeling the market will make, even though they're supposed to announce tomorrow the official, apparently the official signing of this stimulus bill. Right? But again, the markets obviously yesterday, in the future market were down, and then we rallied like crazy when the market opened up. Actually on bad data with the job number. Right. Again, they got a mandate to pump this market on any aspect of bad news to get up off the lows. Right. That's what they just wasting money to stop the bleeding or the psychological bleeding to, again, present this false sense of security and hope that we're actually somewhat getting stable in the markets. And so again, that's the part that got us jacked up in the point we are today. Right. In terms of equity markets and yield inversion and things like that, because we saw again all of 2019 where they just did that almost religiously, which caused us to have to deal with that, those same problems right now because of all that pump in the market. And they're still trying to prove that they can still do that under these circumstances like now. So, man, we're in a screwed up, nutty society. And so, again, I say this again, like I've always been saying, protect you and yours. Do not be one of these people out here trying to be commando and trying to do it for the team kind of mentality. I understand you have a humanitarian side of you when it comes to safety and health, but when it comes to you getting your money, right, in terms of what we do, especially as investors, traders, go get your money. Worry about all that crazy stuff later. Again, don't get emotions, get ahead of your opportunity to make good, sound decisions in terms of what the market is showing you, right? And so you can't save the market. I'm sorry, right? You don't have the money to save the market, even if you bullish on the American market. Your money ain't enough. Right? Again, good luck. Right? So again, just be careful, trade the trend, do what you need to do, protect yourself, make what you need out of it. And again, just position yourself at some point, whenever it does recover, just make sure you kind of, ready to rock and roll. Right? Because you can't make money both ways, up and down. You're not, limited to just one side. Right? So that's important. So again, with that being said, again, I'm gonna roll out here. Just a quick little peek at the futures. Right? Get out, roll up out of here. For some of you guys probably already looking at it anyway, but again, we down roughly now about close to about again at 300 points here. It's fading in and out. We'll see if this pick up anywhere on the back end of the day. Tonight around about 12, a little bit around 1 o'clock. The market moves at that point even more up or down. Right, when other nations come online or whatever the case, but we'll see what happens going into the opening. But I do know a lot of stocks are extended off their lows from last Friday, based upon the markets just kind of melting up and just going haywire crazy to the upside this entire week, Monday through Thursday, obviously. So going into the weekend, I do expect that some people are going to start probably taking a little profit because they're going to still go into that same weekend fear, right? Not knowing what's going to happen over the weekend that may cause markets to be very, very subjected to being beat up come Monday. And so I think I am looking for people to take profit in some of these assets that's strictly up, 17, 30, 40, 50% off their lows. Some of the bigger name ones too, obviously like Apple, Boeing, even though Boeing trying to catch a bid on a begging spree with a bailout. The cruise lines, some of the airlines, some of the other stocks, again, I don't like Microsoft and Microsoft and some of the other big names out there, whatever. Because y'all know to look that stuff up, Nvidia, Netflix, look those stocks up. Roku always been showing weakness because of that downgrade. Beyond Meat, same way, I think they got a downgrade too. So a lot of weakness still in stocks like that. Space, even that Virgin Galactic stock Space, it's been showing a lot of weakness still. We had some earnings tonight out of the Lululemon, of all stocks coming. They had earnings tonight. So again, yoga pants, right? $100 yoga pants. Who buying that up right now? Right? Seriously? $100 yoga pants right now? Okay, good luck. All right, so again, keep your eye on stocks like that. They actually had earnings tonight. They came in slightly above estimates, but it was like very, very thinly. So, unless the markets get up and pump hard tomorrow, I think Lululemon may sell off tomorrow. That's just my opinion, obviously, but they may or may not. But it did nothing after hours totally off those earning numbers, right? So, again, that may be a good short candidate tomorrow. If you're out there trying to search for yield or, find something out there where you can get your little bag off of it. Y'all know how this stuff go in terms of some of you guys are more founded in the markets. Some of you guys, are still learning the ropes. Everything that I'm saying is just kind of just to help keep your mind, wrapped around these same talking points. So when you start getting more clarity about what we do and how we trade, and you start to pick it up, you'll know exactly what I was saying when it really began to turn over in your head. So that's why I kind of keep repeating a lot of it too. And we kind of keep going on some of the same, data points and metrics to kind of keep you thinking, in a very, controlled state until you really get to that point where you can just start really reading between the lines and the tea leaves and, all that kind of stuff and really break this stuff down. All right. So again, that's what we're dealing with here with, again, Lululemon here after hours. After, I was dropping earnings tonight. So that's just what we're dealing with here. But that's about it, guys. Again, unless there's anything else, again, I appreciate you guys as always. I'm always humbled by it. I enjoy our conversation, our bills, what that does in terms of kind of strengthening us and keeping us a place where we can come together and do our little thing, right? We can, as they say, let our hair down, right? Whether you got hair or you don't, let your hair down and kind of, have your little moment, so to speak. As men, there ain't no brothers on now, so, sisters in, so, but even though, we are a vanguard, right? We are we're the army, in our own little respected homes and places or areas. So it's up to us to kind of stay, briefed up, knowledged up and making good decisions, right? Especially if you got people underneath your care, or at least they listen to you from an opinionated state because they think that, you're making good decisions in life, which is awesome. As a trader, you garner that kind of respectability because you have to make good decisions if you want to make money. Right, in the markets, that is. So you learn how to be a little more controlled in your thinking, right? So I find it to be very, very awesome. Right? It matures you in a way that is really awesome. So with that said, again, we can close out, let you guys close out individually like we always do. Again, as I always say, I appreciate you guys. So going down the line here, we got Brother Raul. Any last parting words, bro, before we close this thing out?
Yeah, I'll just say, as always, I appreciate your time. I appreciate everyone coming on here and just giving their knowledge and their expertise in their way. And I appreciate that we actually look at the fundamentals and the underlying problems with stuff rather than just what is being told to us. So I always appreciate that. And I appreciate that we we care more about facts than opinion, and that we care about action more than just talk. So thanks for always focusing on those things, because at the end of the day, I think those are the things that really matter.
Facts. Agree with that 1,000%. You're 100% right, bro. Again, like always, even as a student, you're presenting, yourself with the ability to, obviously you understand it anyway as a higher learning student anyway. It's about, problem solving and learning how to do those things very strategically. But strictly, again, with a level of, learning how to, again, look at all the different complexity levels to make really good sound decisions, even at your age, is going to carry you. It's going to carry you places. Right? Anybody that's in that, mentality that really sees it that way, it's going to carry you places. So I would say stick to that. I already know you're going to do some big things in life. So
Thank you. I
again
appreciate
for coming
that.
on. And, all you guys do to contribute to the platform in this way too. So over Chris, you there? I don't know if he's busy or not. I know it's late where he at. Well, not really in Central Texas, but still, if he ain't busy. Over Chris, you there? He might be busy at this point. Yeah, I think he's probably busy. Brother Brandon, over Brandon, you there, bro? See if he's still on or in a position to talk. Brother Brandon, you there?
Yeah, I'm still here, man. I'm still listening.
Yeah, so any last words on the way out, bro? Over.
Nah, I mean, my man's Ro basically said it all. I mean, we really appreciate you doing this every night consistently. I mean, a lot of people are not like this, but you do it every day, and that's something I really do appreciate. Giving out little tips, hints, making sure we're on our game when it comes to the stock thing. I mean, I just love it. Thank you.
Hey, I'm honored. You already know my mentality, over. Humbled and honored. Right? And I do believe in the village theory and how important that is. And I will always live by that because, again, in moments like this, it's very vital too. There's a lot of people out there, again, they're on the fear side or they're on the control side. Meeting in the middle, you have to be able to still be pliable to meet people in the middle, right? To have that balance and voice of reason. So having a think tank like we have here, it's minute in terms of, we ain't got thousands of people following us and listening to us, but that's fine. We don't need that. It would be nice to have, I'm saying that, because if people need, again, like I said, a little bit more controlled thought conversation, than just kind of just throwing ratchet stuff out there, just throwing all kind of wild, incendiary, talking points out there, and people just agreeing. No, let's critically think this thing through a little bit. Right? Let's use a little bit of innate consciousness and intuition with and backed by some kind of levels of data too. So again, I'm grateful for that. At least we have that kind of group of people. So as always, thank you, Brother Brandon, and humble. So yeah, Brother Chris, you're on the way out. Over, Chris, you any last words? Over.
We appreciate you, for staying at it, keeping us on our toes, keeping our mind open, seeing all the possibilities we can do. And Ubuntu. I am because we are.
100% right. I agree with that. Over Ubuntu all the way. Right. So again, that village mentality. So we're gonna keep
Can I
building.
ask you one more question? By any chance, do you have do you post your watch list for the day, or post anything throughout the day on other platforms?
I used to be real big on that.
Okay.
Back in the Discord
I was
room.
just curious.
No, I'm trying to get back in some of those good regimens like that, because again, it's a you always what makes a trader effective, and even we don't get complacent. So some of the things you used to do back in the old days, you go back and revisit them, right? Because again, it strengthens your prowess in the point where you don't become too too regimen like, and so just kind of you doing those things obviously sharpens your skill, because it's like the I forgot the actual scientific terminology when they say when you write things down in terms of how you remember them more. Right, and the more you vocalize or say it, the more you ingest it, you kind of retain it more. And so the same thing even with watch lists. When you build on a watch list, and the more you recite, those different tickers of what obviously got you driven to want to trade those stocks, it helps increases your level of confidence or your conviction, or decreases it based upon the turn of events, how things are turned over, either before the market opens up, or once it opens up, you're saying, okay, which one I'm gonna trade as opposed to others. So again, because I already have certain stocks I know I'm gonna trade when the market's over, regardless if I said I don't. But just being able to present it and let your peers again kind of go through it and see what they see in it that might be worthy, what's not. Because again, we understand that anything that you put forth, it's still up to the person to do their own due diligence, right? It's not saying I'm saying, hey, you need to trade this stock. It's just saying what it is. It's what it's called a watch list, right? That's exactly why they call it a watch list. We're just watching these stocks and seeing which ones gives us the best bang for the buck. That's gonna break out or get, whatever. We'll still have to see what happens when that bell rang, because that's when it's all okay. That's when when the crap hit the fan, so to speak. So, but yeah, I'm gonna try to get back in the habit of doing that. Now you are in which Discord room you in, Raul? That we in together.
I'm in the money, the one with Emperor Trades.
Yeah.
Money management. That's what it is.
Yeah, money man. Yeah, that's my bro over there too. I mean,
yeah, he's killing it too. He's always killing it.
He came up doing a chitlin circuit with us when we were getting it back in the old days when we used to be in Ricky Gutierrez old.
Yeah, that's where Discord. I used to see you guys. See, like you two are the ones who always like actually impressed me, because it wasn't just like, oh look, I made money. It's like, this is what I learned and this is what I looked at to make this trade, and I always appreciated that. Like if there was like earnings, you explain like, oh, this is what happened with their earnings report and stuff like that. So like that's why I was always focused on mainly you two in a group. So yeah.
Yeah, man, going back to the old school days, we call it the chitlin circuit, but that's 100% right, and because you probably, if you do remember there, they'll let you know my track record was I was always bringing something to the table, no matter what. I'm always dropping a watch list. I'm always dropping a chart, a stock, something. Because I understand what that does to a person who's trying to get into this industry in terms of market preparedness, right? How important that is to see that regimen, because you're owning that opportunity when you present it. You're saying, hey, my intellectual peers, this is what I'm looking at. And whether people take advantage of it, they don't, you're just trying to get that second, third, fourth, fifth, sixth, seven, eighth opinion as a level of validation. So just by doing it, again, that's why I tell people you should have no fear in terms of intimidation when it comes to this. Right? There's no such thing as a dumb question or some kind of ideal of a bad decision in terms of saying, hey, look, I think this stock may run. You want people to kind of, give you some kind of feedback on it, right? It helps you become a little more confident sometimes. So in this industry, again, that's why I say it's a village mentality. Don't lose that, right? Never lose that, because I guarantee it's better to have, a lot of sets of eyes and ears on deck. As opposed to you trying to figure it all out yourself. I'm talking about people that actually work though. We ain't just talking about people that's just saying, hey, what you got, or just throwing stuff around without any kind of practical due diligence behind. At least they're actually really trying. These are people that you want to, circle your wagons with a little bit.
Exactly.
So again, that's important. So yeah, man. So
yeah, thank you again.
Yeah, but I'm gonna keep trying. So yeah, I mean, again, I'm trying to get back to the Discord, because I used to be in there religious, man. I used to be in there when nobody else would. I just rock out all throughout the night, just dropping stuff. And again, at that point, people really appreciate it. Again, I can honestly say I got a lot of the old messages still. People like, man, they hit me up on the inbox, bro. You just don't know what you've done, man. You changed me. You got me serious about really getting on my game for to due diligence, this, that, and third. Just seeing your work ethic.
No, literally.
That's what it really boils down to. It boils down to work ethic.
No, really, it was the grind. Like your grind was insane, like unmatched for sure in that group chat. So I always respected it.
Yeah, I'm humbled by it. Again, I just understood that if I'm gonna be, in my own mind, successful at this, it's gonna require that. And I employ anybody that's coming into this to think the same way. I mean, you don't have to go to the old lengths if you don't feel like it's necessary, but still employ that same level of ethic in learning how to be solid with the information you're trying to get. Right, that can help you trade better. So that way, at least you ain't slacking. All right, because it could be a matter of, again, 10, 20 bucks, 30 bucks, 100 bucks, 1,000. If you really depend on the opportunity to really take it to the next level, then go ahead and put that little extra in to learn how to do it right. Or to make good decisions more than anything. That's what it's all about, making good decisions, right? So it's not out of our wheelhouse to be able to do those things. So don't be intimidated by it. That's just the facts. Ain't no need to be intimidated by none of this. So again, we'll keep building. We'll keep building, and we'll use this just as a way. But again, I am trying to get to the point where, before I was doing a lot of live streams, doing intraday, and I just be live all day long.
Yeah.
And the market open to the close.
Yeah, I used to look. I was looking through your old videos like this last week because I was just trying to learn more stuff. And then I just it's just all your live dating trades. I was like, damn, these would have been nice to see.
Yeah, but all day long. You just burn it up. YouTube hours.
I
Streaming
know.
out like this. Man, they pay me for all them hours, man. Look at here, bro. We be cutting checks all left and right. Now I'm throwing y'all here, man. Take this bag here. It's on the house. YouTube. Unfortunately, at my level, I don't have some people out there get it like that on YouTube. I get it. The content creators, man, they getting it in. Again, whatever, more power to them. Everybody got a lane, but for what we're doing, I know, strictly for what we're doing, we actually bringing some real content. And it may not be
It's the
seen,
serious
positive.
stuff.
Right. Yeah, it ain't positive to a lot of people that's on here for part and BS. Now, ain't nothing wrong with that too, again, but I'm just saying, some of this stuff here is really good stuff, but people just don't see it quite yet. But above all things, we're building a track record. So for me, it's just about making it more controlled, more content specialized, and to the point where I could be a little bit more directive in my narrative, and really show people from a step-to-step process, more or less, than just trading and just letting it run. And a lot of that stuff, sometimes I just be out running errands all day, and I just go live, right? And it's
Yeah,
like,
I noticed that too.
yeah, I set my trade. I would tell people in advance, hey, I got errands to run, man. I'm very busy, but I'm gonna still set my trade so you can see it. But that was still a track record. They're saying that, hey, this is my confidence. And
Yeah,
my
that
due
you could
diligence
just leave and do your
point.
stuff.
Right. And the
And
stock
just leave your
actually
trade.
went out. Right, it went out and performed. So that lets you know whether or not if I was solid or not, or just that and the third. So that was very critical, even from that perspective, right? To trust that stock to kind of make that move while I'm out and about. Again, obviously having stop loss of this, that, and the third, but that stuff comes in time at a point where you're learning how to again be forward thinking, better at forward thinking. Excuse me. Right. So, but yeah, so yeah, I'm working on that. I'm trying to get to that point again, where I can get hit those discords up on an average base like I used to. But more importantly, be able to go live doing intraday sessions and then narrate it, get in and out of trades in real time with people watching, so I can help explain it. Or even get that feedback, because keep in mind, I always tell you people, I learn
Yeah,
from
that's what
y'all.
I was thinking. Like you
In
could
the
do the
same
trades
way.
and be like, why would I have done this? Like, do you guys understand like why I bought here rather than there and stuff like that? So I think that would be cool.
Yeah, I mean, I gotta say some of them cases I had that in there too, but again, those videos so long, you got to go. I mean, you got to search real hard. I gotta do better. So at some point, I got to go back and edit all those videos and condense them to the right, to the right set of key moments where it'd be worth it. And again, that's a task of mine that I got to do it best. I know it, but it's better to have that content archived, so when I go to do it, I can get to that point and pull it off.
Personally, I always appreciate everything you do. So just no matter what, like I always appreciate it. So thank you again.
Yeah, no worries, man. I appreciate you guys. So that's it, man. So again, we'll get ready to get on this battlefield. We got about 4 hours before it open back up again, right? Before the crack house open up again.
Yeah.
Or the Rona house, actually in this case, now the Rona house open up. Yeah.
Yeah.
We either gonna be trading with some panic tomorrow. Yeah. We trade with some panic or some kind of level of insight. So I look forward to it and hope they cut that check faster than sooner for some of you people that really gonna need it. So we'll see how that works out too. So all right, guys. Well,
all right,
hold it down. I'm going ahead and get me old late night, little veggie dinner.
Enjoy your dinner.
Yeah, man. Thank you, guys. And we'll get ready to get at this thing again tomorrow. Yeah, so I forgot you in Central, right? Open Chris, I keep forgetting that. I know you're in Texas, but I keep somehow I keep wanting to just say Western, and I know it's not at Central time, so you're an hour behind.
Yeah, I'm an hour behind.
Yeah, so so you roughly about that 11 o'clock hour for you, and we may have a couple people that in that maybe from the West Coast. I know Armando was on earlier before he came in and out. He's been over there in California. So
yeah, I'm from California too.
Actually,
You're in California. It's called Corona, so I always thought that was ironic.
Right, ain't that something, right? You in the epicenter of the name, like, man. Now you're gonna have some t-shirts.
I did. I was like, Mom and Dad, I'm going back to my college apartment. Like, I'm not on a dorm. I'm not in a dorm. I'm chilling still, but I'm going back to Irvine.
Right, you know what I'm saying? I was just thinking about, I was like, man, again, sidebar, like it really matter, but people always profit all crazy stuff. So I'm just waiting to start seeing some coronavirus T-shirts coming out somewhere, because I know it's coming. If they ain't already out, somebody finna make some coronavirus T-shirts and sell them. All right, so you gonna have slogans like "I survived coronavirus" T-shirts, and what coronavirus. I can see it now. I'm throwing out ideas right now. Somebody probably gonna beat me to it, right? But it's coming. You know what I'm saying?
I'm typing it up right now.
Right. See what I'm saying? Already on it. Already. Right. So somebody can get them shirts out there, man. Go get that bag too. Right. At least it's something that that's very strategically, obviously, an aspect of what it can do from a commerce perspective, but it also feels like this stuff that we all kind of came through together as a historical context. And just having that T-shirt, you look back like 5 years from now, you're like, man, y'all remember the coronavirus was like crazy? Yeah, man, I got a T-shirt during that time, bought. And who knew?
Like some fire festival stuff.
Yeah, as a start reminder, here we go. That we went through that. Came out on the end of it to a degree, and it made us a little bit more better. Because that's what it's all about. Come out on the other end of it a little bit more better, because this is it's natural. Or even if it is biotech war, I don't know, whatever. But either way, we got to come out on the end of it one way or the other somehow. So we'll take it as a grain of salt, and hopefully we grow from it. So yeah, guys. So all right, I'm gonna shut it on down. Go up and get some late little dinner and study the market a little bit and get ready for 4 o'clock. I ain't gonna be up at that time, not tonight. I'll wait about 8. Some days I get it at 4, but other times like, nah, I get around about 7. So, 6, 7, and peek at it, roll back over, wake up again about 30 minutes, peek at it again, like hitting the snooze button on the stock market to a degree. Unless I'm gonna trade something early. But that's what I love about it. That's a luxury that we have. How about that? That's awesome. We have that luxury.
True.
You know what I'm saying?
That's very true.
Yeah, I think it's cool. Yeah. So, all right, guys.
All right,
so we'll see you later, man. Thank you guys in the back chat. Thank you, over T. You guys in the back chat, holding it down, brother CJ3, everybody. Over Brandon Alves in the house on the panel now, brother. Guaranteed for everybody that's tuned in again. I thank you guys again deeply, man. My brother Mondo came through tonight, man. I'm always happy to see the family come through from the old crew. We always around, man, in certain circles, still trying to provide content and help the others. So I'm always grateful for that. Over Steve, over David, everybody, man. Brother Namex, brother Anthony Smith again. Sister Monica, she's off right now, handling business somewhere of office, I'm sure. Over Zane Montego in the house, always happy to have that family in the house, and everybody from that side of the bridge as well. So with that being said, again, I look forward to going live. Hope I get a chance to go live tomorrow again. We'll see how tomorrow shows up for all the weather, because I'm not going to lie, guys. I might sneak out and go fishing tomorrow. Go get on the boat, go out in the middle of the ocean, not the ocean, but the lake, at least. get from around everybody, right? Hope I don't be out there be the one to get caught that fire trying to fish.
Right.
Man, bucket of that Rona too. Man, saying that Rona. But yeah, either way.
Catch it up there on the Potomac.
You know what I'm saying? Out there trying to catfish and catch old dirty little catfish. He got the Rona. All right, but yeah. All right, guys. Yeah.
All right, I'll see you tomorrow, man.
All right, everybody. Peace, power, and profit.
Have a good night.
Peace, power, and profit.
All right, good night, everyone. Peace, power, and profit,
bro. Later.
All right, guys.
All right, guys. Later.
Peace, everyone.
Peace.